sound right, boy. It sound good. Big sound good. Big sound good. Big it sound right, boy. Big sound good. Big sound good. Big sound good. Big it sound right, boy. Big sound good. Big sound good.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boy. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Between these teams that were already in the playoff bracket and the ones that had to play through the wild card in the group. I mean, the drafts have been so similar in the wild card groups. Even I can guess what the heroes are. It's abysmal. Do you guys think we're gonna see a big difference between guys who have already made it?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean,
Goodness gracious, the draft.
Whoa! I was looking at all the pubs of the players spamming because you can see what they're trying to practice from their scrims, and it looks like they are picking that. It has been decided by the players, maybe scrims, that whatever the meta was of the wild card in the group, here to stay. I imagine there will be heroes coming in and out, but I don't think it's going to be some crazy change until maybe the grand final.
I think the main thing with the one's journey I used the term stubborn just because like they were always going for like the same pick. They were one of the few teams that were picking like Centaur first pick, Lion first pick. I think this is where we're going to see them either stick to the guns or, like Jenkins just mentioned, kind of morph into what the meta of this meta. Again, these teams have been here since day one. They've been in their practice room playing the pubs. Like the playoff teams have the biggest kind of test to either show development. They've not been forced remaining. They can basically copy, learn, adapt, and improve. Show up in the city.
It feels good. Valley, populated with Dota heroes. 1,000 years. Not seen any. Oh, good. Those lotuses, they need blood to grow.
Dire team. Yeah, the real world's not even 1,000 years old, so it's good that cataclysm.
You subscribe to that theory, eh? The great cataclysm.
Edge of the world yet? Seen over the edge of the world?
I have not seen over the edge because I can't.
You know, people always make fun of the flat earthers until one of them says, "Bring them to the edge," and they blindfold him. Then no one's
5 seconds remaining.
Terrifying.
Fall off.
That's what we see. The Enchantress picked up with a Dragon Knight. Already looking pretty good. 2 very good heroes, but Mars still maintaining that high win rate. Despite everyone knowing how to play against the hero, everyone understanding what the hero's about. He's a simple hero. There's no tricks with Mars. No one's doing anything cool. Oh, but that's pretty cool.
Wow.
Second pick there.
I like that. In regards to the Mars, idea that they mentioned it on
Radiant team ban.
idea of pairing. Mars is right now is one of the offlaners that has best enabling factor to getting like any ranged hero. Mars just gives you. It's hard to have a bad lane. That's then this TV going straight into engine. Development of once in the meta where if DK is an offlane, have a great time. Always able to push out the lanes with it going into mid. So if you're skipping and playing the correct, this DK doesn't really have greatest effect of just barreling down.
I think also something with Mars and T that you never feel like you lack damage. Like, if you feel like you lack damage to be on your team,
10 seconds remaining.
this hero just like obliterate.
5 seconds
You
remaining.
need people to be locked somewhere, right? Like locked in an area. Mars doesn't do that much damage at all, other than. Like, but if you can get some other hero, like you said, Drow or this chunk out damage during his arena, it looks absolutely.
So kind of like the idea of DK lineup about kind of that instance on a one hero killing them. Saw series when Arteezy was playing. It's very sacrificial. He was always able to save the guy that was being jumped and to turn around the fight. And I don't think you can never
10
forget
seconds
about the
remaining.
value of Sunder and these type of.
Sure.
Again, it's a smaller matchup, but it's an integral
5
part
seconds
of
remaining.
I wonder how the Aghanim Scepter on TB here synergizes with the Mars ulti. I don't think
Ooh,
it's
yeah.
that long of a year, so not the biggest deal, but I have never actually comboed together Dark Willow.
the Lone Druid Mars. I remember, I think it was Gunner or something was like bashing on that, but I was like, guys, we need to be Lone Druid and Mars, and then the bear will run in and then fear everyone, and then they'll bash their faces
That's
into
just like
the
a
wall.
scuffed Dark Willow.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
know,
like this is
exactly.
Dark Willow.
Yeah, this is like off Dark, but
Yeah, but what's the thing? You know, it's something on that they already energized.
scuffed gameplay can win majors.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Exactly.
Dota 2 is
Radiant
I'm gonna-
team
Nonetheless.
ban.
Brood babies die. The game nearly shuts itself
it
off.
does.
Very
yeah.
terrifying.
Yeah, wish completely.
Yeah, what's up
surprising.
with that? Where is Brood Mama?
I mean,
T1 are losers with it. They've played it twice within the National League, and then they lost.
10 seconds
I-
remaining.
Over.
I personally think XXS is literally the best brood on the planet.
5
So I'm-
seconds
I'm
remaining.
shocked that one was okay with leaving that in. And
Still plenty of
Radiant team pick.
sure, yeah, actually, Mars is a
Dire team
viable mid,
pick.
and sure they can play mid.
They have played it mid. League Now T1, Whitemon was like Lion.
Oh, he's dancing.
Thanks,
We're
guys.
in.
Thanks a lot.
We're in. I mean, Lion's got a lot to be happy about. It's been a
Radiant team
really
pick.
long time. He has been anything at a... Wow, Phoenix is very small. That little creature. Lion's like half his size, for God's sake. He could eat that. It looks like a chicken. Imagine dying to a flaming chicken. Embarrassing. But anyway, Lion's had a rough ride.
10
Many
seconds remaining.
Now he is top tier.
I like this
Dire
hero as a
team
response
pick.
to the kind of overwhelming healing and people are picking, because you have this Phoenix Mars like crazy team fight, right? What happens if you just burst one of these?
The Ignition God can sing and dance on the line.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just Morphling's model. Like,
5 seconds remaining.
come on, guys. Look at that.
He's
goddamn
updated at some point, right?
Sweet Jesus, look at him next to Lion. This beautiful, beautiful, evil creature that you have this nightmare of polygons. Get him out of my sight. All right, anyway. So Morphling picked up here. Usually we see Morphling picked up Synergy, you know? Your Willows, your Earthshakers. Nothing too crazy here. Does he go too well with anything on T1's
Dire
lineup?
team ban.
Yeah, PK Morph sounds pretty cool actually.
Double
Got the
stun. Yeah.
7 seconds straight of stun.
Now the Lena is very much a risk for Morphling. Mars, I would assume, would be offlane with the Phoenix here. Lena is now. You have that kind of explosive.
10 seconds
I like
remaining.
how in the tournament so far we've seen the development of Lena
5 seconds remaining.
tankiness.
Radiant
So
team
yours AC,
ban.
maybe play for yourself and not just kind of style of build where you're just trying to. And that alone will give you quite a.
Yeah, all you need to do on Lena, survive some initial. A lot of teams are crazy team fight and kind of area
10
control. Like I would
seconds
even consider
remaining.
Terrorblade to be sort of area control here. If you walk
5
into him and
seconds
die,
remaining.
sit next to a Terrorblade and he's meta, and you're Lina, you can just sit there doing damage with him. Same with Mars, so you can't walk into the arena. And so picking these heroes with Lina, I think, makes a lot of sense, because then you don't need to care as much about the positioning element of Lina, where oftentimes she'll get so huge game, but then just feed squishy mid hero that only does damage, the glass cannon. I really do like this draft from her. I think they have a ton of damage in the late game and a lot of heroes.
Key thing is like they were on kind
Dire
of the
team ban.
towers. DK is just on that can also match up against Lina independent. Kill off the creeps to DK tower. Aster's game is about buying time. T1 when you have heroes like Lion, they're looking for skirmishes, pickoffs, and
10
5 on
seconds
5. They
remaining.
can never truly. It's their last pick, be it mid or off.
Radiant team ban.
Right now, it's about getting quick kills, getting a couple items, getting going side. Whilst Aster, Selena pick, the Phoenix, like they're basically accepting that slow pace laning phase, push out lanes, ramp up the aggression going.
10 seconds remaining.
For Echelon.
5 seconds
All right,
remaining.
I'd like that they did their homework. Aster bans out the Bat Rider. One has been running Bat Rider a few times in the few games that they've played since they've done, really anything since the. That's great. If they did their research, they'll be ready for this.
Key thing here is Aster just tuning at the DK paired with Enchantress. It is going to be like a last pick.
That's a super, incredibly easy. I think just DK stun paired with any
Dire team pick.
incredibly good. And I actually think that T1 needs early mid-game damage. Enchantress is going to carry the laning stun that you need. The late game damage from the, but they don't have any damage in the early game. And so I
10
something
seconds
like
remaining.
a Death Prophet. Quite nice. I think the Bat Rider would have been a
5
fantastic
seconds
option as
remaining.
well.
The only issue of like early pace in the heroes, the Lina does so well.
The Lina is incredible.
And that's kind of where
Classic
this like
counter.
generic style of Lina pick will rise in popular playoffs, because you pick this Lina and it's like, oh, do we really pick to beat the Lina but have a great? You want to have kind of jump and catch, but when your initial picks are very anti kind of
Radiant
it's
team
hard to throw
pick.
everything in that.
Wow.
Goes for the next
Okay,
assassin.
they get a last pick Nick. I
Wow.
can't believe that.
Yeah.
I know, they're just ignoring what so many people have valued in the stage and the wild card.
Both teams get Nick's banned against them a lot.
Yeah.
So it's surprising neither team bans it until
10 seconds
the
remaining.
last pick. This is always cool when you drafts have
5
studied
seconds
so much
remaining.
for this match that you can tell that kind of bait. And then the teams also know that the enemy team is baiting stuff, and so they're not picking it, So everything changes.
It also prevents like for don't pick the team fully subscribe to the idea of catch the quick hero, get a kill, and move. Next removes that from the game. Can't really go for less rack and give pace to your lineup. Yeah, like the fact that you get a last pick Nick. Aster are going to probably that time hit. Find out what they need.
TA is still the OP hero that's available for. Don't really have. I mean, it's another late game here. Morphling. That's kind of sus, especially lacking damage since you're offlaner.
There it is.
Okay.
Select your heroes.
They got a last pick Brood.
Sure.
All right.
Nixon into a brood.
Wow.
Okay, so
All right, so both has a little bit of flair of their own, but we do see a lot of these similar heroes. Saw. You were talking some big ups on the Broodmother to make the difference here.
As an Aster Brood, I would say
Yeah.
yes. I mean,
Mhm.
XXS, you give him a Brood game that's good, he's going to run up. I've heard about Cuckoo Brood, but I'm sure he's practicing it a lot.
Good things?
I don't know how this. I think there are the Mars, are both good at spiders in the mid. and I think TB's fine against the armor. So all you need to do is rotation if you're Aster, and I don't think the Brood that much of a trump pick in this.
Yes, yeah, this Brood pick, it really puts a lot of emphasis of having to take control of the. They need to be able to straight the map quite quick. The Ents can play really well with that, but if this kind of they take one bad fight, the simplicity of Aster's lineup will just. It is a last pick Brood. It doesn't feel like the gotcha pick, but it's more about giving them a 15-minute timing to just.
Right, and it is a Radiant Brood, so when they're controlling the enemy jungle, they can take the rush with the Morphling, so that does make it a lot better.
All right, well, we'll be heading over to that game relatively soon, but I want to hear it. Prediction time, boys.
I'm gonna have to go with Aster. I think the simplicity of their team fight. Unwind T1.
Simplicity of team fight. A very simple answer.
I agree. I think they have a ton of damage, and then they have great heroes.
Good enough for me, Jenkins. No need to elaborate. We've got that game ready to go. Let's throw it on into our first game of the day.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, T1 versus Aster, ready to go here. I'm ODPixel, joined by the fabulous Lacoste. Lacoste, I know, of course, you've been following both of these regions very, very close. We're finally going to get to see Aster and T1 coming in at the playoffs to go head-to-head. What are your expectations looking at this first game? And what do you think about these sort of the scary picks from both sides? The Brood coming out from T1, but Aster having that that just seems to win game after game.
Much of an announcer, but I'll do my best.
Okay, I think Acosta's just making his way over a few technical hiccups, but don't worry, that means you're stuck with me, just me for now. But here we go. Bouncer runes are spawning. Are we going to see any action? It doesn't look like it. Monet has a bit of a look in at the top, but of course not wanting to get involved. And we'll see what lane setups we're going to have. Anything surprising? Doesn't look like it. Cuckoo obviously starting up top on the off-lane Brood. We're going to have Zephyr up there as well, trying their best to put some harassment onto Monet on the early levels. Bottom lane, 23 Savage playing that carry morph. He's going to have to do it into the spooky lane here. Phoenix and Mars, XXS Mars and Borax Phoenix. At least still have one hero, and definitely could be a lane. Always, there we have it. You're in, Lacoste. How you doing, sir? And
I'm back. I'm good. I'm good. Yep, definitely. T1 against Aster. The best coming out from both regions. T1, the team that improved the most in the second season. Definitely a team to look out for. 23 Savage and his signature hero, morphing on the bottom lane, paired up with the Lion. This is the standard tier 1 lineup that I've seen throughout the second season. Whitemon really does well on a Lion, been able to get so many clutch initiations once he gets a Blink Dagger. But yeah, looking at the lane setup, morphing against Lion plus the cool combo. Athena and the Broodmother. And we talked about Cuckoo, Broodmother, you know, not been impressed the most compared to some other Broodmothers, but I hope he's been practicing.
Sure. I mean, and this game, when you look at the Brood, can you see why T1 wanted to go that way with the ending of the draft? Is this a good Brood game, or are you looking at Aster's lineup and feeling that they have got ways to deal with Cuckoo and his spiders?
It looks like a good. They don't have that hero that can just go in and park himself in the lane. Probably gonna need to be Mars when TB goes back to jungle, but we'll see. Because like Lean is not sustainable. You want to give all the levels pretty much to Broodmother. Enchantress can also get some farm in the jungle and leave some solo XP for the Broodmother. Get that level 6 early on. Pressure the tower to go to Cuckoo's Broodmother. He's been the only Broodmother that I've seen that invades enemy triangle.
Okay. Oh, bottom, white one. He's nearly done there. He's got himself good to go. And oh yeah, so far Cuckoo, I mean, he's laning looking pretty damn hot. You know, 12-2 against the 8-0 Monet, having that lane advantage here as there we have it. Effort just harassing Lam out the lane and actually able to get the first blood on him. So I mean, this top lane is. I don't think it could be going any better here for T1. This is a fantastic start up top.
It's a great start for them. And Lanham, he needs to be more careful. Usually he's the one playing these tanky position 5s, playing the Abaddon, playing the Treant Protector, so much better at trading. This time around, it's a Nyx Assassin 5. You know, this hero doesn't trade well, doesn't provide with much early on. Something that Lanham does, extremely greedy player. Once he plays that Nyx Assassin, going for the Witchblade into Aghanim, especially if he finds that Philistone Spear.
Oh. And they're doing
Fake
Regen down here, 1-1. He's only got one tango left to give him. So yeah, it's 23 Savage. He's going to have to be quite cautious down. He's got the courier coming out, but just the Band of Elven skin. No further regen. Definitely a chance for Aster to pressure. And look at this XXS. He's able to see the opportunity to get the spear in, but 23 Savage still with just enough strength to stop Aster from diving in further with the two of them. And he is going to have to be careful. As I say, sitting under this tower, very, very low. The pressure really being put on this bottom lane for 23 Savage.
Couriers are going back. They need to bring a healing salve. Whitemon already bought one. XXS Mars had and the second season. He might actually be the best Mars player in the world. Top lane, a lot of pressure. They didn't block the big camp, so Enchantress keeps getting these creeps. And now Monet.
I mean, it's gonna drop. He's crushing it up there. Yeah, he's killing Lanham. He's killing Monet now. And Lanham, I mean, he's got to run. I don't know how safe he's going to be either. He has got the Spike Carapace from some of the impetus damage, but they're having a fantastic time, this top lane. Zephyr and Cuckoo on the Enchantress Brood. They're making sure this Terrorblade has a really tough opening this game.
This lane just might be done. Like, TB, one more death, and he needs to get the hell out. Right now, doesn't have a Conjure image, so can't really farm the jungle that effectively. We didn't talk too much about the mid lane. It's pretty even in terms of CS 2020. Dragon Knight can't be really killed, but Lina, Dragon Blood, 3 points in it, so pretty hard to take down. White Album, he's gonna need to do some heavy lifting in this game. Like, he needs to be able to have a good game, because top lane is pretty much a disaster. 29 and 9 on Cuckoo. Last time I've seen him play the Broodmother, he invested a lot of gold in all these items.
Is he gonna? I don't think he's gonna. Left. Still Lanham just having to run himself probably all the way back to Boxer. No healing on him. Zephyr continues to be a right nuisance. I mean, when you see sort of Zephyr have this strong start, is there potential for him to make moves? I mean, are we going to see action coming over towards the mid? You know, what do you do with such a good start that you've had top as T1?
You can rotate to the mid lane. There's a ton of kill potential, especially with the siege creep approaching. Dragon Knight about to hit level 6, has enough mana sustain with the soul ring, so potentially a kill there. But what he's doing right now is just giving an XP to Broodmother, because he set him up for a really good start.
Yeah, no, he really did. Cuckoo is going to be very, very happy with this. You know, top CS now able to start putting the pressure into the tower. And
Monet's gone.
Just still look. He's looking a bit lost. Where does he? He's just got to hit the jungle creeps, right?
He has to. Right now, he was just leeching XP until he got that level 4, gets the Conjure image, and now starts the jungle. Top lane gone. Once the top tier 1 tower falls, it gives Broodmother even more space to play the jungle, so he might be able to go inside it, might be forced to go inside the triangle and farm there.
See around the mid lane as well, Zephyr did grab himself an Invis rune, sentry laid down by Aster though, so they'll be ready for him heading in. Zephyr just making the walk through the jungle, seeing if he can potentially find Monet and put pressure on. While on the bottom half here, 23 Savage, sort of have a similar struggle at the start in regards to CS. He's level with CS as Monet. Definitely going to be a game where the eyes are going to have to be on these offlaners. They're going to become quite the beast. XXS still a little bit, quite a bit behind Cuckoo with the way they split the XP. Cuckoo already level 6. He's got those building up. XXS, he's only just about to hit the 5, so without a doubt,
Big
Cuckoo
difference.
just leading this game with a huge charge.
Yeah, and we can see, I said that TB needs to be in a triangle. He was sitting there waiting until creep respawn because Lina was farming it, and now they put the Mars on the top lane. Like, this is their only option. I've seen a lot of Mars just keeping the casual Ring of Health. This time around, upgraded to Defiance, wants to be able to take it, and he even puts another point in God's Rebuke. Lanham.
Oh, he's dead. An easy kill here for Cuckoo. I mean, but it doesn't seem like a fun Nyx game to Lanham very much struggling anytime he comes near Zephyr or Cuckoo. These heroes deal with him very easily.
Yeah, usually when I see Lanham, he goes Nyx, Nyx, Nyx. This time around, it's just one sad Nyx. And they collapse on the mid lane. Cuckoo, I love this rotation. Goes to the mid lane. Same goes for Zephyr. He's lurking around the mid lane. They want to steer this tower. Dragon Knight can tank all the damage pretty much. Such a good game from T1. And 23 seconds, he understands there is going to be some kind of rotation to the bottom lane. I better TP to the top, get the XP. Mars can't kill me unless I really mess up.
And as you say, this Cuckoo Brood, he's all over the place. You know, this is not your stationary Brood. He's from top lane to mid, and as you expected, you know, into this triangle. This is, yeah, he's just pretty much taking over the whole map. And then, yeah, if you're Aster, how do you play against this? Do you have to sort of group up and try and hunt down the Brood? What's the best move for Aster right now?
They need to use Arena if they want to catch the Brood. There, here we go. Arena drop.
Laguna and the spear, that'll do it. I throw everything down here onto Cuckoo, but oh, gets denied. He got to a neutral creep the cost.
Oh. So nothing.
Oh no. Well, there we go. Oh no.
At least he doesn't get the free TP.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, that's definitely a bit of a rough ending to that one there for Aster. Not even getting the kill. Oh no.
They need to set up some vision in the triangle. Radiant vision, be able to just like there is one ward on the high ground, but maybe one deeper one just to be able to allow Cuckoo to play more aggressive, because that is gonna you know, set him back a bit.
See so far, you know, coming up the sort of carry matchup still. 23 Savage with nearing a one advantage against Mono. Still going to be a very slow ramp up here for the Terrorblade. White right down now, bottom, trying to find his level 6.
Terrorblade doesn't feel really like a carry right now. Needs he has the same amount of farm as Enchantress pretty much. So yeah, position 4 Terrorblade coming to your pot.
Zephyr definitely the scarier of the two right now with how much pressure this Enchantress has put on. Monet, he's out of that top half of the map. He's down towards bottom. TP's coming in. Oh, he's going to be able to TP and open up with Dragon Tail's turn on to White Album. If they've got enough burst, they have. Their fingers up. That's going to be White Album gone. Getting a little too close there to them as Carl pretty much TP's right in front of the face of White Album, and he's not able to get away in time. An easy catch and kill there for T1 on the defense.
Aster still needs to get a single kill on the board, unfortunately for them. Yeah, it's about that mental game, Owen, where neutral creep stole it, mid lane, Aster.
They're going in for XXS. He's got backup Monet. That's not going to be anything that helps XXS here. He cannot save him another game. Yeah, 5 for 0.
Both of his abilities used, didn't have anything left to give. This Enchantress has been very active early on. They've been controlling the jungle, and something that I mentioned, you know, the Cuckoo trying to invade the enemy triangle, and here he comes again. Because this is where the most farm comes from for TB.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Cuckoo can sort of make his presence known around it. Going to cause a lot of issues for sort of the farming pattern that Mono wants to get back in. You see him back at base, you know, deciding where to head out, where is actually going to be safer for him to farm, and it's not an easy decision to make with how much control T1 is just exuding across the map here in these first opening minutes. Bottom lane, Carl will get caught in the arena, and they'll have the best for the DK. So again, Aster trying their best here with the group up. They bring the full 5-man down here to get a kill. Ideally, though, for them, on top of that, they need to get an objective, and they will start pushing the world here. Well, problem is, top lane, they're starting to get some pressure onto their own team, too. 23 Savage, Cuckoo pushing in.
Glyph already used by Team Aster, so they need to force a rotation right now, but they have way too many heroes at the bottom lane. Like, TB doesn't have a meta. Pause the game.
Oh. Okay. Briefly unpaused.
Apparently that's allowed. Don't click F9. Oh, when we do not want to test it if we can pause the game.
I don't want to test the F9. Don't press F9.
Hands off keyboard. I'm just using my mouse right now. Some deep vision set by Team Aster. 2 wards, pretty much covering the same spot. They see the rotations on the outpost possibly, so even if one gets warded. The second one will still give you that vision that you need, something that you don't expect. And Cook on the top lane, taking care of the outpost. Hood down, going into pipe to be able to tank up. This is where the most damage is going to come from. Early magic damage from Lina, from Mars, so he wants to be able to tank up his team. They could potentially go inside the pit, like if they get to 2 kills. Right now, Dragon Knight getting closer to Blink Dagger, so once he have that, it will be much easier to set things up. There will have that instant initiation.
We go Aster out on the hunt. They want to find Cuckoo. They want to find a pesky spider. See if they can get the catch on him, Cuckoo. They've got the arena. Spiders are gone. And Cuckoo, he'll try his best to dodge the spells. We'll dodge a fair few of them. It's a good effort from Cuckoo, but unfortunately for him, not enough to save his life. As Aster, they'll be able to take him out once again.
Yeah, they need to be playing around the Broodmother. Broodmother is super tanky. If there's one stun, pretty much one spell that can keep them in place, possibly Lion, and here we go. Smoke coming out from T1. 23 Savage, Mask going into Yasha, SNY, just to have that status resistance against all of these stuns. White Album, that's full, Yule's done.
And he's going to be heading back, won't be caught off by this movement. Heading back to refill the mana. Won't find anything with the smoke T1. Cuckoo back in action, ready to start putting pressure on in the middle lane. Monet finally finding himself some good space down bottom, but still needs a fair bit, a lot of recovery still needed here from Monet's Terrorblade to catch up to the likes of Cuckoo and, of course, 23 Savage, who's having a fantastic recovery after what was a explaining stage for him, at least, that the Aster did put against the Morphling.
So far, 23 Savage has been farming, not involved in a single kill. Once he has that SNY done, status resistance is going to be great. They don't have that real save, like they don't have a saving tool, they don't have a Glimmer Cape, nothing, Nature Attendance, not even skilled for the enchantments. Zephyr wants to be able to scale, and he's going to come like another core from position 4 once he gets the items.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Of course, even able to grab some of these TB illusions, get him to farm for himself. You've got to watch out for Zephyr's potential as the game goes on, as we've already seen 3-0-1, a very good start to the game here from the Enchantress. Aster and T1 getting close to one another again. Cuckoo sending out Spider here, lone, a scout Spider to get some information. Will die for it, but it's valuable information the young baby Spider gets for the team.
Lana thought that they were doing Roche, will bring numbers, take back the outpost, so they get some extra XP. T1 kind of slowed down the game a bit after those 2 deaths on Cuckoo. They do not want to risk too much. Is there a smoke available? There is one. I guess they're just waiting Carl to finish off the creeps on mid lane, and they're gonna smoke.
They know that there's going to be the temptation from Aster with the ults back online to group up and try and hunt down someone. T1 want to be the first to strike, and they catch Lanham. The biggest, the core kills. Here's Nyx is out. And now down the mid. See what sort of pressure they can put on with the Nyx Assassin gone. Just losing a component of Aster's setup and team fight might be enough to really make Aster think twice about.
It seems like they don't want to go.
Yeah.
Might go inside the pit. Like they have enough damage, they have enough sustain coming up from the Morphling with the spiders. So it's gonna be it. Mars getting closer to his Blink Dagger, that's gonna be their form of initiation. White Album, however, I've seen pretty much every single Lina going for more of a right-click oriented build. This time around, he wants to get Etherlands, just more cast range. Zephyr, nice tornado there on pretty much everyone, slowing them down. Roche dropping low.
Yeah, T1, are they going to get away with this? Looks like they will. Aster not able to step over in time. As there we have it. Aegis picks up 23 Savage. Now he's feeling even more safe as he gets that build up towards the E-Blade.
E-Blade against T-Blade, very effective. You can easily blow them up. Always going to be that threat, especially amplify the damage coming out from your Lion.
They're going to have huge amounts of burst. And of course, trying to is helpful here. Monet getting the S and Y after Dragon Lance. He'll have a good amount of strength, good amount of HP. But yeah, so that overwhelming burst probably going to be too much for him to deal with. And as of the moment, no sort of defensive items or capabilities from the rest of Aster. So if they do find the focus onto Monet, it's going to be rather hard for Aster as a team to keep Monet alive if T1 find their target.
Everyone's itemizing more for themselves in this game. You have Phoenix going for the Spirit Vessel to be able to go through the stankiness of a Morphling, Dragon Knight, even Broodmother when she uses that insatiable hunger. Next Assassin, that's just a classic Lanham build. Falcon Blade, position 5. Does not get more greedier than that. I don't think you can even, you know, maybe Hand of Midas is a bit greedier, but it's up there.
I mean, it's yeah, definitely one of those items that you find there's just some pro players that they just love it. Like, people putting Falcon Blade, doesn't matter how the game's going, they sort of just see it as a crucial part of their hero's build-up.
Yeah, so that's what Lanham has been doing. I don't think anyone else is being as greedy as he
just Lanham. It's just Lanham.
It's Lanham. Like, he plays Abba, position 5, phase boots pretty much every single game, Orb of Corrosion. He wants to go in, get those right clicks going.
Bottom lane, tier 2 tower going down here. And they'll put the fortification. T1, they don't want to stick around though. Well, that's a
I guess they give it to Phoenix, but knowing Lanham, like, he wants to get the precious. Yeah, Lanham is like Golem, dude. Like, for gold, he wants all the gold in the map. Look at him, like, he's taking this safe farm right now.
Wants to get his link here, Lanham, but still quite a bit away. XXS gonna drop the arena onto Zephyr. No, he's gonna have quite enough burst. Zephyr's pretty tanky, yeah. Zephyr gonna start walking this off. 23 Savage turning into the Mars there to bash them back. It's gonna give Zephyr the space to get out of there. So for Aster, that's an arena put to waste. And so that could be a cooldown that T1 could look to play around and abuse, of course. 23 Savage still with a good bit of timing on the Aegis.
23 Savage turned into... Yeah, 23 Savage turned into Mars, just use the voice line, "This is Dota," after they failed to kill Enchantress. I love it.
That's smart stuff. That is smart stuff. I mean, just 20 minutes, not a lot of kills, not a lot, actually. It's just 6-2. It's all in all just huge control of T1 in this game. And as you say, well, this is going to be a bit rough for Aster, right? Aster, they've got to try and pick themselves up, because you're turning up to the major. The first game you play, if you're having this sort of slow start and tough opening, it's not going to be great news for you going into the rest of the series, the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Whoever got the first, they don't get to play many games, like, compared to some other teams that played like 15 games or whatever. Like, they know. And some of these teams play in a very long time, like last games were in a month. They definitely played some scrims, but yeah, I don't know how good grasp of a meta they got right now, because this is the Aster meta shifted a bit. Like, we see these Dragon Knights Axes being played on a safe lane. Aster pretty much with their standard lineup, you know, they have this Mars plus a Phoenix, Lina, standard stuff. Now they're knocking on their tier 3s. There's still 50 seconds left on Aegis.
Ordinary amount of stress.
Let's see how T1 can get away with here. Monet how's his progress looking? SNY done 1500 onto Skadi, so still a bit of time before he's going to be too happy to pick up and already got straight in. They blow up Lanham. And looking over towards XXS as well. Lanham buying back here to try and stop any further diving here from T1. Pressure continuing to play the terminal to the good up. They're able to blow it up at a time that 23 Savage is going to be pretty happy of. Gets the use out of it before it expires. The tower. Still got a little bit of time left on the Elder Dragon form. They want to try and get in onto the racks, but looks like T1 will play it safe. They know the force the whole squad of Aster. T1, they're happy with taking the tower and just looking to continue to play this game out slowly and safely. BKB done on 23 Savage, so he's going to be pretty much impossible to blow up unless they get that initial opening stun. He's going to look invincible in these team fights. As they'll start to step outside of the base, but what do they do?
They need this, I think, next of item for themselves. Lina has 2,000 gold saved up, going for a Blink Dagger. interesting, but like you don't really scale. He also didn't go. Oh no, he didn't go for the damage down. Went for Dragon. That is so underwhelming compared to the other one. Like even if you want to go for this type of a build, like if you want to go more spellcaster, you still want to take the damage talent.
Yeah, I guess that's what, just because of the fact that you are a hero that has an inbuilt steroid with the fiery, just always going to do more damage, just flat out with that. Having the lower cooldown on your nuke is never going to be as good.
Stun? Where's the Hex?
Lanham. They're going to target the stun on the 23 Savage, but Lanham's looking pretty dead. XXS is jumping, but he gets Hex. They save the Hex here for XXS, draining the mana as well. They'll get the spear up onto Zephyr, but 23 Savage, you can't with the BKBs. Quick jump forward to take down the Mars. I mean, they're trying to get a fight going, but T1's just fully prepared for them there. Great stuff from Whitemon, just keeping the Hex ready for the Mars. And Aster, they're really struggling. 9 against them. They're down 10k here, 23 minutes in. T1, I mean, I don't think they could have turned up to this major in any better form here. This is top stuff here from T1.
Yeah, great initiation on Hex XS. There we go, with a bit more control, and I don't think they have enough damage. Like 23 Savage feels very confident going in. They even have like a stamina saving tool, 20 Holy Locket charges on the Enchantress. This item has been more popular lately. If you have a heal, you can buy that item. The item went pretty much from Holy Locket to Holy Shit Locket. It's that good.
No, it really did. It was one of those items that you sort of forgot was in the game for a long period once it was added. It's definitely in a much better place right now, as we're seeing. These Enchantresses, Phoenixes, they all want to get their hands on the locket. That's
super tanky. Just keeping it casual. Ring of Protection plus a Raindrop, has a magic resistance talent on top of Hood plus a Pupil's Gift.
Yeah.
So super tanky. I don't know if they can even blow her up.
No, and that's why, you know, Zephyr with the gem at this point of the game, he knows that that's in pretty safe hands of himself. Aster. Oh, my John, Whitemon. He's going to look for the jump in. He's going to get the stun off onto XXS. Lanham, Hex into the stun for 23 Savage. That's Lanham gone. XXS will lay down the arena, but there's no fight to be had. They do have the Supernova going up for the high ground. The stun will buy a bit of time for XXS. Not enough. XXS still dies. They'll jump in with the Laguna, but it's not enough. Burst. 23 Savage is fine. They'll turn their attention back in. Carl will instantly get Yules by White Album, so Carl won't be able to get the jump on him. Again, Aster just looking fight after fight.
Quick reaction there from White Album to be able to, like, he precast the Yule Scepter on a Dragonite. If Dragonite gets the stun, he's pretty much dead. White Album. This is why Lion, Shadow Shaman are so good against Nyx Assassin. Even if you get the Carapace, like he can't follow it up, or you can surprise him with that initiation. He goes in, great play from 23 Savage, turns into Nyx Assassin, and then gets 2-man stun, burns some of the mana. Like, none of the heroes like to play into mana burn, especially EB. He wants to be able to get that Thunder off, has a magic wand, so potentially there is a turnaround play, but needs to be very careful about it. They still didn't take those melee barracks.
They might have a chance of pushing them off now. Good timing still on the outer drag form. XXS will jump with the initiation, but Whitemon's in with the counter. Comes in with the Hex onto the Mars. They're trying to burst through Carl, and this time they're able to do so. Aster, they'll bring down the DK. See if they can catch more. XXS, he's got the arena then onto Zephyr. Do they have the boost for this man? Light Strike Array down with the Enchantress. They'll pin it to the wall. Monet's trying to get out on this. Zephyr, he's still alive. He's out. He's pops the Holy Locket. He's going to let Monet dies. At 20 Savage, he's in with the BKB. The burst is there from Whitemon, as they may have killed the DK, but they lose Monet, and they can't get anything more than the Dragon Knight, not even this Enchantress, as we see everything thrown down onto Zephyr. It's not enough.
That med barracks is just not going down, and as you said, Zephyr way too tanky with his item build. Now going into mech, they need another form of a dispel. I would love to see a Holy Locket being built against the Fire Spirits, against Sunder, great, and also against the Spirit Vessel, because Spirit Vessel kind of ruins all 4 heroes, everything except Lion. Now they're gonna go inside the pit. That's the second Roche, the most important Roche in the game. Cheese plus Aegis on top of the shard. Scan used by Radiant. Not even close.
There's no chance of getting here in time. It's T1 continuing to just pull out a very smart performance here, leaving any chances for Aster to really get themselves back in on this. It's looking almost impossible, really, for something to happen to allow Aster to turn this one around. It's going to bounce for T1 diving or making too much of an aggressive move, but as we've seen with the restraint that they've shown, slowly chipping away at these mid racks, you know, this team, they're not going to make that sort of mistake.
Now, T1 is playing extremely cautious this game. They don't want to risk too much. Shards picked up by Lion and also by a Broodmother, so Silken Bola AoE spell, and this chance to 80%. Like, it's literally 8 out of 10 attacks, which is pretty insane. But to back to Lion, this shard is extremely good. You're caught inside the arena, you use mana drain on multiple targets, you kill TB illusions with it. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, we're seeing the way he's trying to play against XXS. It's going to be such a nuisance. You know, XXS, of course, not with the biggest of mana pools. He jumps in, one disable, you know, Hex into the mana drain, and by the time that the Hex has come to an end, it's very likely that XXS, he's just not going to be able to get his combo off because of all the mana that Whitemon's been able to take away from it.
I've seen so many Lions just jumping in, using the mana drain on multiple targets, being magic immune.
Yeah.
They group around him, try to kill him, and then like, some of the big spells land. Like, let's say you have a Marvelous Lion, then Arena, or anything that you know, has big AoE. Right now, they don't have that one ability, but still very, like, one of the best shards in the game. I feel like I say that quite a lot, but it definitely is one.
On it, Skadi done. On his way towards the BKB. We have seen Terrorblade win very tough games. This one would definitely be one of the tougher ones if Monarch's able to swing this one around. Down a fair amount, and a lot resting on his shoulders. Of course, right behind him is White Album, going for this incredibly elusive build. The bots, the Yules, the Blink, he's all over the place, but with this sort of build, if they do get on top of him, he's going to be in a whole world of pain. Yeah, exactly. There's not going to be any saving this Lina if you know, Carl Whitemon catches him with the stun.
A lot of mobility items. He also invested into Boots of Travel, not really utilizing the item too much because their pickoff potential is so good. You have Lion with the Blink Dagger, you play on the other side of the map, and here we come again. They want to get this mid barrier so badly, which is plus also Eye of Skadi on Morphling.
That's huge. Cheers, 23 Savage. How can they stop him? Monet to refrain from TPing back to try and get as much of his BKB farmed up, but now with the pressure out, they still want to do their best at keeping these melee racks up. The fortification comes out. A couple more hits here from Savage. In fact, just the one will do the job. There we go. And they can go for more with this. They still have good time left on the Elder Dragon form. They're ready to sweep straight round towards the bottom. And Aster, they weren't able to defend mid. Are they actually going to be able to defend bottom? Carl jumps in aggressively, ready to start up the action. Wyatt just gets destroyed. The Lina has to buy back straight away. In with the air. Now Vision Cuckoo's starting to back off. They'll get the Light Strike Array down onto 23. They still got that Aegis. They'll burst him at once. So they can go for round 2 on the Morph. 23 seconds coming up. Light Strike Array is timed. Carl jumps in with a stun onto Monet. Again, we've seen Whitemon just draining the mana, stopping him from being able to really make much moves at all. White Album tries for the setup onto Carl, but there's going to be no follow-up. They've got to reset, get themselves back base here, Aster. They'll keep the bottom racks and tier 3 alive for now, but a costly defense, of course. White Album, the mid, having to buy back for that as Aster just continue to fall financially further and further behind.
They will go back. They need to reset their BKBs. They need the Dragon form. Even though Meta is down, they managed to get that buyback out of White Album, which is a pretty big one. And you can still see them respecting the damage coming out from the Terrorblade once he's in the meta. I want to see this Holy Locket. I want to see this item being picked up so that they have another way of dispelling things.
Yeah. No, for sure. And we'll see 23 Savage sort of adapting the build a bit. He's got himself a Blink. So more of a chance of getting in, being able to get that first hit down onto heroes like White Album's Lina. Because he knows now at this stage, if he can jump in, commit, blow up the Lina, the game is probably going to come to an end. As there will be, of course, no buyback left on White Album.
Here comes Dragon. That's a ton of damage on the tower. Already gone?
Yeah, the Rack's not standing much of a chance either. As the Lanham trying to heal him up with the Sunray, but there's the burst from 23 Savage. Lanham's gone. Has got a buyback, but no chance to get here in time before the bottom rack's full. A second set taken by T1. 23 Savage ready to lead the charge straight up to the top lane. As they know that there's very little that Aster can do to hold them back.
Meta back up in 35 seconds, but they need hold. Mars, good
They're gonna see
spear.
if they can blow it. Get the opening there, been able to take down Carl. Savage is in with the BKB, he's focusing down the egg. Not quite able to take it out though. The egg will survive. 23 Savage still able to put the cheese, turn into one ball racks. Lanham, has he got enough control on 23 Savage? Over to the side with a wave on 23 Savage, turns into the mix assassin. Gets the stun off onto the two. He's good enough. 23 Savage is still alive. Cuckoo in with the damage to blow up. Lanham on. 23 Savage, he's still survived though. He's out to the side. They can't kill this more. Carl's buying back to get back, but to rejoin the fight. Whitemon standing his ground here, draining the mana. He will die for it, but now XXS Monet, no mana to play if T1 still a chance to get back in on them. Of course, Aster now down 2 heroes without buyback for the defense. T1, they want to keep pressuring this as this push should lead them towards the Megas.
This is going to be mega creeps because Enchantress pretty much healed them back to full HP, shift everything to Agi, good stun by DK.
He comes into the front lines to try and start a defense, but immediately blown up. XXS gone. Monet also out, and they'll tap it. They'll tap it here. GG is called as T1. I don't think they could have had a better opening here to their showing at the Major. This game one looked as good as it gets when it comes to the Dota from them. 19-6, 22k lead, 33 minutes in.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Sound right, boy.
It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy. Sound good. Big sound good. Big sound good. Big it sound right, boy. Big sound good. Big sound good. Big sound good. Big it sound right, boy. Big sound good. Big sound good. Big sound good.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Alice, time for that sexy draft, boys. It's all the people in chat waiting for stuff. T1, TI, this is it. This is the draft that will set them apart. Are they going to pick it? How you doing, Jenkins?
Great, Sandman. I think absolute.
10 seconds
they're going to pick something interesting. Yeah, I saw everybody on Reddit, everybody in the group.
5 seconds
ESJ Brian Cannabis, as he likes to call himself. Sociopathic character. He was actually saying, Cuckoo, oh, you can't play Brood Mother. You know what their record is? Brood Mother in the deep 1-2, so bad. I got gaslit. Cuckoo popped off. He knew exactly what he was doing. And there's nothing we can refer about from DPC about T1. That's what they're telling to us.
Not only did your statement not make any sense, not only did you misuse 4 different words, this is the draft panel, not the game review panel. So please,
10
you
seconds
can try to
remaining.
pay attention as we see a Treant Protector and an Abaddon
5
picked
seconds
up.
remaining. Radiant team ban.
Like Jenkins briefly mentioned before, you have to respect T1. Played a draft, which was all about kind of control, 15-20 minute kind of dominance required, and now they come into the second draft with Abaddon, and you go through like the previous draft. Where was Abaddon? Like it pretty much is non-existent.
10 seconds
Draft.
remaining.
They really have kind of, you just cannot use previous
5 seconds remaining.
polished. In regards to Aster though, the tree was pretty much kind of in Aster dominance of the. They were the neutralize the Holy Locket build on the trip. The buildings, now they're going to go to double hills
was watching our boy Cuckoo last night.
Okay.
And he was playing Viper pubs. And he was going for the build that Bach has. It looks like they some inspiration from their boys.
Radiant
Clear the
team
build of the
banned.
Viper is the Dragonlance and the Skadi.
Dragonlance into Scotty,
the
yeah,
BKB
exactly,
stuff.
that
Okay,
sort of thing. Of right-clicking, ranged, almost mid from the offlane build on the Viper.
It's interesting
cool.
you say that because ending their draft, they already picked up bad, and it's hard to kind of pick, right? And that's why Aster pick
10
double here.
seconds remaining.
But it's not as if you can get like a after the
Dire team ban.
Viper. This is a hero that can go Skadi, heal mitigation. And it kind of could be like a pseudo version of what AA brings to draft. Viper does instead because of the style of playing.
Yeah, and the break as well, just nice. A lot of the toxic
10 seconds
back,
remaining.
even some like a Mars, Dragon Knight, saw which these are
5 seconds
out.
remaining.
Denies a lot of these here.
But EG tried, tried to play a carry Viper.
Good effort.
Remind everyone.
And they took that one from Quincy.
Hey,
That's
oh.
an NA classic,
Wow.
right?
Radiant
Last
team
ban.
banned.
Oh, Phantom Lancer. Oh. I think Abaddon has a lot that he could do. I feel like that hero's a little. Shape the
Radiant
Blink Dagger,
team
Dragon Knight, and then you get hold on him.
Yeah.
And then that's
Dire
ruined.
team
You know?
pick.
Right. I think also it's a Holy Locket hero. Every single hero that could go for a Holy Locket is valuable. People picking up Eon Disc in every single game to better at disengaging the ABBA hero.
Seeing this style,
10
they're
seconds
gonna emulate
remaining.
the game one because they got Viper, like
Radiant
ABBA helps
team pick.
run down people, run down Enchantress now as well. This is gonna be this exact kind of theme, you know, grouping up strong lanes and fight.
They're not heroes like want running at you. I mean,
No.
it's hard enough to win a Viper or an Abaddon or an Enchantress.
Dire team
Early game on
pick.
this one. Pretty solid for your standard Mars pick here.
Aster really is showing that they haven't kind of developed from region league. They are sticking to their guns of what they're good at, what brought them here, which can be get you far into a tournament
10
or it could be your
seconds
biggest one.
remaining.
Right now, I'm seeing a lack of development. Going into game one, I
5
thought,
seconds
wow, this is
remaining.
give Aster the win. They're going to
Dire
be able to
team
find the
ban.
space. But he won this so adapted so
okay.
quickly.
I
Come
totally agree with the absolutely disgusting fluff panel and Bogdan Rich
Yes.
about the fact that this Enchantress hero is something that probably deserves at least be a consideration for a
10
ban
seconds
because
remaining.
I really think the Holy Locket build on this hero and just running up
5
hills and being
seconds
unkillable
remaining.
and then also playing from the forward position, it's not the same old Enchantress that we're played in a total. It does a ton of damage. It's almost possible to kill. It's in the it can actually roam around in the 5 position. It's a little hard. We're going to roam the enemy. You know, in that role, it's hard to roam. But as a 4, you can roam on mid, which is exactly what happened in the last game. And now they're letting it happen a second time.
One, they haven't played a carry Magnus. Do you think that this is
Radiant team ban.
light and then, or is this just going to classic mid? They'll have like a or some standard style of carry.
I have not. 23 Savage has exclusively been playing Morphling and
10
Spectre.
seconds remaining.
So both of those heroes being banned out makes me. What the hell are they going to pick?
What's he got next
comfortable
year,
on?
yeah.
Like PL banned out as well.
Radiant
You know,
team
it's
banned.
not. There's not much left. At least spamming right now.
Styles are so
Dire team
Aster. It's
pick.
all about slow pace. They want to farm for quite some time, then play Dota.
Radiant team pick.
Not respecting quite quickly. Life stealer. It's going to be a life stealer most likely who needs starter build to deal with regards to the game. 3 heroes who can line up with Baden can run in, Viper
10
when he
seconds
can
remaining.
run in, Lighter can run in. Aster has no real kind of gation to it.
5 seconds remaining.
Magnus sprinting at them, Abaddon. So pretty scary, and it also limits, I think, what they can pick carry position.
Drop though.
Choose your hero,
Okay.
my good
So,
friend.
okay. So really hard to run into basically delivery system. What if you're delivering into a hero that just wants to man? I mean, that's what Deuce wants. I actually really like this Aster draft, but then again, we liked the previous draft
We did,
as well, and that went horribly.
Yeah. I think the key thing here is T1 style of game. This Medusa pick is very strong from Aster. Eventually, does have issues going into high ground. The way in which T1 was able to break down the map, panel in the cast, like, this is the style that T1. You can easily run over, like, think about it, it's a Viper offlane into the Medusa isn't going to, not alone, with an empowered Lifestealer, accelerate his game. Lifestealer's biggest weakness, early items, farming. Magnus will help that. T1, it's all about 3-20 minutes, close out the map quickly. Try and beat the Medusa before she gets to man to butterfly. And that's going to be when we'll then become a bit more clown. You're hoping away from the fight, kite her out, kill everyone. That's when it's going to be high skill. But now, T1, it's about strong farm, early pace, run at you quick.
Enchantress 4 seems like the most impossible hero to lane. I think Viper alone is beatable with Dusa.
I think they're going to run to one lane with all the quelling blades, despite the tree. Like in all your pubs, like when there's a tree in.
No, you don't do that. The trees respawn. They've
3 minutes.
They but they respawned. It can't do that anymore.
Me sending a message.
That
It's
is
for TI, Jenkins.
That's fair. Back to you, Slide.
Thank you very much. All right, well, there you go. Quick, go into the game, and we will see just how many... This is TI on the line for T1. Let's see how they do. That's game 2.
Here we are again, ladies and gentlemen. Team Aster against T1. I'd say much better draft for Team Aster in this one. A lot of team fight abilities, a lot of ways to disengage the fight. Here I am again with my boy OD Pillow, and we're ready to hop in.
Yeah, what up, Lacoste? Looking for this. Looking forward to this one. And looking forward to at least seeing, yeah, if we can get a bit more Dota really just out of Aster. They didn't really get the chance to play at all last game as T1 completely ran them over. But as you say, definitely reason to believe that Aster will stand a chance of at least making this one a little bit closer. The last pick, Medusa, definitely looking like a strong character to rally around. Despite the fact that so many carries were taken out of the pool, I think Mono is still, he's not going to be too disappointed with what he's ended up on. The thing is, how's things as a laning going to be? Do you like that they've done this from T1, Viper to the off lane, and then Carl on the Magnus in the mid?
I like the Viper plus the Enchantress. I think this lane, like what I want to see from Aster is blocking the big camp. If necessary, go body block it, because Enchantress got so much from the previous game. Got the 2-3 big creeps, and then they just snowballed from there. Lifestealer this time around has Empower, something that he struggles with, that Panel talked about, is like getting to his second item, getting that, what he has queued up, just a bracer and the phase boots. Ogre Axe, we've seen more and more Echo Sabers being picked up. It might be a casual change. We'll see what he decides to go for. I love Armlet here. They have one instant disable, and that's Lion. I mean, 2 if you count in Hex and Impale at the same time. I want to see earlier Satanic to be able to deal with the Treant Protector Overgrowth. It's another way of dispelling things. Great against dispelling the Silence, which he struggles against. But bot lane, it's gonna be nasty.
Yeah.
Okay, so they decide to swap things around. Never mind.
They did, yeah,
so
but the support. So do you like this? What have they done this game, do you think?
I think they want to have a stronger support for Lifestealer, because if you have Abba Lifestealer, that doesn't sound too strong. They also want to put a bit... like, I think it's just more about securing that Lifestealer's farm.
We'll see if they're able to do that. Of course, last game we did see both carries have a bit of a tough start, tough laning phase for 23 Savage and Monet. and have a bit more of an enjoyable time in the early game this time round. Looking at the mid matchup, White Album on his DP against the Carl Magnus. You're a melee hero, you can get siphoned. I guess you've always got the skewer to get out. How do you expect to see this one going? Can someone get ahead of this matchup?
Magnus so far doing a very good job in terms of CSing. Now puts a point in Empower, as you mentioned. The charge will start to put some more pressure on a Mag, but we've seen so many times in this patch with the addition of the water runes where like even weak laners like very viable, like have that constant HP and mana regeneration, skewer back to the tower on the mid lane, good body blocks.
Yeah, some good damage here done by Carl. They'll have another shockwave in a few seconds, but not enough. Because one of the strengths as we're seeing defensively, White Album is if he does get caught in that sort of position, unlike pretty much any other hero, having the siphons will allow him to offset enough damage to keep it alive.
A life stealer. Half HP, White one will use the healing salve to bring it back to full. So far, decent CS. XXS doing a very good job this game. 16 CS, about to hit level 3. Also has a Ring of Health going into Vanguard, which is something that not seen.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think he's leaning the way at Vanguard this game? What's he saying that's making him want to do that?
Maybe just a laning stage against the Lifestealer. Magnus also relies on dealing heavy right-click damage. Might still swap things around. I've seen a lot of Mars picking up a Ring of Health and then just keeping it.
Sure, yeah.
They don't necessarily upgrade too much magical damage. You have Shockwave, you have Viper. Rest is pure damage and right-click, so I don't think Hood this game is any good.
See top, Borax. He's going to get taken out here. 23 Savage with the Rage. He can stay on target. They can't get him off him. As first blood this game going to the carry of T1.
Nicely done. This is a huge lead for the top lane. Now sitting at the 22 CS and 1 extra kill. Going into phase boots. Like once he gets that, it's going to be pretty hard to run away from him. And he should feel safe on the 100 to a 0. Mars 1-1 build needs to put more points in his aggressive spells.
Sure, yeah, if they want to have any chance of pressuring T1 up here, and just sort of the difference from both carries, it's building up now. You know, he is having a rougher time down bottom, just a 15 CS. T1, again, you know, early days, but definitely similar size to what we saw last game. T1 just getting a better grasp of the game straight out of the laning stage.
T1's draft heavily focusing on the laning stage. Viper lane dominator. You have a Lifestealer against the Mars matchup. You have the Enchantress. Some stacks are being made in the Radiant Triangle. There is one big camp being stacked. I want to see some more, especially if there's not much to do with the top lane. So Borax already going there, trying to stack the big camp. Might be late because he doesn't have boots of speed, just the Windlace at the moment. He stunned it from the fog, then we'll be able to stack it.
Yeah.
You need to be careful. Playing into Mag, playing into certain heroes like a Leshrac as well allows them to invade your triangle and possibly get all gold from it. XXS.
Gonna run him down.
Bonk.
And he's got the backup. Borax in just in time. Is it enough? Success, he'll live this time. He is out there, very close then. A good job Borax was able to make it over when he did. And then the Borax, he get poked up well here by Whitemon. Now again, this Enchantress we saw last game definitely being a huge nuisance with it now. You know, Whitemon on this top lane here by the carry, definitely putting in the work to make sure that 23 Savage has quite a lovely lane to start this game in.
And it's only gonna get easier for him because once the ink power comes online, it's gonna be very hard to bring him down. They will need to use like Exorcism, run him down, possibly a Hex, even a Finger. Right now, he's still thinking about his items. He was having like Scotty queued up, Casual Sange. I think Armlet is the best choice. It's the cheap damage. You build it so easily on, and then if they don't have enough burst, you can always toggle it. On the bottom, Viper. Going for a more of a right-click oriented build. Decides to buy Band of Elven skin, so we might see it.
With my rage.
Oh, for sure, yeah, your Dragon Lance always feels good. Buffs that it's received always is that nice stat item if he wants to go all the way. More camp one as well. Also starting to farm this, trying to farm some of this stack.
This is what I talked about. Empower is maxed out. Now they're gonna try to steal the stacks, but Aster is ready to defend it. He's in trouble.
Oh, Carl. Guys come out, but Carl using the RP to lock back White Album. So
it's fine.
With their ults going down.
Because he used the exorcism, but someone needs to be on the mid lane and defend this tower. Glyph pop. Carl will pick up a bounty rune, so that will refill his bottle 2/3 of it.
He's trying to come over to maybe start to be a part of the defense, but of course walks straight into a line. Borak's waiting on the high ground, him and White Album having the burst to take him out. Aster, they'll
He
get a
might have
kill out
done
of
that
this.
on purpose, just to mitigate the damage done to the tier 1 tower from the exorcism. Like, he bought time, and that doesn't really matter that much on the top lane. 23 Savage keeps on farming, so I believe it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, and who could they really move up to this top lane to slow down this lifestealer? It's kind of hard, bro, because it's a solid lifestealer game overall.
It is, looks good until Medusa gets a couple of items, because they don't have too many gap closers. He is pretty much the only one. So Medusa will have a good time once she gets to her second, third item, straight into SNY. After finishing off what seems to be the Dragon Lance. Not even full Dragon Lance, needs Ogre Axe.
Still just playing the catch-up lane after a tough laning stage for Monet. Starting to get pretty close to the top back last game as the TB, but it takes him a lot of time here.
I remember the interview that we had with 23 Savage during the second season. He talked about the Dragon Lance, how it's a great item, you can disassemble it, and he always wants to build it on Medusa. Zephyr, well, drop.
He just sort of walked in and started punching the Medusa. It was a very ambitious effort there. Of course, Monet, he's got backup around him. So Zephyr just ending up sort of handing a bit of golden glory here to Monet. He's going to be very happy with the button turning up in that fashion.
Abba position 4 doesn't provide you with anything compared to 5. Like, unless you snowball heavily, unless you get some return kills. In this game, you might have 2 position 5s. Or if you want to shift things around, I think it's much better that Zephyr becomes 5 and then Enchantress gets the items. Because we saw in the previous game what happens if you get the farm. Unfortunately, they cannot swap the heroes. 9 minutes in, just type -swap hero. Maybe it's possible, Owen. Maybe it's possible. We saw
no one's ever tried it.
The game.
There is the possibility. They are going to be stuck, she says they are. So a little bit of a slow start in that sense from the supports. 10 minutes in, just able to get that much more from the setup that they've had, and it's ramping up. There's no signs of sort of this lead that T1 have slowing down, which is it's definitely got to be a bit of an issue for Aster. And they did really struggle to get anywhere close to bringing it anywhere near back into their ballpark.
Really make aggressive move. You can park inside, like in front of the tower, but you don't have that much tower damage early on. So Magnus decides to go for a Blink Dagger first item, which I really like. So that's gonna give them one way to start a fight, either a Blink RP or casual Blink Stealer. Something that I noticed about 23 Savage when he's playing Lifestealer is that will not allied heroes, so something to look out for. Very good at it.
I'm gonna maybe try and start some action here. As soon as he shows his face, he knows that Aster, they've got a lot up on this top lane. The 4 of them ready to try and push down a tier 1. Obviously, Exorcism up and ready to go from White Album if he wants to commit.
There's too much
effort defending this.
I don't think they can defend. Tyrion Protector level 6, Mars level 7. We have the Exorcism up and running. Lion still level 5, but here comes Viper.
And they've got the Magnus coming over with the Blink ready. Arena's going to get locked down. They look to focus. We've got to keep... Oh, Impact on Savage. He's going to jump over to the side, looking towards White Album. Will drop the RP onto the Death Prophet to allow them to burst through the DP. Catch Lanham as well. He's into the trees, Carl. Trying to clean them out, but Lanham, he'll make it away. So T1, they do actually manage to pull together the defense here. And the Tier 1 tower taking too much damage at all, not even half of its HP there. So another use of the Exorcism, which doesn't result in an objective being taken by Aster.
Strange to say,
nicely done. They
middle tower is under
much better job than I expected. Viper tipping it into the trees, sacrificing himself for the greater cause. They got the 2 return kills. And
I have no reason to say the tower is under attack.
He may have stuck around a little too long. Zephyr's going to try and help him out, but with the Siphon up on Carl, there's no chance for a jump out. Sticking around a little too long, and Aster not letting that go away there. Immediate response with the overgrowth opening.
Viper going for a more of a right-click oriented build. As we discussed, Ogre Axe died on a courier going into Dragonlance. Wants to have that extra range. I want to see what his next item is going to be. Maybe if he wants to get something more, like he can get possibly the BKB and just right-click people down. Panel discussed about the Scotty possibly on Viper.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower is being
Lifestealer has one queued up, so we'll see. They need to talk about the items. It's very important. Unlike we did yesterday, I'm playing Magnus, you're playing Phantom Assassin. You still go for that Battle Fury.
Has that
I can't remember who it was, but there was a pro player who buys Battle Fury even though he has Mag. So that's my reasoning there. You got to have as much cleave as possible.
I would agree if we were playing against the PL, but never mind. For Mag, who is working towards his Echo Saber, wants to be able to scale. He slowed down game a bit. So both of these games would see too much action happening early on.
No, definitely more of a chill sort of opening. And as you say, at least for Aster for this time round, even though they're behind on the gold at the moment, the fact that they do have the Medusa to fall back on and with some really good solid team fight and sustain around him, definitely leads them to have a much stronger chance here as compared to the sort of draft they had around Monet's Terrorblading game.
Much better high ground defense. You have Strength Protector to just stall the game. Lanham at the wrong space, wrong time. So he is getting caught. This is the Lanham Classic. Strength Protector, something that he first shown in the DPC, going for the Holy Locket, Living Armor, amplifying the heal, amplifying the healing on the towers as well. So pretty hard to take down, very annoying to play into. They don't have that much tower damage, so you can't really go in, deal chip damage. One of the reasons why I love Leshak in this patch as well, because you have this Strength Protector who's super popular, and then you go in, take the tower easily. Medusa, after finishing SNY, which is coming to her shortly, going into Aghanim's Scepter. Aghanim's got nerfed, still very potent item.
For sure. One of the more irritating carry Aghanims to try and push and fight when you're just constantly getting held in position by the bounce of the snake, the stone. Aster swinging around bottom, see if they can catch it. It's just Zephyr around. And he's a bit of a tough one, of course. We'll have to borrow time. They can actually fall long enough through it. Okay, they're with the Yules. With the Yules, they'll be able to wait out a good duration of the borrowed time. And Finger, it's waiting for him. I mean, gotta get those stacks, you know.
Gotta get him somewhere, indeed. That's the first stack. Because if you have 0, you're kind of in a bad spot. 15 minutes in, Finger was definitely not necessary, but Borax, did he get the last hit? He did, so that's some extra gold for him, working towards the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, the Blink's going to be pretty huge this game against the heroes like the Lifestealer with the Rage. So though, you know, even if he does get that jump on Savage, he's going to be tanky. The Sand's already done, really having it really complete into the SMY. It's not going to be an easy Lifestealer to kill, even if they do get that jump. And about jump, T1, they're smoked up. Car's ready to go with the Blink RP. See who we can find. He's going to get over towards ladder. Go with a quick skewer back onto the trio. Themselves an easy kill here. We'll give you information for the rest of Aster.
Top tower is under attack.
What did you expect?
I want to see who gets the first Roche. Maybe they want to invade the triangle, try to get a kill there. Prophet very close to level 12, so Exorcism go from 8 to 16, which could potentially end up resulting in like taking a one fight in their own triangle and then going inside the pit. They have enough sustain. Mars in the end decided to go for the Vanguard and now going into Blink Dagger, so very hard to kill. Well, this is sample it at one point because there's really no need to have it at the late stages of the game. It's more of a, yeah, I don't want to get killed in the lane. Borax getting caught. That's a solo RP on him.
I'm back the cost. I don't know what happened there. Hello. Hopefully you can hear me again.
Hello. It's just failing. Sometimes I have nothing. I have long monologues as well. Lion got a kill. And that's pretty much it. Tower gets denied. They get the extra gold from it.
Dire's top tower has been denied.
Still this lead.
Are you gone again? You're not.
No, I'm just contemplating. You know, Mone's trying his best to farm up, but this lead is just growing. It's just, you know, something about the way that T1 utilized the map. It's 23 Savage and Carl is top net worth. I mean, Carl has the BKB. It's going to be very hard to handle him. He'll just be charging in, very likely to always find the RP target.
He's very hard to take down, gets the Strength Talent on level 15, Echo Saber done, going into BKB. If he feels it's necessary, he can disassemble the Echo Saber and get a BKB earlier, and then get that possibly like upgrade again to Echo Saber or get an Orchid from it. A lot of players got better at disassembling items, just maximizing what you can get. Lifestealers.
They have it. They're ready to go. The Overgrowth's going to come out. Rage is already there. 23 Savage is going to head over towards Lanham first. Monet up in the stone is trying to turn around. Even with the stone control of Borax, they just don't have enough damage. T1 pretty much all still at full HP. Monet, yeah, he's got to run. They're going to look to... Well, he died. His Rage back up in a second. The 23 Savage, he wants to chase in. He'll turn for the easier kill of Borax as they catch the Lion out to the side. But I mean, Aster, they try and give it a bit of a go there when it comes to the team fight, but I mean, yeah, T1 barely taking any damage at all there from Aster's attempt to fight back.
Yeah, this Lifestealer is sitting at almost 3,000 HP going in with the Cleave, a free BKB on the hero. Pretty much impossible to take down. And now going into Scotty, just to reduce the healing. Coming out from the Treant Protector, and that Prophet on top of it. It looks good. Looks very good for T1 again in the second game. Next big timing is gonna be that Scotty plus a double BKB on Viper. This Magnus. They're setting things up for a Roche, potentially have RP, did not use it in the previous fight.
And again, it's one of those situations where Aster, they're just not going to have the chance to get over here in time. Even if they did, I don't know if they want to try and take a fight, especially after the outcome of that last one. He just needs more time. He needs to at least have Aghanim's, it feels like, to be able to try and fight. The Stone Gaze are not enough in these team fights to turn them around. T1 are too strong right now and are more than happily to fight through some of these defensive maneuvers that Aster can pull off as a team.
This is something that the teams have been doing lately. Have 3-4. Very thank you. Gets bursted down.
So they can get more. They're trying to head forward, but again, Zephyr, very hard target to grab. 23 Savage as well. They just Aster can afford to jump on, so. But getting anything else just still proving to be so difficult for Aster.
It's just a support kill. Good thing is Medusa is farming. She's not keeping up with the Lifestealers, but once that Aghanim Scepter is done, which is 1,000 gold away, team fights are going to become much easier for them. They will have 1, 2, even 3 resetting tools with the Gaze, Snake, Overgrowth. Even Mars Arena can use defensively.
T1 ready to swing round to the bottom lane. Take another easy tier 1 tower here as Aster trying to get out along this mid lane. Again, very hard for them to initiate, at least initiate without any counters coming into play. Zephyr is constantly trying to keep himself in the area of Aster's movement, so he is ready with Aphotic Shield saves. Has to make a move. Whitemon as well, also just aggressively positioning himself, knowing that that is one of the pluses of having these two supports, just two supports that just never really feel that good to go on because you're not always going to be guaranteed to get the kill. Carl, the taunting down bottom here with the RP. T1 are setting up for a fight, and they're going to find the opening.
He faked it nicely.
He's able to jump in onto Monet. The arena's going to come off. See, Carl still holding the RP for now. The Stone Gaze will come to an end. I mean, that's the 2 ults from Aster used. Nothing to be found. Aster had to run. Poor Axe will be able to hold back Carl with the stun. It's there. They're locking down Carl. Carl has to put the BKB. He'll skewer out to reset. You got to watch him. He's going to be ready soon for a blink up here if he finds the opportunity. There's the jump. Lockdown's there. Catching the 2 cores. Do they have the damage? Whiteout getting taken down low behind into Rasmus from Cuckoo. And now over to Monet. They turn towards the next target. Monet, he's going to go for the TP in front of the ball, but the skewer's back up. The TP is cancelled as T1, they'll take the fight. Lanham's trying to hide in the trees. He will manage to make it away. They get the 2 big kills there, T1. Both the Dusa and the DP taken out. And just some lovely movements here.
Yeah, Lifestealer instantly connects on Medusa, starts right-clicking her extra slow, kicking in from that Ghoul Frenzy, and the freshly bought Scotty. She's out of mana, popped the magic stick, and then she has enough mana for a stick. We see Carl using Skewer defensively, and then resets a 2-man RP, nice and fast, something that I talked about that 23 Savage is really good at using. Doesn't necessarily saves Carl, but you know, just heals him up. And now they're in. They want to take tier 3 tower and the barracks.
Yeah, huge push coming in to get this very early objective. Yet again, just 22 minutes in, and T1 taking the melee barracks from the bottom lane. And yeah, just the way as well that Carl, the patience from him to hold the RP, make sure that even though he was showing himself getting involved, you know, he wasn't just sitting at the side waiting for the opportune RP moment. He was playing right in the center of the fight, but knowing that he had that ability with the BKB skewer to hold back and come back in when Aster, you know, is already a point of the fight where Aster pretty much used all their ultimates and didn't have anything to respond to it. Now straight away T1, they're staying on Aster's half of the map.
T1 can afford to get like a mistake or 2 in a team fight. They have the Aphotic Shield, they have a mech, Holy Locket, 23 Savage is gonna munch on Lion.
And over to the side, Carl, he's in with the BKB, he's got the skewer back from White Albert. Another huge catch here from the Magnus. Sets up 23 damage to clean up kills, double kill on the Lifestealer. They're pushing it down mid, and I mean, honestly, this game too, we're just seeing the same here from T1. Just top stuff, there is no doubt about it. The work and preparation that this team put in before turning up has been huge. The arena will come down on it. Get the Stone Gaze off, but look, there's no damage. T1 don't care at all about being caught in this combo. It's Aster that have to run as soon as the ultimates are used. They just cannot fight T1. T1, they're all full HP. They're pushing down the
There's the RP on
jump again. Carl gets the RP, and he's caught the big one. He's caught Monet. Monet out of mana. He'll go down. As the tip absolutely got in the way. They'll call it GG.
I was about to say it. I called the GG, something that IG really set up a new standard for it in the Chinese region, just calling out the GG early on. But T1, they came into this series prepared. First game, they last pick Broodmother, they stomped them. Team Aster in both of these games, they did
sure it sound right, boys.
Sound white boy.
It sound right, boys.
It sound white boy. Sound big sound big sound big it sound white boy. Big sound big sound big sound it sound white boy. Big sound big sound
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
sound white boy.
It sound right, boys.
It sound white boy. Sound it sound white boy. It sound white boy.
It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Sound right, boy.
It sound right, boys.
It sound right, boy. Sound it sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Sound right, boy.
It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy. Make sound good. Make sound good. Make sound good. Make sound right, boy. Make sound good. Make sound good. Make sound good. Make sound right, boy. Make sound good. Make sound good.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
It sound right, boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
I agree. I feel like Alliance played the deep way. They had these 3 cores. They had a lot of fights, whereas LGD a lot of variety. throughout the major, so I'm really curious to see how Alliance on to LGD.
Dire team ban. Radiant team.
Now, I don't want to
ban.
call you out here, but talking a lot of positive stuff. I really like them. Is that true? Or am I confused? I'm not trying to put you on the spot and trick you. I actually thought
I've been on LGD's panels mostly, so I've been very positive.
before the tournament started.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
I was excited.
Okay. So now it's your time to choose
5 seconds
because you've
remaining.
been talking nonstop about.
Can we wait for the draft?
No,
flags?
no. I'm
What
just
the
saying
hell?
this is a big moment for our girl here because before the tournament she was all on Alliance. Now,
No, I said I think Shane is strong. Any team.
Did you even listen to?
I don't listen to anybody really. Every time someone starts talking, I hear the hamster dance from that website. Bada beep, bada bo bo. Beep, bada bo.
DMCA.
And we've got the Snapfire!
Hey, Sapphire, thank you. Snap's been kind of bait ban lately.
We can cover the bans first, maybe Slacks, because that's when
10
the draft
seconds
started.
remaining.
Timber and DK banned out. Timber is something that quite a bit.
5 seconds
Dragon
remaining.
Knight S4 has been spamming it. Is banning it out also. Popular right now. Mars and Nick. On the other hand, it's China special.
And Snapfire has been quite a few times, but she hasn't been.
Radiant team pick.
Consider my.
Maybe it's a little bit of it's our comfort zone. We also want to take this away. Is it they want it? Gaming, meanwhile, Alliance, they're flexible with Snap. They're one of the old still play
10
Snap on the
seconds
mid.
remaining.
Maybe there's some depth here, but probably I'm
5
just
seconds remaining.
With
Dire team
Snappfire's nerf,
pick.
because of the way people kind of noted.
you might see some TA here now that she's Snap minus R or TA. Ardar perhaps as well.
10 seconds
yeah, we might-
remaining.
Like,
5
I'm
seconds
not sure if they
remaining.
want.
Do well when they at least they have the ban out a couple.
So what kind of?
Dire team ban.
Behold the horn of madness.
One thing that I say is I want to see nothing to say on this.
Of course, faithful.
Exactly.
Son of
If
his
Ami plays Magnus, it's a
Radiant team ban.
this guy. Even in a hard game, he makes Magnus work. Ami is more of, yeah, I can carry with Magnus, go for that equity blink. You're never gonna see me RP. I'm gonna RP once in 20 minutes because I'm too busy farming.
With Magnus Perry, they've been
10 seconds remaining.
often on the. So
5
long as the
seconds
boot
remaining.
threat is out of there, I'm pretty sure we'll.
Because there's also
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
they've comboed Mag with different. Got right. EAs, your jugs, your played a variety of your.
The center pick
10
coming out of
seconds
Alliance.
remaining.
Something that we do expect out of us.
5
The
seconds
rest of the hero.
remaining.
Play, we're found out on the dragon. But Centaur also hasn't had the
Dire
greatest.
team ban.
Vanguard nerfed a little. Play just adapting to it. See that they're trying to actually
Radiant team
life
ban.
store ban. Try to make work so out. See if they opt. PSG, they're not real. They're more like fire
10
on that.
seconds remaining.
They do play trade.
5
Okay.
seconds remaining.
Carry from that they pair with the mine. But I don't think trade here because fire isn't the
There's some synergy.
Radiant team,
That-
pick. Dire team,
That
pick.
That's brutal.
At least we won't see a Broodmother last picked like in the first series.
Hey,
I don't know what.
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
Everyone likes it.
It's funny.
How do you leave it? Cuckoo was okay in the DPC. Wasn't
10
the great.
seconds remaining.
That's why he was so about it. But man, when you give him the last pick and the game is free for a Brood.
So they pick up Winter Wyvern quite often. Very strong. You can accidentally call them by some. They got Mortimer.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
That's true.
know.
I've seen the skill talent only have these heroes power. They're full HP at a little bit.
Radiant team, pick.
Plus the hero actually.
Oh my
There they go.
goodness. These opposite ice and the fire are going head to head. That's pretty badass. Can I ask a new question to you? A lot of faceless Void bans.
10
And that's
seconds
very strange
remaining.
because Void has been okay, paired up with like a good lot of
5
damage,
seconds
like
remaining.
Nigma's Invoker with him and stuff like that. But is it really worth these bans? Where's this coming from?
He definitely is. First of all, Faceless Void is a hero that, in this meta of fighting, wanting your character very, very well, can always make these big. And he also has a
Dire
quite
team,
pleasant laning
pick.
stage with a lot of Centaurs and a lot of Marzers. He doesn't struggle versus his. If you can find a carry that has a good laning stage and can fight well with the team, that's the ban that you should always.
Combos up.
Yeah.
Time dilation up.
10 seconds remaining.
Very good hero. Rising
5 seconds remaining.
left root have been banned up. Well, Alliance actually that profit. We often the laning stage. Hiding there. Well, from here. Drafting their. Making it ambiguous. Like,
Yeah, this is pretty.
they wanted to. Lina nothing.
Dire team ban.
Rush the lane.
I like that they went for more here just because usually Go Baby is a very high pressure carry. He does, you know. And if they went for a more
10
late game
seconds
or
remaining.
they wouldn't
5
necessarily be
seconds
able.
remaining.
Blizzard, I've never been in a fight. Maybe you've never been in a fight, Effie, have you?
I haven't.
I know that you're a brawler. Lion constantly
brawl?
dancing on the other side. If you were facing down a dude in a back alley behind a bar and he just starts
Something that I do very
starts dancing, is that threatening to you, or would you just
Run.
the dancing point? Death Prophet does it too. I mean, that's a Chad move. There she goes right now.
Radiant team ban.
Turn and run.
I'm so glad you're here to ask the real questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Just trying to keep it, half of the chat that's watching, they're very smart. They're here for the major. They're here for the analytics. The other half are 12-year-olds, and that's what I'm here for. Thank you, boys.
12-year-old.
Hands
10
up in the
seconds
chat,
remaining.
you dumbos. All right, anyway. So, we still have 2 bans coming out here. Anything sticking out that is super meta right now? Oh, Mars is banned first. Back to you guys.
He tried to be smart for us.
Thank
Go
you.
back to the 12-year-old joke.
What's your next 12-year-old joke? We want to hear it.
Oh
What do you think
boy.
about Nyx Assassin Flax?
Hey, look, Spectre's banned out. Interesting, but yeah, Nyx Assassin. We saw a last pick Nyx last time, but it didn't work out. It was a
well,
bait.
It's not going to show up, right? Because LGD needs.
I'm aware of the rules.
I really like the lean-up.
So sorry, I didn't know. I thought maybe Nyx was a suggestion.
You like the Lena ban? Yes, you were talking about that, Lizard.
The Nyx was already expanded the first. Leave that one go.
Oh yeah.
But I was just baiting Slacks. I didn't expect both to catch.
Oh, see, you took her down with me, you
Yeah,
idiot.
my bad.
Nice work.
So they ban out Commander, which now for me put offering Magnus more.
Remaining.
Kind of difficult.
Radiant team pick.
But nothing to say has been on fire with that hero. Instead, they go with the hero. Fuck. That's great versus lane, but it does provide you with some insane team potential. My other point. There were 2 points here. Yeah, good versus Centaur Stampede and also good.
It also plays the map very
5
well.
seconds
Like
remaining.
saw where I held out the game time. Is
Doesn't need a.
pretty sad that we lost. He's had a great performance here, but I do think really don't like.
Rough and maybe Slark left field. I don't think we're good. Healing strat and just grab a jug, yes, and roll in with Wyvern, with Death Prophet's Typhon, with a healing ward, and have a whole.
You also have the aspect of that comes to mind.
There it is.
Go ahead.
Go with Slark.
Yeah, the
Select your
Nico Baby
heroes.
Slark. That is the classic.
Just go with what you. First thing that you think of is. Talk about it when you.
That is probably my favorite pro player, and his real talk. I'm gonna say something that sounds more bad than it is, but they just like everyone has that meme about him being escaped from prison stuff, and Slark did escape
Slark
from
did
prison.
escape.
They're like literally the same dude almost,
Yeah.
meme style. I know he's not a real prison escapee, but
I've
fun.
known Nico Baby Hobbs and what had him mute 5 years ago. Being this Clark boy in pubs even back then, really skilled and very experienced. Overall, I haven't been too impressed with the hero itself. Good versus RP, Dark Pact, Fire Spirits. Looks like a pretty.
I'm really with Slark here also. Magnus, I don't.
all right. Well, the time is nearly upon us here. Effie, you're gonna have to choose a side for once. Constantly skirting the edge. I want to hear it. Just you.
You
Tell
want
me
me to
what
choose a
team.
side?
Choose a side.
I've been pretty clear throughout the tournament. My favorite team is LGD, so
You can't keep avoiding it. I
I'm
won't.
not avoiding it.
Very
I literally
well.
just said who my favorite team is.
We'll see if she is able to finally choose a side
Oh
after
my
this
God.
game. But it is the long-awaited match. Alliance has a lot to prove. LGD has a lot to groove. And we'll throw it on over
Max
to our...
is mad because I took his muffin at breakfast.
Shouldn't take my muffin. Put it over to the casters. Thank you very much.
PSG.LGD versus Alliance, a hype matchup. I think everybody's looking towards this one for one of the most exciting of the day, for meme potential, and just to see which teams can prove it. Owen, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I've got to agree with I'm looking forward to this Nico Baby Slark. You know, if he was ever to prove anything for the team, this would be the carry for him to be on. So very excited to see what he's going to be able to pull off with the Slark. Because no, bro, I think it's a pretty good Slark game. I think Nico Baby is going to be feeling very confident here with that last pick.
Yeah, have we gotten any Slarks? I don't think we did get a single one. At least not that I saw.
No, I mean, if there would have been
right?
one. Yeah, hardly. It's not been a hero at all. I mean, what are the reasons for that? You know, what are the reasons why we haven't seen this hero being picked up?
As Brian has said, he just doesn't feel strong versus the meta carries at the moment. So his laning phase can just get punished very hard. So can definitely see the reasons why they went for it this game, as we do see PSG.LGD going for more of a greedy type of style draft with the Snapfire Phoenix supports. We've seen them do this a lot of times, but we'll see. I'm really looking forward to see what NicoBaby can do. He's also versus the Magnus, so you can have some fun in the lane with the Pounce, you know, versus the Skewer. So let's see what ends up happening right here at the start, because Alliance, this does look like a bread and butter Alliance lineup, which has been fitting the meta of the tournament for me. When I even saw Alliance at the DPC, they seemed like they were already prepared for this fast-paced meta that has been set here. So yeah, really looking forward to see what Limp can do on a very staple hero, his Death Prophet, seen it so many times, and we did see PSG.LGD, they reacted. You know, they saw this Death Prophet, they maybe were thinking to run this Magnus mid, they switched it up. You do pick up that puck, which has been super popular, but it is a puck into a Lion.
It is, so yeah, there's nothing to say. He's going to have to be very careful when Hanskin is around. And well, you do like that they swapped it, even though it does mean that bottom you have the Mag against the Slark? Or is that not too bad for the Mag? I mean, how bad is this for the Magnus?
I think it's fine because there's a Wyvern, who is just traditionally a weaker laner. And I think Magnus overall, like you look at just base damage, Magnus's stats are just insane. Your lane is just really strong, and you're able to trade nicely because you're not really about right clicks anymore. When you are playing this off lane, seen so many times it's 2-0-2 build. Then you start going back for your power perhaps at level 5. Sometimes maybe if you see a situation at level 4, you can get that point in power, but you're just able to trade so well, so effectively with a hero like Slark. Shockwave is an insane ability, let's be honest. The 9-second slow duration, pulling you back slightly. 0.9 seconds, sorry.
Hanskin.
Oh, Hanskin. Getting aggro.
Fire. He's going to try for the deny to Roshan. Oh, and he's got enough damage here from Roshan coming out, so nice move here from Y, in a sense to make sure that Alliance don't get that first blood quite yet.
Hanskin's been incredibly impressive throughout the season, improved a lot since the last time around. His Lion, in particular, was one of the stronger ones that I had seen, so looking forward to what he's going to be able to do there. We also have to talk about Limp, this Death Prophet pick. I think this hero's been kind of stepped on for me. Sure, we've seen a little bit more from the China region, but the silence in general is so strong, and you know, Spirit Siphon is pretty much your ultimate, which could be really effective this game versus a hero like Morphling, but Morphling can also turn into Death Prophet and use Spirit Siphon against her, so we'll have to see all those fun mechanics as the game does progress.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing Limp off to a very good start in the mid matchup.
Yeah.
11 for 3 against the 6 for 0. You know, he's turned up ready to play here, Limp. Perfect start in the first few waves.
And Nothing to Say has been a beast of his own inside that mid lane. Just in the 1v1 matchup, he's been winning most of them, so Limp can butt right now. Top, we see the Morphling. I thought he might get a bit more pressure, but I guess because Innocence, the Phoenix drew the attention of the Lion out of the lane so much. We actually see Ame 10 and 9 last hits right now to the center only has 5 and 1. So S4, he's getting out CS quite hard right now.
That's a very impressive start here for the Morphling. Down bottom, you know, not as many denies, but a lot of last hits here for NicoBaby. They're going to get aggressive. The Skewer backs there onto FNG. Heal himself up a bit with the cold embrace. And all this creeps blocking him off, though. It's going to mean that can he actually get away from this? He's over the cliffs. Another shockwave's out, dragging him back into the blast of Xingqiu. LGD will finish him off, get the first blood.
I like the skill build too. Xingqiu has been one of the few players of Snapfire that I've seen him completely skip Little Shredder a lot of times, especially in this matchup when you're playing versus like the Cold Embrace. He's a big fan of maxing Scatterblast. He's a very greedy player, so I do like that they went for this approach with Magnus versus this weaker safe lane. Even if I say weaker, NicoBaby's still up to 19 last hits, but they are able to get that first blood. The second point of the Scatterblast too, so it will be that high burst.
Yeah, I like this. And also on top of that, the fact that, you know, it's just not a lane duo where you shred them and your core's going to get a lot of right clicks in, right? You know, Magnus, sure, it's hard, but he's not really going to get the chance to trade right click that easy, especially against a slug. So it's all about amping up that burst and having that potential to catch Alliance off guard and blow them up.
Yeah, it's really hard to trade back versus Snapfire when you're this build because you're more reliant about using it. So even just that little bit of attack speed slow, that little movement slow, these things add up when you have a hero like Magnus who can utilize Cookie at its maximum, pull them out of position, and then a Scatter Blast slow plus a Shockwave slow. A lot of chase potential in this lane. FG has to be very cautious of his position.
trying to get an aggressive onto Arme, but was just not going to quite have the burst to take him down in the lane as long as he plays safe enough. And with the stick and the Morbid Mask, he's more than likely to remain at a decent enough HP. Hanskin trying his best to push him back. Rewind, making these balls, keeping the lane in good position for Arme to farm safely underneath his tower. Bottom, Nico
heal up nicely too.
Not going to be able to find the chance to go for Xingqiu. Xingqiu's fine, and this mid lane, as soon as level 6 is going to be there for Limp, probably after this creep wave. So now you've got to start looking at that early pressure that Limp's going to put on, and how Nothing to Say responds to it.
And see if we do have rotations coming in. This has been the big thing that's been staple of this tournament is 3-man collapse from the supports onto mid lane as soon as those ults come out. So let's see who makes the move first. Limp about to hit 6. Let's see if Hanskin looks to go toward the mid and push the tower pre-puck level 6. He's gonna run into Innocence. They're doing a lot of stacking on LGD. Makes sense too, of course, as we said, greedier type of drafts coming from them with the Magnus, the Morphling, and the 2 greedies. So the GQ will get caught up.
Stop him a little too far forward and not able to head.
He's very far on the side. Here comes that move. Defense, kill, make the move. Or it Hunt gets woke up. Comes Limp. He's on enemy cap. So they're gonna have that extra wave plus exorcism to post. And as we look at time, he is going there, double stack. The triple and quad stack on the. He missed that one, so still.
He's called the clear. Nothing to say more. Backing up into the triangle, but so them still hunting action here. The Dream Coil.
Just eyes.
So you get knocked back behind it. Good. There's a lot of damage down. He's able to steer back underneath.
Is that with the catapult walk the tower goes invis, so nothing to this tower almost at the first one. He's gonna make a move. Level 7, max Suffin. Looks like he wants to make it is that wall is there, and they're gonna work on these stacks we were talking about.
Just gonna call the guy. You could say that this is going to be a big loss here for PSG if not do anything about getting these attacks. I mean, what do they do?
Draft way to bring them so well. There's contest. Like it's like it's a bit of a weird one.
Finishes. Mark, they could start could be going any better. They cracked him in and pick up a kill on the way.
Maximizing too. GT mid lane. You may knock out a temper pressure, but you not allowed to fall away from PSG.LGD. That is going to quite sad. Still, I do believe has just a stack on the other side. Just bring the third stack. Still, right? You can hear again at bottom.
Back up. He's on the side. He's gonna lift the out on last both kills. They with an F and then the stampede from S4. With these early plays.
Such more too that doesn't even get an extra auto attack off to finish off the wire. And then 2-man impale going out the line. That's he's got to he was a little the Earthling Ame 25 but 50 less at squad. He's down. Auto, let's get
number catch. Thinking about dropping up, but across the top to do anything. Xingqiu get face down. Stack it for Nico, baby. Slug. No, he turned up this furious 9 minutes from the lines.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's like PLGD, they're no more media. They're contesting other words. You see that both top is taken out from the LGD, but aggressive. Enabling your Slark, enabling your perfect. Block the camp. Preempt essential words. Yeah, Dia there from Alliance Hornets for this early game.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Overall, not too behind.
Oh, still doing.
And any when it had to use of fox. Yeah, for this is some good as well. Yes, yeah, they're relatively slow. Move out to stay around.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Say he's gone for the elbow the game, which really well as well as we've mentioned. Greedy to take some time to kick in once their ults are going to be released. That veil is going to make it really hard for these team fights for Alliance. First, until we huge. The stat ability, so he's a little more survive initial onslaught. Get his stats. He's very to live to zero him. PSG.LGD, they're making the snapfire not quite on the. It kills together.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Four. 3-point. Persevere, don't think sector hard today. Will come down the charging with its stamp. Did go down. It comes out. Got it out to the surface. And they were commit to 10. Begin out. Quite back in range. Jump. Beyond. So it was. Go back. Look. Now this is going to be on the block. Catch on. The shadow dark. Look at it. Time now. They commit to shoot the double pack that get it here. The line to be able to take down. Although be held by the PSG.LGD.
In it 6. The start. Almost gets the save. On the quick finger on Puck will finish him off. Hold, but decent action. And I believe maybe he did get the right? Yeah, he's got one more. So he's 4 stats.
He got that in. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Make sure that he's complete.
I feel like a broken record.
Yeah. So next, well, be good to go.
Better form. A better form to initiate rather than the puck. Get out of position. They initiate. As far as taking the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is.
So dropping this one down. I don't know if they're going to be able to have this one puck. Yeah, call. We'll give a little bit more respect. Go. It's up. Stay back up though. Start a little bit back. Get pushed. And PSG, they don't want to let us be even up in the area in the East. They can't lose tier 1 really. Losing this tier 1 is so important. It's really draft them. Thing needs time to catch the. Get and get deep. Just have from trees as this takes just on up.
That's kill. That's out.
I repeat myself.
Now they that tower that deep enough back. Plan on something this one. Okay, we'll start more here for mine. Finish. 2 exorcism online too for even added. Hawkins and with all his excellent moves, this game he's about to have it done. That's gonna be huge versus this playing. They're not gonna expect this that early.
No,
strange to say, Radiant's middle tower.
Even though I'm not getting this far, it's not that easy of a morph game. I think he's watch out for when he enters the balance.
Just two. And there's silence, there's hexes, there's so many different things that be careful of us. Now, starting to top. Tower. Gonna get sieged.
A lot of objectives. Showed best that they keep network difference as small as possible, making sure that they're still picking farm on the two main
for the farm.
Smokes. They won't expect all ults at the ready, the full team combo ready to go here from PSG.LGD.
Link is going to per pockets. We deliver, Nico, please get them. They get
let's go. See the I will do a back of that. Fine. I'm ready. That we had to take it out easily. Out of that, she herself will get blasted down by the scat. Backing off. And the back. It's a lot. We'll respect that. They don't lose anything unnecessary.
Death who suited has two ultimates. Morphin gets spirits. See, I'm able to 4 heroes just because spirits they can focus fire. Still from behind, they're shifting a buy. All ult LGD and they get initiated to that. Back to their side. 4, he's gonna finish his different forms of initiation both. It's gonna be on hunt for me. If you can get the instant ball, the Morphling, they can just leave inside the fight, so.
They've got to get these items to try and save him. I mean, we've got the 4-star being worked upon by Q, so at least some way to try and separate Arme, or nothing to say from the burst combo that Alliance will bring.
He's got a mech too. I'm actually surprised how quick he was able to get it. 3 and 4 of this game. It was looked like a slower start for him than usual, but still somehow finds this mech early on. So they have a save as well on their side, just like FNG has his built-in Cold Embrace. He's gonna go for that Holy Locket too that we've been seeing popularized so much on this Wyvern, that level 10 talent once he gets it. But some damage issues. There's a lot of magic damage though that PSG.LGD has set themselves up with. Top tower, Catapult still alive, S4 tanking with Retaliate. Feels like LGD needs a bit more time before they can fight again.
Yeah, I think, mate, you look towards him. He's got to get that BKB done, ideally for PSG.LGD before he chooses to actively get involved again.
So one of the first times I feel like I'm seeing a third item, well, kind of like a second item, Aeon disc on the puck. Nothing to say, really starting to feel the pressure of how much he's going to have to throw his body in to allow his Morphling and his Magnus to get the initiations on afterwards. He might have to like suicide play into the back to find this Lion. Or even just feel like they're always going to be under the vision themselves. They are playing versus Clark, but can be difficult as Alliance continuing to set the tempo into the Roche Pit with level 2 Exorcism. I don't think GLGD is expecting this one. Don't think they're going to make it in time either.
No, not at all. They're still waiting back around Arme.
They get the
Got to make moves very carefully around their Morphling.
They get the scan, but I don't think they're making it in time. It's under vision too. They're smoking, but they see this. Alliance is going to be ready for it. S4 is low. They're going to smoke back.
He's going to be healed nicely by that Cold Embrace. They're more than far. PSG.LGD not able to make that in time.
Too quick from Alliance.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
PSG.LGD still sort of posturing around mid. But unlikely to get anything going here as Alliance. They've split themselves back up. Nico better be back to the safety. Bottom half of the map. Cleaning through the triangle as well, Alliance. So they'll happily, hit creeps as well here. Nico Baby, after the start, he's had 4-0-1. Have some solid scaling potential this game.
Yeah, and his next pickup is going to be that big one, right? He's got already the status resist that's very nice versus the Puck versus the Magnus. The next item pickup he gets is going to be devastating. That Scotty versus the Morphling is going to be very strong. Ame, though, as we've said, quiet but steady. Top of that net worth still. A lot of farm just in queue. I've noticed this multiple times. Jinq's just taking farm away. Even when the Morphling's coming toward him, he's taking it. They're really prioritizing this 4-step for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he knows, right? Arme knows that force is going to save Arme's life against such as Pound. So very important for Jinq to get that ready as soon as possible, especially in this window where Arme is going to need that a little bit longer of a time to get his next time. Jackji, it does forego the BKB, he's going for the Skadi. So feeling maybe, you know, the rest of the team, the Force stuff, the cookies, that's going to be enough to sort of break them out the combos. Does definitely mean that vulnerability will be there, though. A lot of things, as we've said, can catch out this Morphling. He's going to have to play some perfect Dota, which of course he has done in the past.
And they do have ways to keep heroes inside. Like, they have the coil, they have the Magnus RP, so if he can stick on limp, that's going to reduce a lot of that healing effectiveness from the Spirit Siphon. So if he's able to get it at a good time, you can see LGD taking these fights in the next few moments. There's still an Aegis, so a bit of a tough window here. While Alliance can continue to press its advantage. Swinging around toward bot, another smoke. Claiming the high ground.
I have no reason to lie about such things.
Hanskin gonna place another ward, it looks like. As Jinq getting hunted.
They've scanned him out. They know he's in the trees, they drop a scan, and they're able to get in and collect themselves what should be another stack here for Nico, baby. Jinq, actually the cookie! All right, over the Trinity's away!
The mech.
They don't quite have enough. Jinq, he's going to live this time round. The mech, enough to just first heal him back to safety.
That's a Stampede used to go for that aggression. They will be able to finish off the tower, but on the other side too, PSG.LGD, they're pushing mid, they're pushing top. They're getting space on the map. That 2k gold advantage down to 1k.
Yeah, PSG.LGD definitely getting a better grip of the game after what was quite a fast opening here from Alliance top. Did we get the catch on to the Morphling? The Supernova's down. They're pushing the baby to the side. And this commitment of the egg will be enough to stop Alliance from being able to continue off the back of that jump onto the Morph. If he can catch anyone out of this, we're going to have the TP gone for by Y. And with that, he's wet. Nothing else to put it to an end. So good disengage there from PSG.LGD as soon as the jump was made from Alliance.
See how fast that 4-staff was? Faith Beyond almost knew it was coming. It was instant to push the Morphling away, knowing that if they don't get the chain stun, Ame is likely to live in most of these. That's we're seeing that big prioritization to give the farm to Jinq as well to get a secondary one. All these different displacement mechanics versus that Lion chain stun will be pretty huge. They're claiming it back to 3, but Ame's farming.
Stuff as well.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, and you notice why also picking one up. I was wondering if maybe he goes greedy, but no, he's not. Yep. Max Sunray too, for that heal, for that damage potential to FNG. He's got the Holy Locket, he's got his max heal. Likely to get the talent next point at level 11. Gonna be the Scotty pretty much done for the Morph, so still very even game here. Although Alliance been able to set the tempo, LGD has kept their cool. Still in Aegis for about 50 more seconds. Alliance looking to keep their advantage up by taking the high ground with it for a moment. Passing off sentries also to Nico Baby, so he's going to be able to get this D ward any second now.
I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
PSG.LGD just leading the way in their jungle. See if he can get the jump. Tame is going to show mid. And he's working from the side with the curse at the availability, but PSG.LGD being very careful with their positioning, not to get caught on the wrong side of this mid lane, and they'll smoke up themselves. They want to try and catch Alliance by surprise.
They see F4.
What? They're going to jump straight away. Faking out. He's just going to drop the RP onto FNG. Get themselves the guaranteed kill on the Wyvern. No messing around from PSG.LGD. They'll take the kill.
That ward didn't get de-warded. The one that the Slark was standing on, he didn't know that it was still there because he was just playing in the area farming the neutral, so his Shadow Dance was obviously not on when he was farming. So they do get the quick easy jump. It is 2 ults used. So Alliance, they're going to have FNG back up in about 15 seconds. Let's see if they try to make any move with him when he does respawn. Level 2 Finger online, 2 for Hunsk, and he gets a lend, so further cast trains. But on the other side here too, we do have Puck now with the Dagon. So I have to watch out for Hanskin's positioning because he's in one-shot range now. A Dagon plus a combo, he's just gone. He's just playing farm game. I'm just watching Jinq farm. Look at him top. He's just taking now a hard camp as well. He's just been farming. He was at 38 last hits like what, 6 minutes ago. Now he's at 62. He's just running around the map, getting all the space. LGD is weathering the storm.
No, they really are. And if you look at this game sort of in the long run, I mean, you know, what if it's more just the super stat? You know, Arme has the arms to protect himself, you know, the E-Blade to blow up the enemies. You know, once he has maybe the BKB start for the E-Blade. Yeah, what are the odds of him sort of being able to be the bigger carry in the late game? Like, how fancy his chances against the scalability of Nico Baby?
It does look pretty good. He does have a little bit of an Empower as well, which, sure, you don't get Cleave, but it's base damage, and Morphling loves base damage, any type of add-on. So Empower still will be useful, and he's got great team fight cores around him. Still going to be a lot up to initiation, though. I think this game is going to be that initiation since there is a Lion, so you can just delete a hero. There's a Puck on the other side, so you can just delete the Lion from the fight. So Lion still has to be careful, but LGD does have to be cautious as well with their positioning. Still very even.
Both teams just doing a solid job of making sure that their carriers pretty much never left alone. Always playing around the farming patterns of position 1. Full on with the protection, the backup ready to go.
Nico Baby's going to have his Scotty finished, and he's got a DD in the bottle. And the other thing I do want to mention is just this 4-staff thing that they've gone for. It makes a lot of sense, not only versus that line, but I know Slark, right? But I know BSJ loves to hammer this one in, but Slark hates to play versus 4-staff. If he can't stick on targets, he can't do anything inside of the fights. They're just going to kite him a lot. Does have Stampede, though, and he does have Initiation. He does have Line, that hard disable, to be able to keep them in place. Let's see if they can get it. And he off those. Slowed down a lot, 10-4. It feels like it's been 10-3 or 9-3 throughout the last, like, 10+ minutes. So LGD just dodging, and it is paying off.
It really is. I think LGD's very happy with the slowdown of the pace, considering how many fast moves Alliance were making at the start. And this is the sort of stronghold we've seen PSG.LGD get on some of these games where they haven't been having the most amazing landing stages. We've seen this sort of before.
Hex on Puck.
As top lane. I'm trying to get the jump on and nothing to say, but he's forced out the side. I'm going to try and back there PSG.LGDs. They'll play the Tourette's 4. Nico Baby still trying to find a target. The orb's back up, nothing to say is away. And getting the catch is definitely proving to harder and harder for Alliance.
They disengage immediately, too, from PSG.LGD. They see the DD slot. They're like, all right, let's just wait till DD's over, keep farming our side, keep playing defensively with these 4-staffs. Wait till Ame steps ready. Ame nearly has his Ethereal Blade done, too, outside. He's just been quietly farming and farming. Sitting at a very high HP pool, too. Very important to point out. 2,000 HP. He's not sitting at some, like, 1,200 HP, 1 strength. No, he's keeping himself healthy just best for it.
They get the jump wide. They're going to get him out to the side. Is it enough? No, the Hex is gone. Continue to keep him locked down. So the stupid attempt to bump beyond Dream Coach down to West 4, but the cold embrace is there from FG. They'll heal him up for now. Nico Baby keeping his distance as PSG.LGD get back up to the high ground. Just a thumb Phoenix here.
It's a big kill, though, because that's still death from earlier where bought back. Look how long his death timer is. So there's 50 seconds. They check Roche. And that's going to be super lucky. 50 seconds of respawns, so we'll be back in time for it. That does mean that Ame will get time to finish his E-Blade before fight. Okay, advantage now for LGD, even though they lose the fight, lose one hero at least. Still splitting up and getting all the farm. Line's really reliant about that quick rush. It's not going to spawn. We do see now Xingqiu. They've got themselves another stun mechanic. He's bought himself the shard. Anything else from Alliance just yet? I don't see. No, they spammed the smoke start of the game on the side of Alliance. I think LGD still have one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they still have one.
And it's come out, as you say, this time where Roche is now about to respond. Gonna be up it for Alliance. PSG, they smoke up and head over. They could hit Alliance at a pretty good time here.
Coils back up in 1 second. Finds himself an Arcane Rune, but as we said, initiation is going to be crucial in this game for both sides. It's just to slow it
start opening up with the kisses. Yeah, start to spin Alliance away from the pit.
They're deboarding the area now too on the side of PSG.LGD. There's the E-Blade done.
Go. Grab on Nico Baby.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alliance, they're actually going to start hitting the Roche. They feel confident. They're more than happy for a fight to be taken their direction. So start to look to take down Roche. Still got the Dream Coil and the RP. Dame is ready to fight.
Yeah. FNG finds himself a bit of a nice RNG item, gets himself a headband, so staying further out of the fight.
Alliance, they're trying to wrap around it. Coming from the top, they've got the lead in, they get the 4-star, get away from Nico Baby, they get the skewer off onto Nico Baby. And try looking down at the Dark Pact in Shadow Dance already off. Nico Baby having to reset with the Shadow Dance, head over towards nothing to save the Air Disc, is up the Supernova. Down from S4, then they commit to take down the egg, they'll be able to do so. The RP's going to get locked down, but at the same time, the curse is there. FNG able to come in with the counterplay. Lockstep with beyond as Alliance can turn, bring down the Magnus. And they're trying to head for more here as the burst damage farmer blows up Handskip. Buybacks coming out from PSG.LGD. They know how important this fight is to win around the Roche respawn. They'll try and push Alliance away. Exorcism still for a good bit of time. Oh, mate, he's just going to walk in and start hitting Roche straight up. S4 goes over the Who's the side. Getting forced to the side. Faith behind trying to find the skill, won't get a grab. Nothing to say, dumps in with the burst onto FNG. They brought down the Wyvern. Buybacks coming out from both ports of Alliance. Can you catch Nico Baby? You can maybe find the puck, but nothing to say. Deep into the trees. Resets back to base to get the mana up. In both teams committing their buybacks, they know how important it is to keep control of this potentially game-changing, game-defining second Roshan. They cannot let the opposition get it either way.
Important to point out, it wasn't arcane rune usage on the Death Prophet, so that exorcism come up faster than maybe LGD will be ready for. They don't coil 8 seconds, RP cooldown for 60. Still have to play.
Yeah, they're gonna be these timings that will indeed favor Alliance. Alliance have the short ones as well, of course, with their control. The curse is back up as well for the next fight.
This is the situation to be in, though. It's a Morphling with a DD. So that can be one of those different makers. Your Death Prophet, who is very tanky, could just die instantly. And also, FNG is so important in these fights. If he dies again, it's going to be all the save mechanic gone for long. And we've seen what LG is going for, just looking for these squishier backlines. FNG and Hanskin have to be so aware of their position.
They've got the BK done on Nico Baby now as well. Okay. So he's going to be a lot harder to jump and won't be as reliant on the save of FNG. Let's get the Roshan, they're going for it. They're going to want to head over. 10 seconds pretty much till RP is back. Supernova is there, but they've got to make the jump too. Getting the spirits in, trying to slow us down. Begin to push Alliance away from this S4. He's going to get healed up by the Cold Embrace, but he's going to help Pit Fate behind. Jones with a skewer back. Arme's in! Arme's in! He's able to get killed. He gets the Aegis. They'll get the heads up onto Arme. But Arme able to pick up the rewards of Roche. She's still on the ground. Fabian's going to be able to go back and grab that. Will come out. Sure, the Phoenix has been lost. FNG, he's not getting out with the TP. The stewards there, TP's cancellers. PSG.LGD take a fight at the perfect time around Roche. Arme gets in. He gets the kill, he gets the agent, he gets the shard, and Fabian, he's able to waltz after it all and pick up the cheese on top of this. PSG.LGD bumped himself a significant lead now, 6k ahead of Alliance.
It's just the buff up. How much damage he had? He had plus 400, so hitting 700 damage on the Morphling with the waveform attack targets. So it just waves through, one-shots a couple heroes, hits the Roche 2 very quickly, and everything thrown on him. The Lotus Orb to protect him from the silences, they reflect the Spirit Siphon too. Alliance can't test into it, and they didn't have Exorcism. Now it's up, but now it's too late. LGD onto the high ground. Okay, gold lead. Ame's a monster.
Yeah, he really is. He's been playing the game silently. But yes, PSG.LGD, you can tell that they felt confident all along that this morph, he is gonna come in with a big impact. Arma's farm on point for the opening 30 minutes or so. Now we've hit this stage. He's turning up. He's 4k ahead now of Nico Baby's slot. He is completely taking over the game, despite the fact they do have lockdown and control. It doesn't matter at this point because of how well PSG.LGD is a team of itemized to make sure this Morphling pops.
These foresters are just not letting Slark play Slark. He's just getting completely danced around. And their big team fight, it is starting to pay off. Just dropping the ult around the pit. Alliance in a very difficult position now.
So hard to kill this morph. BKB, Aegis. How on earth you kill Arme? 2-0-4. He's had a perfect game so far.
And you know what the sad thing is too? He might just end up leaving this game on Alliance. If they don't end up getting the next big team fight somehow won, they might end up losing the game with Nico Baby on 6-0. Maybe he gets a couple kills on the supports, but when you see these kill scores, same thing for Limp. He's 3-0-4, but they're just dodging them in the fights. They're going for these backline support every single time on the side of PSG.LGD. Really recognizing what they got to go for, and who the main focus is just buff up the Ame strat. This is Solo Crest now done too.
Pays off.
Yeah, definitely. Solo Crest done for Q, so another buff up for him.
The set up the Trees Alliance.
He's got an Aegis.
But for what? What can they do? Such a hot jump. Who are they going to go for? S4. And then with the Who Stomp there, the whole team. PSG.LGD. The focus Q, they will be able to take out the Snapfire over to the side. Iron's been caught. That's Hansken down. PSG.LGD, they've got Ame just fighting strong here on the front lines, turning into the DP, using the Cypher. Oh, fine, Nico, baby. He'll drop down the Death Shroud, but it'll come to an end. S4 trying to get the jump back in onto Ame, but he can't land the Who Stomp. Into the trees, they're pushing in. RP's down, they'll be able to steer back the field them. Walks out over towards Faith beyond the Sunray Hill, coming up from wide. Ame commits onto S4. The curse will hold him back, but S4, he's already gone down. Played up to FMG. FMG trying to hide in the trees, but the burst from the Ame, nothing to say, takes him out. He commits, trying his best to work through the back lines. He's found why. They can't go for anything more here, Alliance, with 3 heroes down. PSG.LGD, they take down the objective. They put on the 3 cores remaining alive. Ame just, I mean, you saw how aggressive he was able to play. They're just right in the middle of it all. Alliance, they had to ignore him, but of course that just is this point that he is able to objectives, get the kills. It's definitely seeming like Alliance. How do they deal with this mob? Nico, baby, he's going to go for the aggressive jump in. More stuff outside will break up. Well, 10 seconds until BKB come. He's in with the skewer. It will be able to put the edges. So take down the Morphling the ones. The chain controls up to Nico, baby. Nico, baby, he's popping the BKB. Hex will come out to control Ame. Nico, baby's got to run. But Ame, he's going to be in with the chase. Nico, baby's trying to hide in the trees, but the BKB comes to an end. They're jumping over the burst damage. The Death Shroud is giving him safety, but the kisses are coming in from the side. It looks there from Ame. Nico, baby, out of the game for 80. They'll take down S4 as well. There's both cores down, no buyback. PSG.LGD, they're able to run it down the bottom lane and now can look towards to these high ground objectives. 2 heroes down. I don't think Alliance can push him back.
That might just be the game. They don't have slot for 70 seconds. They don't have death profitability. This is exactly how LGD wants to take the fights. They just go for the supports. Okay, kite the death profit, kite the slot. Who cares? Then we just aim for the objective.
Look at that jump.
There's nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Knows he has the burst straight in on a Hansken. Limp getting torn out of his face here. The big skewer coming through from foot beyond. The BKB, it's not giving it any protection at all with the physical damage coming out, and they know they'll tap out. They cannot turn things around against this Morph. It's too late. It's GG called. Game 1. After a confident, strong start from Alliance, it just didn't matter. The Morph Ame getting all the space and the planning from PSG.LGD, the strategy.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Radiant team pick.
Facts.
Dire team pick.
Mirana.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Welcome back to the draft panel as we are getting to pump you up with dope-ass discussions here. We got Lizard pumping it up right now for us, and of course Epi, the very, very correcto, called everything about last game. Well done. Working to catch up here, Lizard. Well, Jesus Christ, look at the guns. Okay, well, we'll give you something a little less entertaining at here. Draft is already underway. Good lord.
I have to get my workout in.
He's on a strict schedule. And that's how you become the Iron Man, wherever you're. Here we are. Welcome to the draft. We have so much to talk about already. I'm just going to let you guys have the floor here. Axe Marana. Pretty cool setup there.
So far, we're seeing some out of LGD, and they haven't played it yet. The axes here they value a lot.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nice flexibility.
Some RNG of
There you go.
Too luck-oriented based here, but besides, the Axe right now is in a because of
Radiant team, dire team ban.
what I really like from PSG.LGD, they, well, not when they're actually very flexible when it comes to win control. Nothing to say be that Ame. EA, that's been.
10 seconds remaining.
What do you think of this AA? I'm glad that Alliance
5 seconds remaining.
We have 2 heroes right now that can kill almost anything. That's a really nice thing for Alliance. Now, what they like to see is some bans coming against. Haven't really. Example is still. Maybe that's something.
Radiant team ban.
Also, Death Prophet is still in the pool for incredible death.
How about the Limp Lina? Guy, I'm not sure he's very happy about Nothing to Say being taking his both on the leaderboards. I think there's some, there's pain there and there's some angst. I would like to see some Lina with the faceless void. It obviously all depends on what.
There's an Atmir. I wouldn't be, for sure, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for Prophet because it's very good against. Surprisingly, and
Ryan's just banning out the Phoenix. Sax. Well, you can attack because you have a follow-up call. Heroes that. Something that Insania talks about. Long time ago, at least. Sometimes you don't necessarily have to have a hero direct counter to. You need a hero that builds the item that. Now that comes.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Drow Ranger.
very interesting. They go for the Drow so early.
Very early. Drow, popular in the Chinese region. We have seen her. She should.
10 seconds remaining.
There are definitely. It's just
5 seconds remaining.
the last time that we saw LGD go for make a lot of sense. Also, they do give away their lanes now on the side of. You know that it's an off Drow. So I would like to see some kind of protection coming out of the position. Abaddon?
Hard position 5s that are colors in the. I like them a lot. You also have Mirana, it would combo very well with Drow, a hero that isn't really popular at all in this tournament, but has been all the rage throughout the Elder Knight. Alliance going for this Shadow Demon makes me feel like it's a snatch pick way as well from PSG.LGD, because Shadow Demon versus Void is also. You have that instant save versus the Chronosphere. Basically, first two heroes of our Shadow Demon.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Dire team pick.
Alliance a little bit lacking in catch. Oh, brawler type to the extreme. It's all he does.
That is it. Lockets. Save lives. That's it.
You like this?
Whatever, man. I like Undying. Holy Lock is the item of the right, and seeing people creatively
5 seconds remaining.
Lock it is kind of fun. It's great to see how these heroes evolve, you know. Big lane pusher, lane dominator, just running at people. Or like zombie medic type.
Zombie medic.
Yeah.
He is.
I feel the same way as Slacks, that the whatever, this Undying is for hero. In my opinion, he's not necessarily
Dire team
5
ban.
your carry, but it looks like they're going strong mid game. They want that Grand Blink on Axe, and they're going to draw when this Undying. So we definitely do not want to go into.
Alliance stepping it up a little bit. Tempo, Tiny.
10 seconds remaining.
I still would have rather had the Lina here because it would give you
5 seconds remaining.
clear it with easily damaging.
Radiant team.
Tiny and Lina, when you think play those two here, DK as well.
I quite like this
Very
Tiny
comfortable.
actually. When you think of carry here, like that big cooldown with
10 seconds remaining.
Tiny does fit that. Lena could have also fit that role, and it would have. I don't think.
As long as they stop Chrono to A every single, they can't fail that. If they fail it, they won't be getting any kills. Or
10 seconds
also,
remaining.
Tiny. I know Europe has been considered bad
5
in a
seconds
couple of
remaining.
DPC seasons recently. They insist on Tiny, one of the heroes that hasn't done really well here in the tournament. Also in the DPC, EU DPC, Tiny has like 36% win rate, and he's one of the most picked. What the hell?
I like Tiny. I think Tiny is the core hero. I don't think he wins that much on support, but as a core, he can really
10
have.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely. If someone is as skilled as.
5 seconds remaining.
Draw Ranger. You can't go wrong with something. So far, I'm actually like Linus has dropped a little. Although it pains me to say it, I just feel like the on the side of LGD has absolute not want to.
Wrong, we've seen
10 seconds remaining.
Dragonists, you have some depth.
5
Overall,
seconds remaining.
you like Tiny, I'm a Tiny hate.
I like her.
Oh, okay. I've actually seen a couple players play this hero on offlane as well. So this should be offlane cool.
And normally, I'm not that concerned about his ability.
10 seconds remaining.
You are terrified.
5 seconds
I would like to
remaining.
see it very, very high.
One hero that's Arc was in that last game. Another hero here that probably isn't that. He's nerfed. Yeah, but gives you some. Won't see it. What they need is, like Mira said. Yeah.
I like Wex Invoker here.
For that one, that
In
used to
this
be the
game,
high tempo.
In this game, it would be a bit difficult. Possible, but very difficult to. They really rounded up draft well with it. Both in the Chrono, the both against the Axe, you have X Mark.
Razor!
And this is, yeah, like why not? Just crush either one of these, Tiny or set up your game.
Also, a lot of synergy. See how it goes? I like it.
Like the Razor, you like PSG.LGD or Alliance? Purely the draft.
Alliance stuff is better. But if LGD or avoid.
We've seen more from the Drow Ranger. Still so Tiny, I think. Way too hard in that mid lane.
Hater!
I'm just a hater, yeah. It's Limp Tiny. If anyone can make it work, it's him.
I've seen that Drow be able to turn games around really. Just like one misstep against the Drow and she could hard carry. I'm a little worried about LGD's ability to quickly done, you know? I don't know. I feel like, is this one all about who gets the initiation first?
That's a very good point. They also have the boat. So there's one.
There's a Shadow Demon as well versus the Axe. They have the save. PSG.LGD do not. It's a much more play properly.
Very difficult. If anyone can LGD.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think a lot of this is probably going to come down to Razor. Good job, and he's able. Well, but okay. Sorry, we bumped into Lizard's workout.
What are you doing, Lizard?
I'm dead.
He's got to get buffed. You think this just happens naturally? All right. Anyway. Well, we're gonna buff you guys up with some great Dota, so stick around while Lizard puts on a few more pounds, and we'll see right after Game 2.
So we see Lizard getting buff, and I feel like we're also going to have to see Alliance getting buffed up in this game. In particular, the Void. To me, it looks like a pretty hard Void game, a pretty hard game for them to get off the ground. I feel like LGD has gotten themselves some very strong lanes, and they picked the Tiny and the Kunkka into Undying. Hey, their Tombstone hitters are just... I don't know how you feel about that, Owen, but...
No, that's true. Yeah, I think the Undying, even that they have picks after it, it's still ended up looking pretty good for White, for instance. So
yeah,
I think these teams aren't going to be easy. There's definitely, as you say, going to be the pressure. They have got pretty good damage to throw into the Chrono. You know, there's a few ults here and there, the boat, the ice blast. But against some of these beefier heroes, you know, once Razor or Axe gets a bit of HP online, there definitely could be struggles for Alliance, especially in the brawls that you've got to imagine that PSG.LGD are going to be bringing quite early this game.
Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of when I see Shadow Demon and AA paired up as supports. You know, you're pretty much completely reliant on your cores making all the plays. Right now, they'll get Innocence trapped up for a moment here, but there's an Undying. The stun will connect with the Cold. They've got nice damage. The Orb of Venom also coming into play. His own Orb of Venom is hurting him a lot. That extra slow. He's going to get brought down here. He will. Nice.
Very nicely done. There we go. That's one way to make that support duo work, is try and find yourself a first blood opportunity.
Use that Orb of Venom against him. That's one thing about those SD illusions when you are playing versus a hero that picks up Uv early on. You just use it just to kill him inside of that lane or inside that early start. So good approach here from Alliance. Do feel like they need that to start off this game well versus this very quick early paced draft and very quick early paced aggression that's going to come out from PSG.LGD. This Drow, this Razor, they're lane winners. The Razor in particular, this Tiny, I feel like a lot of this game will come down to Limp's performance, how much active moves he's able to make, and he's going to have a really tough start.
No, absolutely, and you have to draft like this against Limp Tiny, right? You can't let this man have a free lane because he will just straight up win the game. If Limp gets free farm mid, his Tiny, pretty much the best in the game. Play from mid position, so yeah, this response from PSG.LGD very much respecting that, and as you said, just giving the chance to make sure that doesn't come out from Limp, or at least has a much less likely probability of happening in the other game.
I'm surprised they went for the Kunkka offlane. We've seen S4 bring it a bunch in ups, but into the Undying, that's the thing that keeps standing out for me. As top, FNG, he's gonna live.
Not quite. Maybe GQ might be in trouble. He's still got a leap left. There's a leap left, so manages to break himself away from Nico, baby.
Nicely done. FNG has the extra regen too, has the self topped off. He needs to keep topped off too. There's a lot of pressure that comes out between this Axe and Mirana. We've seen so many times these Axes just dominant lanes. Yeah, I'm mostly keeping my eyes on bottom, seeing what Innocence can do. I feel like as soon as they hit level 2, S4 or Hanskin are just dead. They might even just do it right here. Innocence hits 2.
Yeah, why?
Tomb's down.
Yeah. I mean, the money shot won't quite catch onto S4, but still, harassment from the Undying alone is going to be very annoying, and not even able to get the gold out of this. They might turn towards Hanskin instead, but Innocence quite fine with the body blocks. He can't. Hanskin manages to get out of there. But yeah, you're seeing that potential from the safe lane duo.
Yeah, just S4 can't approach creep wave. That's the biggest scare for me. As soon as you start just getting 1 or 2 decays onto you, the Drow damage just hurts too much. You're at such a low HP pool that each one of those hits hurts more than they normally would because of that. As Ame, level 3 now, so he's got 2 points inside those frost bars for the chase. So if lane starts to push forward too much into LGD's favor, onto their side, that's where it gets scary for Alliance. If Alliance has the positioning here, it's not so bad, but the fact that it's not pushing in, this is where you're gonna have to watch S4. The damage will just start to ramp up from these right clicks, and you don't really care too much about Tidebringer. You have so much armor on Drow. Look at the connect with the torrent.
They're gonna try and get a hit on with the torrent, but more than fine here. Arme still has stick charges, fairy fire. Won't be able to burst in. Do get the extra connection there with the shadow.
They got the fist.
So,
They got the fist.
It's enough. Hansken, he was able to find the last one. The 5 stacks there. Hansken getting a huge kill there. Of course, with that insane burst damage that he was able to build up there. Armin was trying the best with the side steps, but Hansken just landed every time.
He walked back into that last one too. I don't think he expected it to be that much damage, but it was a level 3 Shadow Demon that just got hit, so he will go to his tower refill. Nice move, Sound Bottom. Did not expect him to get the Drow kill like that.
I don't think... Oh, they did either. Yeah.
No.
Can't underestimate that huge burst there from the 5th.
Mid lane, still not doing so bad. Limp, I think he's doing pretty decent consider the matchup versus a Razor.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've got to imagine that even though the matchup's hard, Limp's probably played Tiny against Razor quite a few times. I would imagine a lot of players Ups pro games do pick the Razor against his Tiny. He's been in this situation many times before.
Up top, FNG, connects. He's looking dead.
Again! Hansken!
Get the stack!
Does it again? Yeah, he gets it with these stacks. He's crushing it down here. He's going to be able to get Innocence as well. Stacks are upon him. There it is.
Boom.
He is crushing this tournament, and he needs to as well. We saw how tough of a start F4 was having on the first sort of few minutes of waves. He's just completely compensated for that. These kills that he's getting and the pressure he's putting onto Arme, this is massive. Now, Arme's having no start at all now. It's such a slow beginning here for the Drow because it's back-to-back deaths from the Shadow Demon.
I love watching aggressive Shadow Demons that play like that. That was such good moves from Hansken. S4 now completely caught up, 17-2 out of this as well. And I bring a health shortly. Still, it's not able to put a lot of pressure here already. His ring of health, his Vanguard's pretty much done. Earn charges too.
Now with these deaths on PSG.LGD, it's no longer as easy as it was, to sort of play as aggressive as the two want to.
Yeah, Ame's now level 3. Undying is higher level than him. And S4 is about to hit level 5. So that entire lane that was looking really strong for the Drow just completely gone because of Hansken's play. And he's even going back to stacking now. Yeah, Hansken's on fire right now. 4-1. All 4 kills going for him.
S4. Step up it. Take a hit or so from the tower, but you can see Arme being very careful with his position and not chasing any of these heroes, making sure he keeps close to the creeps. He knows Hansken's going to be hunting for action, and in fact,
Innocence
can build up enough damage to take down this Undying. The Arme will step forward, will start to try and push back with him. Innocence safe, the wraparound's coming, it's a big one. Hansken, he just goes straight for the speed out. Big brain play there from Hansken as he saves himself with the rotation. S4, on the other hand, will not quite be as lucky. Presence of the Razor, enough to push the two of them out of the lane. Top lane. Trying to dive in and get the kill on FNG. Nico Baby and Limp haven't done anything in return. The Avalanche toss has already been used. They're trying to stay on top of Fate. We'll have another round of the spells in a moment. Xingqiu, rather annoying here, dropping the hand down as well as that Battle Hunger, taking heavy damage from the two. Still trying to get in and close the gap for next extra round of the Avalanche toss, but it's not happen. PSG.LGD, they'll get out and Limp not quite able to punish them.
That was close. Xingqiu doing a good job of just poking him constantly so he can't get the secondary go at the combo. Bottom.
So he's trying to get the grab hit. Torrent. 3 stacks. Will they get up to the 5th? One more from Hansken, it'll do it. Hansken again taking out Arme. Wow. Will lose his life, but just doing everything possible to make sure that this Drow barely gets a chance to hit creeps down here. Just constant kills here from Hansken onto Arme.
Innocent is going to be higher level than his Drow now at this point. Getting that kill onto the Shadow Demon afterwards. S4 now up to level 6. This Drow might just have the jungle.
Yeah, this lane does not seem an easy place to be when Hansken.
Yeah, he ports.
And yeah, look,
TTP's outpost. Yeah, I don't think he can go back down there at all. He'll just get chain chased out. This has been such a good performance from Hansken. That's immediately toward mid.
See the rotation coming in. Look who's there, Hansken ready to help out, and Nico Baby as well. They're pretty much free the entire and they do lose FNG on the way out. Nothing to say, I would bring him down with him. shots. The big kill going towards Alliance, taking out that mid.
Both characters unable to lane though. Boy can't go near this. Axe unless he constantly has rotations from Limp. Drow can't make bottom unless he gets constant rotations from the Razor, so both gonna start jungling for some time. Alliance making the rotation down. They have a big creep wave to go for this tower. Innocence will use his mana, a bit lacking on the Tombstone mana, so I don't know if they'll want to fight down here if he doesn't have it. Let's see. It's up to the Razor. We're just gonna TP mid, so I think they are just gonna sack this now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just grabbing XP.
Showing his face.
Yeah, he's just taking XP from the creep wave that's dying to the tower. 6 now on the Undying. The tower will drop. So 2k advantage here for PSG.LGD. Even though the Drow was suffering so much with the 3 deaths, he's going to be able to jungle and catch back up. And the other 2 lanes did go that successful for them. The Axe and the Razor.
The lane. Oh, expected to have that lead. What we got?
Well, he went for the deny. I thought he might get it. He tried to smack it there. He's invis now, Moonlight Shadow. Looks like it's going to save his life also for it. S4 came hunting.
And do you like this from Nothing to Say this game? As the mid-Razor just rushing the hood to give him some sort of tank ability against that burst combo from Alliance's heroes?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the better items this game. When you're playing versus Tiny, it's always valuable to have the cloak. Having the range drop is super nice versus AA. And versus Kunkka, honestly. Since it's an all-playing Kunkka, it's more magic damage. FNG, the arrow. It hits.
Excellent arrow for Xingqiu. Lines it up perfectly. He will be coming in, and Nothing to Say a little bit low. Avalanche over towards it. Treat not enough there. Only just got the done. Just made the difference. Yeah, it just came out.
Oh, he gets hit by the Envenom weapon when he's earned, so it's not going to heal him as much. Everyone watch out for those annoying Ghoul Assassins.
What was it over the rim? After that, he's the darkness. S4's going to come over to try and power him. Xingqiu continuing to commit onto the Shadow Demon. Will bring down Hanscan. Leap out to the side. Comes in the combo on, and Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say is able to step out of there. Fake round, pulling the attention away from the call. It's back into the boat combo, but it's not enough damage for Alliance. They can't quite blow up this Axe. Faith Beyond's able to walk out with still half his HP intact.
Oh, so close. S4 was inches from X marking the Drow. They would have been able to get the kill onto Ame there, but he's able to back up, go back to jungle. That was close to them getting that kill. And that hood, 2 times now it saves Nothing to Say. So I think that's definitely the most reasonable purchase for him.
Absolutely. So as long as he can live, get a good link off of fights, you know, ideally onto the Void once he's jumped in with the Time Warp, then of course it's going to be hard for them to find the damage to kill these tanky heroes. The Hood with the Vanguard on the Axe, and by the Axe Faith Beyond pretty much having the blink dagger done. So his last items that are coming out to make these fights even more disruptive. They're going to have to be very careful how they step in, and they've got good control, you know, call into the arrow to keep lots fighting underneath these things, such as the Tombstone and the multi-shot from the Drow Ranger.
I think we'll see a lot of the heroes on PSG.LGD just tanking up a bit, not only because they're playing versus Tiny, but because of the whole idea of Alliance's draft is to lead a hero. I think AA would be super successful. Same thing for your Kunkka. If these fights start getting to these drawn-out portions, Alliance is going to have a really hard time fighting into Tombstone, fighting into continuous resets and calls for the Axe, and just a Razor and Drow beating them from a distance. 2k gold lead, Fabian, as you said, Blink is ready.
And wants to go for a big jump here around the mid.
Level 3 Tombstone to
about to be level 4. They're going to go for the jump on the Kunkka. Straight in with the link, S4. Shouldn't stand much of a chance there. The link will build up. S4 gets blown up by the Starstorm damage. The Demonic Purge, Nothing to Say to stop him from being able to charge in. And look at back Innocence though, as he's diving in underneath the tier 1 tower, ready to keep pushing on. They need extra backup coming in from Nico Baby's TPing over. He'll turn over towards Innocence. Crime's going to be dropped down as Nico Baby looks towards taking out Xingqiu with the bashes coming in. It's up. They bring down Xingqiu. Another jump, another call though from Pian as he's hit straight on top of the face of FNG. They'll still come out on top of this fight here, PSG.LGD taking down the 3 of them. Only losing the 2 supports themselves.
And Amit's chilling during all of it. He's just farming triangle. He's a team. How's it going? Okay, great. Good job with the 5v4 fight. If there's a Tombstone dropped in the fight and Alliance isn't all immediately hitting it with the SD and the AA included, which is not what you really want to be doing as your 2 supports, they have to just run. This Tombstone is going to be a huge problem for the triple melee cores.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress.
Oh, Innocence.
Innocence.
And he's going to walk it pretty much the entirety of the block there now. With Sonic purges the Ice Blast, they're going to have to set up onto Nothing to Say. They trying to push them back with a slow of the multi-shot. Fabian's making his way over. The X marks there from S4, dragging Nothing to Say back. He'll get the link up, but he took underneath the tower. Nothing to Say. He's got the movement speed, though, to get away from it all. The Poison's going to miss. I think he's going to be fine. He's going to be able to escape. They'll lose FNG under the tower. Nico, baby, he is there with the wraparound. So they will manage to catch Nothing to Say on his attempt to retreat, which is a good job there. So that would have been very frustrating for Lions there if he was able to walk away as low HP as he was. As nearly making it out from the complete combo they dropped on him.
That's a good way to start fights, right? And the Undying walks out of position, kill him before Tombstone is able to get dropped down, then you can win the fight, even without Chronosphere.
Yeah.
A great, typical contribution from your carry, walking in and, one attack, getting a kill.
And Nico Baby's going to be happy with that. I mean, his farm's still on par with that, the top two on PSG.LGD. Maelstrom into the SMY, nothing surprising about the build-up. So he's going to make good time on it. Even so, though, it's not an easy game, as you mentioned, Void. These fights are still going to favour PSG.LGD, considering the heroes and these early sort of build up out on all their cores. These little tanky items that just get that hard really for Light to get in, get that jump before the fight kicks off, and obviously easier for PSG.LGD to just start the action. Fabian leading the charge again with the smoke, Blink Dagger at the ready. Seeing if they can find anyone in the triangle. Nico Baby playing it very safe, hidden in the trees behind this tier 1 tower. They won't catch him.
They don't quite have the blink yet on Limp, so he doesn't even make his way over with this smoke. He wants to finish the blink dagger. They're just going to get vision, maybe even block out the camps. Yeah, so blocking out both camps to make sure that the Drow isn't just able to farm at that super fast pace. Because they know that the rest of PSG.LGD, they're running as this 4-man unit. They're like, where's Ame? Gotta always be sure to slow that Drow Ranger down. You see the build from Nothing to Say was pointed out by our Observer before. Sage right after with that hood. He is unbelievably tanky. Look at this, 2100 HP with the Iron Witchwood tree as well. So bursting him is gonna be a pretty tough option. They're gonna have to throw pretty much everything onto him.
Yeah, and even then, that's not gonna feel too good, because then you're not gonna have the tools to sort of deal with the other cores.
Yeah.
Because of just how much, as you say, you are gonna have to throw down to threaten the life of this Raptor. It's not easy team fights for Alliance to take, and as the farming continues, they do only slip further behind. S4 will manage to take out this top tower. Alliance will at least go for smoke TP down bottom. They want to make a play with the Chronosphere back online from Nico Baby. They want to try and get Ame. Ame shows himself in the lane. Ice Blast lined up very, very nicely there. Great angle from FNG, and with the jump from Limp, they'll get themselves the kill. Very quick and move there from Alliance to punish Ame's position. Moonlight Shadow coming out from PSG.LGD, but they still want to try and take the fight. It's going to be the jump from Fabian. He's in with the call of the Shadow Demon. His hands can all fall. Nico Baby trying to fight back. He has the Chronosphere available. He's going to get caught up by the arrow. Will jump up to the side. Doesn't really want to drop the Chrono here, as he knows there's going to be a lack of damage. He'll still drop it anyway just to save himself, but it has to be a Chrono and an escape. There's no way to take the fight right now. Nearly getting the call there, but Nico Baby's CP done just in time. As Alliance, they just have to bail it. We're seeing it's so hard for them to use the Chrono aggressively at this stage. PSG.LGD's lineup it's pretty terrifying here at 16 minutes.
Even the Undying is terrifying. See, he's gone for Orb of Corrosion, so interesting here. The Illusions want to apply Orb of Corrosion back on yourself when he's been disrupted, switching it up a little bit. And look at this. Nico Baby, they're starting to realize, like, dude, this Tombstone is such a big issue. They have to time walk in to try to go for it, but then Nico Baby's like, oh my god, I have Flesh Golem on me. This amplified damage plus Corrosion. I need to run. I need to reset. He has Chronosphere in order to survive. So fight's still looking very difficult. That's what Alliance, they have 5 versus 4. The Drow was dead before that fight started.
And I mean, on what point is it going to take for us to see, Nico Baby being able to drop the Chrono and feel that he is doing damage? I feel like it's many items away on the Void until that point's going to come into play.
I absolutely agree. I feel like he has to get so many. That's why I was opening up the, the panel thing. Lizard was lifting some weights. Yeah. I felt like Nico Baby really needed to lift some weights to get to late stages because they're all so tanky. They have an excellent lineup to be able to deal with this Void, and there is damage to get inside that Chronosphere, but it all has to be lined up perfectly.
Find here, Faith Beyond.
Been spotted.
Leading the charge perfect the last few times. Yeah, they're on top of S4. Their backup coming in, CPs are coming over, but the call into the arrow, there's no saving the Kunkka.
His Vessel's doing work as well on Jin-Q. That extra bit of damage versus a tanky hero like Kunkka. And then that makes him tanky too. As you see him shovel, Vessel, he takes the damage talent. No Jin-Q, not taking the health talent this game. Even versus all this damage, doesn't care. And keeping themselves up at this 4K lead. Nico Baby's still farming. He's really the only one farming at the moment.
Yeah, nice more on Limp. I mean, Limp as well, understandably, you know, you play the tiny, you want to jump and go, you want to blow up these heroes. And, you know, Limpy, he's been able to do so for the most part, 1-1 and 5. It's just, he's 1-1-5 now. It's going to be very hard to get those kills and assists anymore because of the sort of same issues that Nico Baby's struggling with. You know, Limp, who is he actually looking at saying, I can jump and blow up this hero? Even with the Ice Blast, some of these targets, they're just not going to die.
Have to be Drow in every single one of the fights. Like, if he catches an Undying, who cares? The Undying is now tanky enough at this point to survive the brunt of the force. Jumps forward, won't be able to get nothing to say. And yeah, that's why I was a bit surprised they went for this mid-Tiny into the Undying pick. Two heroes that, as support, that really ruin Tiny for people out there. It's Phoenix, or that ruin Tiny is Phoenix and Undying. These two support heroes just make the game really difficult for you to play because you're slow or you're just getting destroyed by Egg or Sunray or something along those lines. It always just ends up being a problem for these core Tinies. 6K lead, LGD, taking advantage of the map.
I mean, for the next fight as well, I think to say he's pretty much going to have his BKB done. We'll see bottom, trying to drop the Ice Blast in, but a quick jump to the side, Jin-Q's away.
And he's got a foot of his own, so he's ready. Even if he gets hit by that and the combo, he might still survive. That's why I was surprised he take the damage talent rather than going for health, because that would give him even more survivability. I think he's a greedy player, so he always goes for those type of ones. We're seeing the Manta being built up beyond extra scale and potential extra damage that it feels like the PSG.LGD is gaining more and more strength. Sure, we're going into a Void into these later kind of stages where Void loves to play, but the rest of his teammates, just like we said, they're not really getting that scale. The Tiny, the Kunkka.
And PSG.LGD, they're just keeping their foot on the pedal. Another smoke up, Faith Beyond ready to look for a jump. Eliminate the threat of a nice blast.
And Hanskin, is he going to show his fit? Ooh.
Well, they don't know, is it? Should be fine.
He's getting good farm on Hanskin. Didn't really point that out. The Aether Lens plus the point booster. He's got Philosopher's Stone, so going straight for that Ags. Could be decent. Nothing amazing to break, though.
Can they blow up the Axe?
Dyer's bottom tower is under
A blast. I don't think so with that A blast. Let's see.
Gonna try. Poke coming down, the backup's coming in, and indeed it's not quite enough. He's just going to TP right in front of them, but Limp does have toss available, so we'll put a stop to that. They will manage to kill off Faith Beyond. See if they lose any heroes. As S4 will be chased down by Anderson, Jin-Q, and nothing to say as S4 can't get out. But they do get the kill. They are able to take him down. They'll get an offlane for an offlane, and what's behind, that's a trade that Alliance will take.
Bless that Arcane Rune for Limp. If they didn't have that Arcane Rune, he's gonna finish that TP right in front of them. As top, Nico Baby will be okay. Do it, get the kill. Slow down Faith Beyond a little bit, but again, losing their Kunkka.
That's that 6K difference. I mean, we've got Limp getting online after the blink. Yeah, the Saber's done, so
yep.
A bit of a step up there to the burst damage that he will have to offer when he makes that jump.
Not bad. Hanskin also up to 1600 gold after point boost. He's gonna have an early Aghanims. That's gonna be nice, at least to maybe to break anything in particular. Sure, versus like Storm Surge, something like that could be decent, but it's more just to hold these heroes in place and just extra little bits of damage where I feel like Alliance is gonna need it. Blast the Roche. A bit worried about sneaking his way in there. Ame quietly catching back up in farm too. 0, 4, and 5, but he almost tied with the Void in net worth. And they will sneak their way into the pit. They know A blast is down. Alliance make it in time. And I don't know if you want to fight in that area either. That just gives Tombstone the best position. Yeah, Tombstone is way too hard to fight into this stage without a real way to kill it properly. Only the two supports really can't do that. So yeah, I think they just give it up.
Well, we have it. Ame, as you said, the target that they may have the possibility to burst is now going to have 2 lives ready for that next team fight. To make the focus of Alliance much more difficult in terms of target priority.
Looks like it's going to be Nico Baby versus the world. Nico Baby and Hans versus the world in particular. Since Hans he's nearly got Ags done. He is quietly farming up on the side here. PSG though comfortably now going to go for a tier 2.
This is what we always love to see when there's a void in the game. We love to see the pressure on the big chronos. You know, that's what everyone's waiting for. Everyone's getting the popcorn out ready for the incredible chronos or the incredible misses. And we'll see what Nico Baby pulls out, because as you say, it's got to be big. It's got to be some huge stuff here from the Nico Baby point game.
They're setting up for this. They want this fight. They got that tier 2 themselves top, instantly rotating. Moonlight Shadow 2 for the speed. LNG. Gonna TP out. Nice net pickup for Nico Baby. Is gonna be a pretty big one. Not versus any huge kind of heals. Share Soul is one of the bigger ones, but versus 2 range carries, that could be really nice. The increased threat that it does versus ranged. But PSG.LGD, they TP bottom, force them away from the tier 2, and they immediately smoke. They see Nico Baby for a second. They want him. Ame's still in the area. And Hanskin, that's his Ags. He's got it done.
There's such an impact in the early game. Hanskin, you know, he's maybe having the better starts here. We'll see if this Ags timing is going to be enough to be that extra bit of power that Alliance need to threat PSG.LGD in these situations. Nothing.
It's not versus the best breaks though.
Top of the BKB.
Like usually when we see these SD Ags, it's like a Spectre, a PA, where it's gonna have this massive influence in the game. This one, it's a bit different. It's more just like some extra damage being thrown out. Maybe he goes for something like, I mean, I haven't seen it, but maybe he goes for something like a shard to be able to disengage from people, but there's nothing good to defensively dispel off either. So it does feel like he's good. He's got this good farm. He's had this good impact early, but what's this Ags really gonna do? Is it really gonna be that impactful that they've been giving him this much priority of farm? Because it just feels like PSG.LGD are getting more on the map with their 3 cores in comparison. It's as we just through the void on the side of Alliance who's getting that big farm.
I'll be interested to see what Nico Baby feels that he needs to get next after the Skadi. It's not a game where I think he can skip BKB, right? I don't think you need to buy the BKB this game. There's too many things that go through it, and you've got to go.
He has to go for more. I agree, 100%.
So I guess, you know, it's probably gonna be MKB or Butterfly.
And they're losing all their vision. I think MKB would probably be the likely one, yeah. And they're losing all their vision. I'm watching Innocence. They buy. This is a common thing we've seen in China when they get these early pace drafts. They buy an early gem. I really don't see any other region doing that still. And they're utilizing it perfectly here. There's 1 ward on the map now for Alliance. Bottom. Limp.
Hanskin will be able to kite, nothing to say back, but he's in with the BKB and Faith behind, he's in with the jump. Gets the grab up to Hanskin, the Tombstone is going to drop down, Nico Baby and S4, they've got to get out, they've got to run. Limp's going to stay hidden in the trees, and S4 being chased, slowed down by the zombies. Gee, he stepped in range of Arme, they're going to drop the chrono, will catch nothing to say over towards the side, now will maybe kill off the red, he's going to lose his life for it. I mean, they get the call with the chrono. Throws dead on Alliance as PSG.LGD, it really doesn't matter. They lose 1 core. They're probably going to win most of these fights 4v5 anyway with the lead that they have.
Yeah, and now they get a gem of their own. They take away the gem from Alliance, at least inside that fight too. And it's S4, he's just getting chased the whole time from this to the 2 supports. Look at them, the flesh golem, the amp damage. And it's just a clean up there from PSG.LGD. The Drow getting no attention on her whatsoever. Ame finally gets some relief, gets the top net worth in the board, and onto the high ground. No Chronosphere. How does the Lions fight back?
Yeah, it's just been 2 solid games from Ame and the carry department. Now, game 1, his team was sort of having a tough time. Game 2, he was having a bit of a tough time at the beginning, but he has come back into this perfectly. Top net worth, doing exactly what needs to be done. Even when you do have these laning situations where he was dying, you know, back-to-back deaths in lane, a complete recovery here from Ame.
His team knows him so well. Just running around his 4, making constant plays. The Razor, we see nothing to say, just like last time. He's sacrificed a bit. Sure, he's only got 3 deaths this time around, but just like Puck, he just runs in, tanks the brunt of the action, And then the Drow has freedom because there's no spells really up left from the side of Alliance. 12k gold lead now. Feeling almost impossible for Alliance to fight back. Like you said, needing a massive chrono, but there's so many different elements now that they can't really go through. The BKB, the pipe, there's so many different tanky methods for PSG.LGD to survive through. Faith Beyond 2800 HP. He's still hanging on to a chip vest. If he had a bigger item, he'd be even stronger.
Alliance, they're trying to see if they can maybe catch someone alone. But FNG, he's going to end up walking into a Razor. The rest of Alliance have to scatter back to base.
LGD2
Baby's nearly got the Scar. He is queuing up the Satanic, so feeling that he wants to continue to build up for survivability. I mean, it's such a tough position because honestly, what does he rectify this game? He needs so many items, but obviously going for the Satanic will still mean that the damage issues will be there. It's even being able to live that longer in the fights, what really is going to be able to be achieved by Alliance is just so hard against PSG.LGD's items.
It is a nice dispel versus the Gust at the very least, but yeah, even then, it just still feel like they won't have damage because Limp's game, sure, he's 2-1-6, but that's not what you want to be in a Tiny in this type of game. You need to be snowballing the hell out of the game so that you don't get to this position, or you just can't kill anybody. You can't even target the supports. It's an Undying with 1700 HP. It's a Mirana with 1570 with a pipe. There's no targets for you to go for and just delete from the map. And Alliance, the long duration team fights will not benefit them in any situation.
Looking for the leader there for Chrono. Maybe they can get sort of a quick grab on one or two of the squish heroes in the back. They can start with kill. We'll get the control onto Jingqiu. Jingqiu, can he actually get out? Moonlight Shadow, but Sentry is down. They'll kill the Mirage.
The gem. They can get back their gem. Nice.
I feel like a broken record.
Thinking anything more. Straight beyond. He's out with the blink. Nico Baby getting aggressive with the time warp. He's got this arcane. Nothing to say. He's ready for the wrap around already. Limp popping the BKB. Trying to get himself away from nothing to say and will manage to do so just far enough. Limp will manage to get back here as the safety of the rest of his team.
They smoked out and got a pick in a kind of a weird position, but the lanes were all pushed in completely. But by Beyond, that Manta, that Shard, they had to address their lanes immediately on the side of Alliance after getting that kill. But at least they recovered their gem. So they'll be able to get a bit more map control from that back.
15k lead though. It's a tough one here for Alliance.
Does not feel like that changed the state of the game much at all. PSG.LGD smoked up, ready for the next fight. They're just hunting. They're not afraid of this at all from Alliance. He's just gonna jump up to the high ground.
Yeah, get the vision there in with the gold. The disruption. Wolfman's going to try and keep us safe, but Hanskin just gets run down by nothing to say. Commitment with the BKB. Turns over, take down S4 as well. FNG's gone for the team. They've got the call back up. There's no escape for FNG. He killed straight up from PSG.LGD. They're heading straight down the mid lane. They've got the creeps pushing it. If they want, they can look just poking at the base of Alliance, and with 3 heroes dead, Alliance meant to consider coming in with some buybacks, just letting this mid-racks go.
They can't fight. Nico Baby changes up the item build, but I don't think he's going to get a chance to get anything here as S4 is forced to buy back. They immediately retreat, and Roche is back up on the menu for them.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely necessary from Nico Baby. I guess feels that he can do so as well because he found the Paladin sword, so we'll have that lifesteal to rely on. And yeah, needs something to amp up the damage. It's all resting on the shoulders of Nico Baby's potential to carry what is an immensely difficult position to carry as a boil from.
S4, he walks out.
I mean, he's going to get control. He's in with the jump. Arme's going to start kicking out the damage from the side. Nico Baby jumps in, but arrow! They've got the arrow into the silence. Nico Baby is going to go down. He jumps in and he's dead immediately, not able to get anything off. They don't have buybacks. They're 3 dead for over a minute on Alliance. PSG.LGD, they'll be able to run it down mid. They may even just call it. If PSG.LGD realize they can go for tier 4s, they can look to end here with the push of the Drow.
I think they will. I think they're going to go tier 4s here. They have the Drow Raider combo, the marksmanship. This is where it kicks in perfectly. There is a glyph, so holds them back for a moment, but they have so much. They're going to go back in.
Yeah, they have so much time. Hanskin, FNG. He can't hold this back on the throne. PSG.LGD going straight for the throne here. Tier 4's down. The Ancient exposed. Buyback is definitely Nico, baby. All right. He's going to go for something huge. He's going to try and come from the back.
It's over.
What a bit, he jumps in, he gets silenced. They've got the silence. They're hitting the void. They're just hitting the Ancient. They're ending the game. GE is called as PSG.LGD with an incredibly impressive second game. 2 games here back to back, where we really have, we saw the power from PSG.LGD that we've just got used to seeing from them in this run-up to the playoffs. Alliance, they turn up, and they're just not quite ready to deal with it here.
No, I really love the way that LGD set up this draft, too. I think Alliance kind of picked them.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy. Sound good. Sound good. Sound good. It sound right, boy. Sound good. Sound good. Sound good. It sound right, boy. Sound good.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Current meta is, which I think after watching like every single time we see try to beat this like, tanky, holy lock yes that everybody's doing, it doesn't.
Ban it. Don't worry about it.
Stop dying out of tits.
Ban out the IO and the TC. So yeah, we've been hyping up a lot of VP. Nigma, sure, it may be an advantage to have so many games.
10 seconds remaining.
How many sleep? You know, is this Luna really going to be able to catch people by surprise? Is picking a Rubik? Nigma is like one of the only teams that has secret won one game with lost another game. How much more can they really whip out? And now that you're finally in upper bracket playoff.
In regards to the Nigma and this, like, yeah, I think the main thing is the fact that have the ability to go up against Beefy off the very meta off-main. And they're going to have to show some respect towards it in the second phase if you're pro. Let's say you pick Mars or you Luna, suddenly Nigma's going to play that pace. Saw earlier today how Aster team had as their favourites, but managed through aggression and pace. And again, to reiterate the point, you know, 25 games. They have the highest average amount of kills by 29. Second place, 5.5. You look at assists, second place. Oh no, they're actually, yeah, they're second. They're 6.2. Wow. Like, they have so much aggression in their lineup where they can't place.
Well, you want to talk game frequency? They have played Lion 7, won every
10 seconds remaining.
They will pick it first phase most of the.
And they've only played one game on Invoke. Very much.
Okay, so being off of the line point where they're first phasing, that's something that we're seeing has started progressing in the meta in the last like 2 to 3 days. Where line is was out of the meta for a while, and then it comes back in. the Mars, this is a very similar thing where during the tail end of DPC, Mars was not getting first round pick. If it was getting first round pick, it was usually second pick, or when you have a double pick, something like that. So VP have not picked Mars in the last 20 games that they've won. And then they picked Mars AA, 2 heroes of this tournament. And so I think this answers our question of, what, did I get that wrong?
No, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, Mars is the most picked hero, Ancient Emperor.
Dire team ban.
Entire tournament.
So they are adapting, which is great to see, because you hear about this young team of up-and-comers. They don't have a coach. They've got this natural synergy. You just want them to don't want to see them come onto LAN and have egos and fail because of that. And, you know, obviously we want them to learn, but we also want to watch good Dota.
Kind of what happened at Singapore, because I had extremely high expectations. They're from a prodigy. I was like, hell yeah, CIS squad. Sending with Spirit. A bunch of young bucks trying to make a dent and then sink disaster. So hopefully this is a change of pace. And while Mars is a little bit out of the box for DM, I will say that
5 seconds remaining.
Again, this might sound somewhat, but the fact that like RTW and Nigma, the reason why the player and then the team are able to is unlike other teams, they like breathe Dota in the pub. And like we mentioned it so much, but a lot of the pros, they get comfortable in the rhythm, scrimming, play a couple games, and they kind of go wheels off in regards to the actual scene. Why they are performing so well. Maybe Virtus Pro, maybe C stage.
Dire team ban.
Strong pulse of the actual meta. They are playing like 10-12 pubs a day. They are not like the old guard of Dota where 2-3 pubs and go, yes, fine, I read the patch.
It's funny you say that, because on the side of Nigma, Kuroki just doesn't pub. Neither does Miracle. Like, these guys literally don't pub.
LTW is carrying it for them.
LTW Mind Control. Like, these guys
Change
plays a decent amount. Like, I mean, but Mind Control and LTW play enough to make up for everybody else not playing.
I did actually ask this question during, like, I think it was either to RMN. He was doing, so, do you and Kuroki, like, do you play pubs anymore? Your Dota Pro Tracker account has nothing. I was like,
10 seconds remaining.
And we're like, so maybe they're just hiding what they're doing nowadays. Because again, to get to TI, it's valuable.
Radiant team,
maybe hidden Smurfs. I mean, that's impressive.
I know
that's day and age. Well done. But it is cool to see that the battle of kind of the team, you know, has their finger on the pulse of the pub scene versus the old guard, who I feel like would be probably more likely to be flowing in terms of, all right, let's just try this. We have this idea. We're really confident in our theory crafting, whereas this E lineup might have to feel, they might feel like they need to have played something in their pubs to be truly comfortable on.
And that's kind of like going back to trying it from Nigma. Did experiment major so far. Like they tried RTW on the carry mech. TNC kind of brought it into the main. Nigma, with no experience on RTW in the pub scene at least, instantly brought it out. They lost, and now that's now put away. So it's kind of...
They tried it, though.
They tried it, exactly. And that's the level of confidence you need. Major. It's a very long tournament. You need to be able to try and test things. And that's Nigma, 26 games. That's why they're going to have a little bit more confidence. Exactly what...
Radiant team, pick.
Confident.
Mariska has arrived.
This is some fight from Mars plus the Willow Fear. You have the amount of plus the Ancient Ult and the Ancient Amplification. The Mars plus Mariska lane. You fear people through the little bristles and
5 seconds
ridiculous amounts of damage. Solid draft from... I think Nigma probably wants to respond with something good at team fighting. Otherwise, they're going to dodge a lot.
Solid in terms of T, though. I'm hearing advocates for different archetypes. That these days, to have a melee,
AA plus Willow is grounded by the fact that they're looking more at the archetype of laning combo. So it's Mars plus Willow, AA plus some kill threat roll.
10 seconds remaining.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they just the idea of what
5 seconds
remaining.
remaining.
They're not looking at rotating into. That's the idea of a melee hero. Enable a range parry, or to just run at this mid lane, get underneath the tower, and enable that damage to come down. Having double range support only works is if you have the strong.
Bruising the pro tracker. Tell me, has ILTW been playing any carry acts recently? Because I've been seeing past 3 days a lot of carry players have been attempting it, not winning with pups because it's not easy.
No, he hasn't.
LGD
No.
and Quincy can.
He hasn't.
He has not. Okay.
No, Mind Control has been playing it a
Okay.
lot though. So, you know, once again with Nigma, I feel like this team is a lot more free flowing, just onto so many lands, and they've adapted so times. I mean, they're literally famous for it. They did it in their PI run. They've done it in multiple other tournaments. Okay. Okay. Wow, what ridiculous team fight from VP. This is straight up not possible to fight into.
The thing I see here is kind of doing like the bait of
seconds remaining.
Mars can in the fight Willow and A have this kind of layered damage on top.
5 seconds
Nigma to bring all their heroes, and in that window of aggression, Mag will be enabling that extra core to farm elsewhere. Like I'm seeing basically 4 heroes fight, 1 hero farm, but Nigma with the double range support themselves and act off lane, they're gonna have to bring everyone to a fight. They don't kill towers, they don't really push out lanes, you have to find the kill, and that already puts a lot of that WePlay have the team fight. Nigma doesn't really have team fight themselves, so it's all about kind of strong lanes and that ability to have numbers advantage.
The lanes matter a lot for their draft, but I also do think that if they can't get advantage out of the lanes, they have very persistent fighting. There are really no cooldowns that they're waiting for other than
remaining.
Your 5 line. If you're waiting for your 5 lines finger cooldown, you're probably doing
5 seconds remaining.
We have completely the GH Druid. Mentioned WePlay has all. They can just steal the team fight.
That's true,
and
yeah.
that might help them out.
100%. There's a lot of really good spells to steal. Every single one of these heroes, honestly, I don't think there's any bad that you can get Wark from ours, but great stuff to steal. And I think could bank on having solid lanes, buy a lot of regen to make sure on those. And then some really hard farming carry like a Terrorblade, although that's banned out.
Terrorblade and the Luna as well. Yeah.
Something along those lines. Luna TV would have been perfect for the way that their heroes want to just fighting.
Where are we, Magnus and Mars? You're interested in numbers. Mid lane Mars has 25%.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, I was gonna say Medusa for Nigma as their last pick, but I think against the Ursa.
Back to your question, I'd like to see the odds to enable Willow, and then mid lane Magnus. But Nigma's like Spectre. Oh, I was gonna say Spectre.
I believe. Can you please explain why it would have been good?
Yes, I shall. So Spectre is, simply put, it's the idea that Nigma loves to run a fight, don't have a wing band of Terrorblade of Luna. This Spectre will simplify the game plan, mitigate the initiative. The Magnus instantly kills the AA and the Willow, and gives them an insurance. This game is going to be small. It's going to be fights left, right, and center. Nigma are going to need to force the map to be poking and prodding. That Spectre is just perfect pick left to give somewhere playing the late game.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, I'm going to make a prediction here, and this might be dog shit, but we'll see.
We like this type of prediction.
I think that he's going to aggro the Ursa into this. I think Spectre Rubik sounds like a terrible lane. Dumpster. Mars will do fine.
What if it's a...
I think there's still dumpster that try. AA Willow Ursa. Devastating.
That's true, actually. That is
a
annoying,
beastly lane. And I think Ursa is one of the biggest trump Spectre in as long as you lane.
Off. Good. Spectre, if you're known for speed, and they close out the game in, I don't know, 35 minutes, how long does it take?
I would say, I think, dominate the game would be about like 30 minutes. That's the window. The first Aegis, you collapse the map. You get the second Aegis, you look, and in that second Aegis, we're running into high ground. That's when the Spectre will just dominate the fight, and it's all on VP in the early game. Nigma, if they set the pace early, that WePlay can never muster the Nigma needs to play aggressive. slower starter draft there.
See how it all pans out. Virtus Pro, Team Nigma. Game number 1. Let's send it back behind the waterfall to our...
Thank you, Tsunami. That's right. We have the matchup that I think a lot of people have been waiting for. The best, without a doubt, in Eastern Europe. Virtus Pro has yet to lose a single series against another Eastern European team, up against Nigma, the TI7 champions, with a fresh edition of ILTW. And Kyle, what would you make of the difference between these two teams?
Well, there's a lot to talk about, Cap. Youth versus experience. Beauty versus brawn.
Okay.
Nigma employing a bunch of, spellcasters, team fight, little wonky innovations, kind of the anime storyline just barely sneaking through to this final stage of the tournament, and VP just unchallenged, pretty much steamrolling everybody they've gone up against throughout both DPC seasons.
Yes, that's right. Within their own region, they have been incredibly dominant. They've only lost series to teams outside of their region. Of course, the Singapore Major, they ended up being bounced out by Thunder Predator. They've dropped games to OG, Alliance, Liquid, plenty of European teams, but they have yet to lose a series against Nigma. That has only happened once, and that was at the beginning of this Virtus Pro over at Epic League.
And it's also the first time I've seen these guys. That face right there on the right of the screen, we've seen that around for some time. I learned just before we went live that Kuroki is actually younger than me, which really puts my life into perspective. But it's the first time we've seen them sit down in this manner since what? Last year? February?
Yeah, it's been too long since we've gotten to see these legends at play. And of course, Kuro, the biggest legend of all, having over a decade of experience within Dota 2 and even going back to Dota 1 days. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, young, fresh-faced, new generation, really, of not just Eastern Europe, but of Dota as a whole. I mean, every single one of these guys is 19, except for the old man of VP right there on your screen, a grand total of 21 years of age. Like, the fact that you're the oldest guy, you're only 21, and the Dota esports scene is insane.
Yeah, it's wild. Added up together, they still don't make 100. It's only like 2 Nahazes. Meanwhile, some insight from inside the game. The GPK already has his tip on cooldown. Both these squads were mouthing off. Not mouthing off, but just having fun. VP heard a bunch of laughter from them. And there was some setup stuff with Team Nigma. And then I heard Mo and the whole squad just exclaim, "Let's fucking go."
Yeah.
Everybody walked off stage. You saw Kuro kind of pound his hand into his fist, and you know that they're excited, and they do have a lot to play for. T1 winning, pushing them up to a guaranteed 970 points, does thin the odds a little bit for Team Nigma. Top 6, not going to do it. Top 3, probably not going to do it. They may need a grand finals berth to secure a spot at TI.
And for me anyway, I feel like they have a very good chance of being able to do so. I don't know how you rate these two teams, but I personally have them placed. These are 2 of my top 3.
Yes. If Ice Frog is truly writing the story, then you'd have to think it'll be an incredible back and forth 2-1, only for Nigma to fight all the way through the lower bracket.
This is
the most difficult road, indeed. But it is an incredibly tough side of the bracket. VP, arguably the strongest team coming into the tournament. We heard a lot of chatter about scrims, about VP kind of setting the meta in some ways.
Everybody was learning from them. Yep. Everybody saw what Virtus Pro was doing, and they're like, oh, these guys are really good. Let's take some of what they're doing. And that can be a bit of a problem sometimes, right, Kyle? When you go into one of these LAN environments and you start off as the team that looks really good, that everybody's learning from. Yes. In some ways, it means you end up getting figured out.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit of that happened to Aster, where T1 just kind of rocked him off the map. Aster didn't really innovate too much from what they'd shown in the DPC League, and here VP really not doing so much either. Like, they are one of the teams that have really liked Mag for some time, including in this mid-roll. They have Ursa.
Matchup of the 2 captains right there. Save, just a young 19, playing a 4-position captain. Again, a lot of things that are just different about Virtus Pro. The fact that Save wants to be able to captain from the 4 role, and in turn has Kingslayer filling out the 5. Atypical for most Dota teams is usually it's the oldest man in the lowest position, that 5 role that usually occupies the captain seat.
And someone is missing from their seat. Is that?
I see Kuro, I see GH, CILTW.
I don't think we have a tech delay. Did somebody run off to use the bathroom?
Well, you know, sometimes jitters, even from some of the most experienced players who have won a TI and been a grand finalist. Speaking of grand finalists, Kuro looking to be able to not only punch his ticket to TI here, but go on to try and claim that two-time TI position. He's already had 3 different TI grand final appearances. Just an absolutely amazing career from this man.
One of only 2 players as well, I believe, to make a grand final on 2 different teams.
Yeah.
I want to say FY, I didn't research him properly, but I thought he was on LGD both times he made the final.
Yeah, and then...
No, he was on Vici, TI4.
Yes, he was.
Okay, so 3 players. Kuro, FY, and Weeha.
Weeha. Oh, that's right. The man who has yet to be able to win a TI, but appeared twice in the grand finals, both with Digital Chaos as well as Nigma. Of course, he has since departed this squad and has been filled out with ILTW. They've shuffled Miracle into the mid position. How do you feel like Nigma has changed as a team since this whole roster shakeup?
Well, it's, I think, probably the team we've most discussed so far, just because we've seen them play so much Dota. Not just the tiebreaker, but what felt like an extra match in the wild card.
Yeah.
And it's really just the shift of Miracle onto more of his storied hero combinations. You know, he's playing Invoker. Once again, they're first doing it. He's playing playmaker roles, which frees up specifically Mind Control to have a lot more influence. They can invest more into his laning phase. But more importantly, it feels like Miracle's actually the one setting the tempo a lot of the time. He's the one moving out of his lane. And it started to work. ILTW also, we've been talking about it all tournament. This man plays so much Dota. He's looked incredibly composed. And if any team is playing with pressure, you've got to figure that it's Team Nigma here. Not just their own hopes on their shoulders, but you know, any EU fans out there, anybody who loves Team Liquid, loves OG, wants to see them defend their title at TI10, you need these guys to perform because that qualifier is already stacked back home.
And what would you make of ILTW's playstyle? Like, why wasn't he picked up on more tier 1 teams? I mean, he was on OG. They had very good things to say about him as a teammate, but then he just really wasn't heard from until Kuro decided that he was what was needed for Team Nigma.
Maybe just a lack of roster shuffling in general on the top tier teams. DM on the side of Virtus Pro is another guy who he's been, I don't know, top 10, top 20 MMR for, I feel like even back when I was playing, I remember seeing his name, not knowing who he was, but he was always on top of the leaderboards. It just sometimes takes time. You know, you need connections in addition to skill a lot of the time. You need to demonstrate that you've got experience and pedigree, and there's a lot of pub stars that just simply can't or refuse to make the transition to professional. Not everybody can do it, but ILTW definitely demonstrating that he is one such man.
I like how you compared him to DM, a player who very clearly set out to make it professional kind of no matter what, right? He was playing in this party huge stack that was basically Virtus Pro before it was formed. He went out and was basically willing to join any team. He thought he was even going so far as to travel across the pool there.
And our main man, Miracle, back on stage.
Okay.
VP has been ready for a little bit. They remind us every minute or so, but you know, it's a really cool matchup to see in this first round of the upper bracket. VP, the last time this team was here in Kyiv for a major, 2017, where they dropped 3-2 OG in the grand finals. This is, of course, a completely new roster. These guys were all teenagers, young teenagers. They were all in high school when that match went down, but looking to get a title here.
Yeah, what a way to be able to bring about the coronation of the new kings of Eastern Europe, right, would be to outdo the old legacy of Virtus Pro, to be able to show that these are the new generation that are going to leave Eastern Europe into the future, where sadly they have been mostly living in the past, most notably through Na'Vi. 4-man setting up right now, 5-man actually on both sides. Nigma and Virtus Pro are ready to kick things off, it looks like, with a Bounty Rune team fight. Who do you give the edge to?
Depends on the initiation. VP definitely look a little bit stronger. although Fade Bolt is deceptively strong in these level 1 engagements just for the damage reduction, and it'll be really interesting to see the GPK mag play out. Like Virtus Pro, as this game goes on, I've heard BSJ say it at least 17 times in the green room. Ursa lineups, they need Roche. They need a good timing, and then they accelerate from there. But to his chagrin, they keep getting it. They can't keep getting away with it, but every time we see these Ursa lineups, they do. They get exactly what they want, and they start taking over the map.
Both sides actually break up a little bit. Nigma, they're going to blink first here. Meanwhile, Nightfall feeling like that he can't actually pick up the bounty rune against Kuro's Lion. So 2-2 split, no first blood yet.
Something else that Team Nigma has done, you notice it's always Kuro playing offlane nowadays with mind control. It's GH bottom file TW, so a different sort of support pairing, but it does also remind me a bit of, watching Jerix and Ana play at numerous times, almost always together. But Kuro also taking a bit more of a farm priority. This is not really a 5 Lion. At times it feels like both supports kind of shade towards that 4.5, and wards are free after all, so as long as you share sentry duty, typically you can both find a place in the game.
Maybe Kuro taking a little bit after his old captain. Play a greedier position. Starting off with this top lane, Mind Control and Kuro, as you said, going to be playing the lane together. Lion plus Axe up against the Ursa Ancient Apparition. This feels like a lane that's going to be doing a lot of battling, and I feel like both the cores are going to get dangerously low.
It's all about staying ahead of the creep wave and the health if you're playing Axe here as MC. If you start trading too many hits with Ursa, suddenly if you get low on health in comparison, he can just zone you out of the lane, try to chase you down. Another pause comes up. This one, VP's fall. They need a quick sec.
I will say that from my experience, this Lion, ever since he's kind of become meta, and we're seeing it all the time as these forward position Lions that are picking up boots first, I'm realizing that hero really doesn't need a whole lot of stats or necessarily a whole lot of regen, because he beats most supports when it comes to the man fight. It used to be Shadow Shaman was the go-to bully for, but that kind of fell by the wayside. Now it feels like Lion is that king.
Yeah, the stun change, now only 70 mana level 1. You can already see, even with just brown boots, you've got at least 4, typically 5, before any sort of regen is necessary. And it's going to win you 2 free auto attacks, 80 damage. It's pretty damn good level 1 spell. And my biggest thing about Lion is that 70 damage talent at level 10. I've been waiting for it to be picked up as a core for a while, because with just treads and a blink dagger, you're actually pretty strong. Nobody believes in it, and I'm not surprised, but
that would be quite the jump. I don't feel like we're seeing all the spellcasting mids that we're seeing right now are all like very, very mobile, right? Puck and Lina being the two that probably the front runners in that regard.
Yeah.
What would you say? You know, in your intro, you mentioned Beauty versus Brawn, and I'm very curious as to which one is which.
Well, VP being Brawn, it's not meant as an insult by any means, but they play pretty smash mouth Dota 2. The definite there's not many Americans watching, but I'll say it's a solid running game. They just kind of right up the middle, so to speak. And in this draft, it's kind of the same, where their team fight's incredibly strong. Their strategy, even to the outsider, maybe you're just tuning in now for, Dota tournament, haven't seen it in some time, but they're gonna farm, they're gonna kill Roche. Ursa's gonna run out with the Diffusal and try to kill everybody. They have 2 playmakers for DM and GPK. Meanwhile, Nigma, we saw this mostly in the wild card, but they just kind of made things work that we really wouldn't have expected. The Invoker Luna, a lot of, I'll use the word elegance in the way they were playing, having to hit certain timings. Just kind of, maybe it's just the magical storyline I'm buying into here at the AniMajor.
As looks like most of Nigma is going to be taking a bit of time off from the stage, so we'll figure out what that is up to. As yeah, I would definitely agree that I could buy that storyline. That Nigma, especially through the fact of them having to go through these very long runs, right, and having to be able to, just in this tournament, for example, barely squeak by due to a tiebreaker, go through the groups. Like, it feels like they are just always learning and adapting. And that's probably where that difference of youth versus experience comes into play. I mean, Kuro's had to play so many metas at this point in time in his career. He's probably thinking, I've seen it all. Yeah. I've seen everything.
Meanwhile,
that Dota has to offer.
I love this because these guys are just kind of geeking out like, oh, wow, hey, that's me. Yeah. It's the first time I think these guys have been on a stage with this much grandeur. It's, you know, we might take it for granted at this point, but this is still a new experience. I mean, I'm personally pretty impressed. It's days like today, it feels real cool that we get to do this for a quote-unquote career.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a great opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two teams match up against each other, because it does feel like, if anything, we're just building the tension, building the story of these two teams who, in my opinion anyway, are some of the favorites. I mean, going into this, we of course casted the Eastern European division. Do you feel like some of that is just bias that's coming into play, that we're looking at VP and think that they're very strong, or is that...
We heard enough, I think. There was like a week-long quarantine period at the hotel, and all anybody was talking about in the snippets you'd hear over lunch were, VP's incredible. Like, VP's owning everybody. They just apparently were first to in TA. I learned a little bit about those specific matchups as well, where, I was postulating last night with this, Ember Spirit versus TA, because we saw, I think, LGD pull that off in the group stage, but I didn't realize that Meld Strike, where it used to be -2, 4, 6, 8 armor, is now 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm like, okay, that makes a lot of sense, because now with these low armor mid heroes, you actually just can't lose. Ember Spirit will lose like a third of his health in one hit if you actually try to pull that off. So it is first toolable.
Yeah,
I've been convinced.
You were basically talking about like Templar Assassin, like, why aren't we seeing some of these other counters? Like, where's the Ember Spirit?
Yeah.
And that one got shut down pretty quick. It's like, that matchup is different than it was year, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I've been told also rumors of some teams being willing to pick it and put it safe lane, and they just like camp tier 1 and Meld Strike you as you run to lane and then do it again, because there's no cooldown once you sit long enough. Yeah, it's nasty, and it's like, oh, well, that's a self. Good luck, have fun. And it lasts for way too long anyway, but yeah, we're still waiting for Team Nigma to come back on stage, I believe. Indeed, VP, they're there, they're ready.
Yeah, they're ready to go. And if anything, I feel like maybe all that energy is going to go against them now,
It'd be a really crafty move, though. I'm sure there's something like actually delaying the game.
Sure.
Talk about icing, right? You got these guys like ready to go. They got Ursa, they got Mag. They're like, okay, we're ready.
They're hot right now. Let's just go ahead and put them on ice, make them chill out, let all that nervous energy play itself out. And I mean, that is a problem, and that is the problem with youth in general, right? Which is what Virtus Pro has. It's one of the reasons that we can't really be too certain about how exactly they're going to perform on stage, because the last time we saw them, Singapore Major, of course, there are reasons why we could say they underperformed there, but, I feel like at least some of it has still got to come down to the fact that that was their first major land that they were going to. That was their first opportunity to prove themselves, and they just weren't simply ready.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of, of a different format, right? I think VP only got there a couple days beforehand. They were rusty. They hadn't had nearly as much time to play. Maybe jet lag plays a role. You really never know. But for this tournament, guaranteed no excuses, no nerves.
Everyone has had plenty of opportunity to scrim to their heart's content, and that's where all this inside information is coming from. It's just the fact that everyone's played everybody at this point.
You're like a 4 or 6 hour flight from home. You've had a couple weeks to prepare and play. You're at EU prime time, as I'm sure are some 100,000 people watching are very anxious, possibly more so than Virtus Pro, waiting to get into the game. But looking at the overall lineup, I think you were talking about during the draft, Cap, like, I'm a big fan as well of the support duo with a Mars. It's just an insane amount of magical burst, and then of course the control. We saw Liquid do this a couple months back, but Fear into a Mars arena is just a pretty much game over team fight win. You also have a strong BKB counter in the Mag, and I like this hero, I will say, a lot more as a mid than I do as an offlaner. It's just, it farms too fast. You have the ability to solo kill cores and also activate a hero like Ursa, where even going up against a Spectre, the fact that you have the power buff equalizes, in a way, your ability to farm. You'll actually be able to out-accelerate a Spectre because you can take Ancient stacks significantly before the Spectre can. But in addition, rather than kind of starting to fall off around 30 minutes, maybe you have to end now or lose, it gives you that little added benefit of maybe that extra 10 minutes, just because you're always going to have damage amplification.
That's actually a conversation that I was having with somebody recently, as she was asking me, it was like, okay, why are games like stalling out later? It feels like it used to be when Dota, when somebody was ahead and it was kind of a stomp, it'd be over by 20 minutes. Like literally the game would be over 20, 25 minutes, GG called. But now it feels like games do stall out even when a team is ahead. And I pointed to the fact that in many ways, many of these timed lineups no longer have that same kind of timing. They are able to continue to play into the late game purely for the fact that they're able to just keep on scaling through Aghanim Scepters, Shards, all these sorts of things. But yeah, well, we've actually talked about this matchup plenty, but I think there are some people who probably have some interesting things to say over there in our ramen panel shop, so hopefully we can get a few words from them.
Maybe a couple of words, Cap. Maybe there. I was actually very on brand to actually eat ramen that was not made in my ramen shop, but I figured I could do that here too. While listening, my lovely customers don't have ramen that's like not how you're supposed
Where's
to.
my ramen?
You ate yours already.
I did eat mine.
I have any ramen. That was my ramen. Too late now, DJ. As we were watching just 5 seconds of gameplay so far in that game, and we had saw the potential VP to do that aggro tri-lane.
Yeah, that's a really good aggro tri-lane.
And it's a
didn't go for it,
but
though.
Jenkins did say it was a really good.
Okay, I will tell you guys right now. that the
Wait, so
moment that-
BSJ.
Okay, go for it.
I need to talk about this. How do you identify what makes a bad aggro tri-lane?
When you have a carry that's level dependent, when you have supports that are level dependent after the laning phase.
I think it's when you have Dark Willow A and Ursa.
I think that's a much shorter way to say exactly what I just said.
Sorry, we're just messing around to just poke fun at Jenkins. But,
I mean, this was rightfully so poking fun at, because he did mention that he really liked that tri-lane.
It's because tri-lanes now are so uncommon. Like, there's a reason it's the 2 meta. If your tri-lane is not overwhelmingly strong, where you can like zone the 2 heroes out or constantly kill them, it's generally not worth it, because 2v1 on the other side will go. And Willow A, Ursa, they're not really strong on. They play a lot of like harass, right?
There's like 2 or 3 carries that I think are viable tri-laners. Primary one with definition of a carry that has to be tri-laner 1, powerful level 1, established in early.
It's like the
Yeah,
Luna
supports, yeah.
Some range here, some
Exactly.
range stun.
While Ursa is incredibly weak carry level 1. And it's absolutely fine that Jenkins would suggest this aggro tri-lane, because knowledge of game.
It's just terrible.
Pretty
right?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Good enough to make some use.
Were you guys surprised that there was no no mag? No, sorry, up the mag instead of the.
Surprised about Mag, you said? I'm not surprised.
Well, you thought they were gonna pick Morphling, right?
I thought they were
really
going to
good
pick
pick.
Morph because they had done that several times during D. And they had the Willow 3rd pick. It's kind of like the 1-2 punch in the second round. I think maybe they were deterred by the Axe that Nigma had. It is pretty good against Morphling. It fights hard to navigate, but even Axe attack him. You have Ags Morph with the Willow, you stay in the Shadow Realm. So I thought it was still good, especially because in matchup against Poker mid. But Mag Ursa theory is really strong against everything that Nigma, not because of the RP. Kind of lacked damage side of Team Nigma.
Yeah, I
early to
agree.
mid game.
It's very bursty, right? Like Axe single target. I think Emperor Extor also single target. Even Cross Wax is pretty much a spear. I think it gives me hope for VP, or it makes me like think they're better because they pick Magnus and Morphling. I think it's because meta. Magnus has the Morphling. I think the VP at the start of this tournament, if they had to play wildcards, would have picked Morphling. But they're adapting even though they don't have to play the map. Really good for it.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see from every team so far coming in fresh, right? We saw Aster earlier today. They didn't adapt, and we saw that C1 did. And then when we saw Alliance versus PSG.LGD, same story. One team did adapt, and obviously people had already adapted in the group.
Is there advantages for not having had to play like 30 games
Yeah.
to play? But one of the disadvantages is you don't get to test out your ideas.
I was just gonna say that I think teams didn't adjust to the tournament, but I also think what happened week to week, exact same stuff. Alliance did the same.
Yep. I mean, that's why sometimes talk about the draft and a very long time. But we could also spend time listening to commentators. Well, that's the last time I'll let Rich in my ramen kitchen as well. I think we got all the answers that we need. Also, what we also got is we have broken a viewer record. Broken the viewer record of the China Super Major that was go. Thank you. Really good. And as you might know, every time we break a record, I think there's some prizes that we're handing out. So keep an eye on all of that. Also, in less good news, we have the that the reason why we are waiting, the delayed is Miracle has what seems to be. So maybe he tried Rich-ish.
That would explain a lot.
That would explain a lot.
It made sense.
Yes. So, well, you shouldn't.
Never eating anything they.
It's pretty crazy that you see people cooking 30 minutes right in front of you, and you do still take a bite out of that.
Was that chicken boiled? Did they end up eating the boiled chicken? I'm gonna go ask Paul.
Rich is an innovator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boiled chicken with butter on it.
It was not boiled? It was not boiled chicken. So they didn't eat the boiled chicken. Good. Sorry.
That is probably dangerous. That is.
No.
Boiled chicken?
First of all, it's called
Not
poached chicken.
If you boil for long enough.
Yeah. Boiled goose.
Longer than 30 minutes. Right,
Can they hear us?
No, I mean, you can boil in like soy sauce and stuff.
Hello.
Oh. Hi.
Hello.
So the story of what happened, is that they put the rest of the chicken into that pot for boiled chicken. Rich,
yeah,
specifically Rich, and then Rich decided to toss a few eggs in there with the chicken.
Were the broken
also
eggs,
raw?
Or did he break the eggs or no?
And the last I know of what happened with that pot is that Rich opened it up towards the end, looked inside, and said, "Oh God, no! Don't look in there," and then put the cover back over it. And that's the last I heard from that chicken. We did have Kyle's dish though, and that was
Rich commandeered it because he said he would be better at presenting it properly and then putting more honey on it.
Yeah. You know, I did. They cut the part out. I did correctly guess what Rich was doing with the honey. He was using it as glue. That was the whole idea. It was glue to make sure that when he unveiled his dish and had to, angle it towards the camera, that the salad wouldn't just fall off immediately. That was his whole play, apparently. So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, good on him.
Very, very clever. Definitely will.
I don't know why I wouldn't go that
never
far.
Arrived.
No, the pizza did never arrive, sadly. And all I had to eat that night was that one piece of chicken, which I did feel my heart slow down for a moment there. It was definitely chugging.
My favorite part of that whole content piece was, for some reason, it was scheduled for 11 p.m. We didn't actually start shooting anything until about 1:30 a.m. because, and I quote, "We didn't want to have any natural light. We wanted to use the studio lighting." And then Slacks, you haven't seen it yet, filmed further content that I believe got him home around 5 a.m. So
I mean, that's kind of dangerous. The natural light is coming back into play towards the end of that. So
good times though. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, this match would also be a fun one.
It would be.
I saw already on Reddit the theme is. Oh, both teams seems to have popped the smoke of deceit. Both missing from the map. And we're left here without a commercial break.
Are you guys going to take over for us?
I don't know.
Do you want us to? We
Do you want us to? We had more to talk about the match, but at this point in time. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I can see now. There is a bit of delay.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, we
can.
Ryan and Curtis can hear you.
I can hear him.
Oh, you can. Okay,
I can hear him twice, actually.
We're projecting.
Yeah, it's really good.
Well.
Which team do you feel like won the draft?
Oh, we didn't even talk about the heroes yet.
Yeah.
Kyle?
Well, I want to know what Brian thought first.
Oh.
They don't know what heroes they picked.
Oh!
Kyle,
I mean, we know what heroes. I literally turn around and look at the heroes, Curtis.
That's true. That's true.
That's working smarter, not harder.
Without turning around, though.
Okay. Well, I personally like Virtus Pro's lineup because of the fact that they had Mag, Ursa. I feel like Magnus is a little bit overpowered right now. So that hero is really good, and I think in the hands of GPK, it's even stronger. But, you know, apparently we've got a little something. I don't know what that was.
You got a little something in the sense that we got a little break coming, and what we're going to think this match might be postponed. Play and then you don't want to do this series handicap. Might have a little bit of a break for that because the teams might not be ready just yet as expected. Our next series is going to be a very exciting one though. Hey, people always say, hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So, you know, the VP Team Nigma series, the most hype series of the day, according to many, going to be postponed to just make you want it more. I really hope it's not going to be a 2-0 stump then when we do have it played out. But enough about that series. We're going to got exciting, be hype. We're going to get ready for that while we have a break. So we'll see you soon with more Dota 2 for the AniMajor.
458 có đài bắt ở đây không? 458 có đài bắt ở đây không? 458 đài bắt rồi.
Bierzemy. Jedną.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic, make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
It sound right, boys.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
It sound right, boys.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
It sound right, boys.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Bit and try to be more active, find a way to. We have like a month.
Yeah, to be honest,
No
we're,
game.
we're going to this blind as
We're
analysts.
going to this blind, right? So we're curious to see how this file may have
5 seconds remaining.
as they were watching.
Hit creep.
Radiant team, pick Dire team.
Start the draft. King. Chantress. Quincy. Rarely seen. Elder Titan Luna.
Gotta look on you.
No, it's because HFN was one of the few DPC season that really made the Luna hero. Like I think in Europe it had like a 30% lower win. In NA was like slightly positive, but every game that it looked really good. We must have watched and like, okay, we're gonna steal this. And what's even more weird is that Luna sort of seems
10 seconds remaining.
mix of...
Agreed.
Yeah, she's fast, so you can't right-click her. She has magical damage, high lasting damage because of her aura. And then they pick Timbersaw into it.
Well, Timbersaw is one of awesome.
It is.
If
and
a hero-
Nyx as well, right, for that.
So if a player is very good, they'll just ask. And the way I noticed
Radiant's team banned.
assassin play spot is
And like you just, the Timbersaw's one of the best heroes. Just
so I'm curious to see if
10 seconds remaining.
this lane,
Dire team
like,
banned.
it can snowball really fast. Like if Timbersaw gets level 3, especially with the Outer Titan carry. Outer Titan obviously bad versus reactive armor. Aura. Luna's damage is, it's not like bursty, you don't kill Timbersaw.
10 seconds
But if you get a
remaining.
lead, like you'll buy like range drop, even like you can like chase him out of
5
like
seconds remaining.
and if you're a Luna who
that's a good point. Like even if Timbersaw gets a lead, Luna will have a comeback mechanic.
Radiant team
And
banned.
if he does have a lead, I like to see him like itemize for that. The range drop, whatever it takes. He has to survive.
also Elder Titan is a hero amplifies something that I really
10 seconds remaining.
Wow, way to
Very useful.
we
pull
were
the
like
veil behind the curtain. I'm trying to be stealthy here.
we were like squinting
We
at the
appreciate it.
draft.
I'm multitasking even more. You want some statistics? I've been curious. Elder Titan, not a particularly... Homie's got a high win rate though. 11 picks this turn. Immensely popular in China. They were first out for Protector and more. Probably Elo.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, it had its time in the sun. Wildcard versus
5 seconds remaining.
The other thing I want to mention, who's on Radiant. So normally Timbersaw on Radiant, like if you want to leave him alone, you want to try to save him. He's way stronger on Radiant. How you can pull on Radiant is you can pull 1 and 2 and sort of denial.
that's
On
really
Dire, like if you want to do that, you have to skip at an extra. Just has to carry like free farm too much.
is that a
Hoodwink. Those are like, I think Quincy could. Those are some sort of specialized heroes for them. When actually came onto the Dota, TA Wind Ranger only played those two heroes, and MSS and SVG have both been spamming this Hoodwink in pubs. Also, SVG has actually been spamming Mars 5 in pubs.
That's
So I'm sort of
interesting.
excited. I mean, we won't say disking because, and I'm just sad I said that. But I want to save it. Like I
should've
think
saved
I should have
it.
saved that.
also Matthew can play as well. Probably be
10 seconds remaining.
So
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
high base arm. Gate most of that. Is it really just that make
Dire team pick.
Terribly's getting because you reflect how the aura works is like, you have to be beside the Terribly minus armor aura.
Right.
So Terribly will kill ET if you come. And also you can use reflection on the ET if any of the heroes. And then you'll have ET. Like the builds that Terribly's are going to
seconds
like
remaining.
use a Blade Dragon
Radiant
Last
team pick.
very early on the. So it's not like you can just stand beside the Terrorblade, especially from up to 5 ET. Kill him to death. I think it's a good ban because Luna also lacks single target damage. She's like a weird carry. You saw LGD pair. Was it LGD who paired Luna with you?
No, that was Nigma.
That was Nigma. Okay.
Seconds remaining.
Usually you want to pair Luna with high single target burst, even from like a
Dire
Puck
team
who has like
pick.
Dagger build, Doom or
That's
bans on the.
that's really interesting.
Doesn't really fall into the archetype of high single target.
But that's for offlane.
That's
yeah.
Well,
I
there's
Go ahead,
sorry,
Effie.
sorry for interrupting. There is some single target,
Dire team
That's a
back.
good point. Yeah.
so we don't necessarily hero who's mixed damage.
they have prioritized it mainly in the mid lane.
10 seconds. Radiant team ban.
Could see a flex based on fast. They mess up and pick it as a bad matchup for Soul. They can throw the Punk. Well, I think it's most likely this time. The Venomancer hero is interesting. It's really good specifically against the Nick Assassin. Just drop a sentry in a fight, put a Veno ward somewhere, you get to like ward off it. Veno's also like, if you look at Quincy Crew's lineup, like they have the potential to group up right now. They can get to a point where No Ping don't have the burst X, then
5 seconds
they can push on like everything.
Do you remember how we were talking No Pings and how it might be there aren't really
That actually sounds
Vanguard
pretty
heroes?
good this game.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I was like, go for this.
It's actually, I think it's good versus all their heroes.
I'd be really.
Like Furion carry?
Yeah.
It was, HFN is a very good Furion. And as you mentioned, DT Boy, he said he's like been sort of learning about how to come to fights. And Furion, you don't even have to make a decision. You can just hit creeps and a fight happens, you always have your global.
Got an innate.
Would be marginally warded pick it.
Radiant team ban.
Or also we were how to show up. Nice. Nature's Prophet has been basically he has not been picked. Banned a few times.
Laning's really bad into all. Doesn't pressure. But from the safe lane, it's completely different. One of his best strengths is here at any point.
10 seconds
high base
remaining.
damage.
5 seconds remaining.
That's a good man.
No, we don't get to see it. It would've been
Avery,
cool.
LOA, I think he's like the smartest node. I really do think that.
That's the.
High praise, Howie, how praise.
I've worked with like there's a lot of really smart Dota players, but how he like functions human, like that's how I think about. He's really smart. How he approaches. Yeah, I think. Yeah. No, I don't know if I can talk about it now, but.
I mean, now we're curious.
No, but like if you watch the interviews too, like they'll ask Quinn who's the smart person to do. Instantly goes SVG.
So they go for Medusa. This is a.
It was
Awesome.
banned versus them in the DPC.
After Nature's.
So Medusa.
In the spirit. Choose your hero, my good friend.
Her level 15. So broken. I'm really glad they changed. But it was something you could very early. So even though it seems like 5 levels, it's not just.
I think Quincy. Yeah, you do so. You can beat them if you have a 20k gold lead. If you go in even. With that said, I do think they have the tool to map and take. Or get like. But yeah, this.
But I don't think that.
If they get late, because Deuce is like a 2-second. Really slow, but I think I agree. Dusa should fare. I think a lot of this will come down to like laning. And Ember, yeah, you're right for sure.
Good roll.
If you have map control, seeing Embers at this turn, like you would literally drop 8. Stuff like that, you know, you can definitely do that, but I don't think that's how Quincy Crew are viewing this. They just want to really snowball, control the map, and then like try to end the game.
I agree that we have to end it. I believe in their. I'm gonna lean.
Lean on the Dusa? I mean, it's a safe bet. No, found a great deal of success in it.
You really should.
I feel like the 15 to 20 has gotten much harder.
Alright.
So in the DPC, it looked good. 7.29Z. Who knows? And I know you're all waiting for some Dota. It's been a while, so let's give it to you. Game number 1, Quincy.
Welcome everybody, Suns fan here with Cinderin. If you look behind us, Well, we can't actually see the heroes, but who would you
Can see
cuddle
a
with back there?
wonderful
What hero would you
waterfall.
cuddle with, Cinderin? Pick a hero.
To cuddle with?
Yes.
You
can do it.
Luna.
Incorrect. The Mount of Luna, Nova.
Oh.
Luna, as we know from the anime, is the literal psychopath. She gets a lot of her attributes from BSJ. But let's get started with this best of 3. Quincy Crew versus No Ping. We've been waiting for some dotes, and we're going to get it, young man. Finally get to see Quincy Crew.
Calculator for this?
After many a months or weeks, or you lose track of time when you watch Dota, but I'm the true expert of Quincy Crew, Cinder, and you're the expert of No Ping, I know, so we're going to do just fine here. What do you think of these lineups?
I think based on what we've seen so far in the tournament, probably No Ping with the more standard lineup, so to speak. The Luna has only really been played with success by Team Nigma so far. I think maybe one other team has managed to grab a win. We saw Liquid get knocked out on the hero. That was its actual first loss in the tournament. Going into that series, it was 5-0. So we'll see if it can keep that dominant streak alive. And Venomancer, which has not been a very popular hero either, is going to be run here by Leslau in the offlane as a position 3. So from a personal perspective, I really like Quincy's lineup. I like what they're doing here. I am a big fan of Luna strategies that come together and really want to fight, and that's the kind of ballpark that Veno thrives in. So it makes a lot of sense to me to pair that with Elder Titan. And that kind of lineup needs catch, so you've got that from the Ember in the line. So I just think that's very well-rounded and nice, but as far as the meta goes, No Ping with some really strong heroes right now. Getting their hands on both Nyx and AA, probably regarded as the 2 single best supports right now. So.
Yeah, we were talking pre-draft, no AA ban to start things out. He's actually there in the 2nd phase, so pretty crazy how, I mean, all these metas kind of develop with each specific tournament, so it's kind of cool to see what regions end up favoring what type of heroes, and you see a little bit of pressure here onto Mr. Pandaboo, as Matthew actually takes out a courier in the bot lane. But when you get to the mid-late game, who do you favor in the current meta? The Medusa, who has been nerfed, or Luna, who has had, I mean, I want to say not great start, but has actually started showing her true colors as a pretty decent carry these days.
Just in a flat carry versus carry matchup is actually kind of weird because both heroes are spread damage carries, right? They're not very strong at single target, either of them. So mostly it will be around the supporting cast, who gets to land that spread damage in the fight. And as far as it, I think it's pretty even. Both teams have great ways of setting it up. Slide chains, ET Stomp, and Earth Spike on the Radiant. And on the die, you have X-Mark, you have Nyx Carapace, you have some really strong slows between AA and Timbersaw. So really, I think the item to look out for in this game is actually largely going to be Dispels. Getting BKB, getting Manta Style, Force Staffs, Lotus Orbs, anything that can allow you to outmaneuver the opponent in these fights. And those items really are the name of the game against Veno, right? This hero is all about slowing enemies, keeping them in position in a small contained area. And the moment you can break that stalemate and get on top of a hero like Veno, it's actually relatively weak most of the time.
Right. And from Quincy Crew's perspective, obviously LOA, also known as SVG. They have a lot of alternate names. Leslau, Lelis, SVG, LOA.
Oh, that's a misstun. Matthew? Not going to get stunned.
Truly unfortunate, but yeah, some harassment coming the way of MSS. But LOA getting to play one of his patented Elder Titan games, and mid lane, you can just see the discrepancy right now. I mean, this is what Quinn kind of does. Doesn't really matter on the region. He absolutely destroys, just in the CS alone, 19-1 to Dark Mago's 11-0. So off to a very good start for Quincy Crew in the mid lane.
I don't remember who it was that told me this, but this is a player versus player matchup that Quinn is very comfortable with. I think he has played against this guy a lot, especially in NA pubs. Dark Mago, obviously one of the high-ranked players as well, coming out of SA. And this matchup, Kunkka versus Ember, is one, if you've played a lot of mid in the last few months, this is a matchup you've definitely both played a couple of times. Kunkka was very popular, I want to say 2 months ago, and Ember has kind of come and gone over the years even. So you've definitely played this before. And I do think Ember, by maxing out the Flame Guard and Sleight of Fist, has a good chance in this game of just pushing out the lane. As Dark Mago might try for something here. It's not going to be a kill, but it's going to be good damage.
Well, Tidebringer does a lot of damage, but yeah. Torrent not so much, just basically takes off the Flame Guard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I agree though that both lineups look relatively even. I don't think either side have outdrafted each other. But then again, the crazy thing about watching both these teams play is we haven't seen either of them play in so long. So We've seen some teams kind of go straight into that lower bracket, like the alliances of the world, but it just kind of depends on, you know, who you've been scrimming. Because I talked about this on the panel the other day. Not just about how much you're scrimming, but who you're scrimming against, because a lot of the teams that you want to scrim are in these like group stage or wild cards. Some of those are already eliminated. Maybe they didn't have the right strategies, and that's who you've been practicing against. But
might see our first blood here up top. Pandaboo. Actually, they're going to yield on MSS and Leslau. I thought maybe they were going to pursue that, but respecting the double fairy fire and sticks as Matthew.
Lucent beam, the spike carapace. All right, LOA. You can really pack a punch with that briefcase. Do you prefer briefcase or stapler? I gotta double check. Okay, so you and Jenkins have a lot in common, it seems. I like stapler.
He stole it from me.
Okay. Yeah. Very understandable. But yeah, in the spot lane, Oscar on the Timber Saw, only 10 CS right now. Does that surprise you at all? That's relatively low?
That is not good. Yes. That is definitely a rough start for him. Timber Saw, not necessarily the most farm-dependent hero. A lot of the times just getting level 5 or even level 3 is fine.
Top lane, MSS and Leslau. Looks like they're going to find the first blood Medusa. So HFN, and meanwhile, mid lane, Quinn gets some help from LOA, and they take down Dark Mago. So Quincy crew off to a very good start. And we talked about the lack of CS here for Oscar. It feels like they're winning all 3 lanes right now.
Yeah, they're definitely well ahead right now. Obviously, you're looking at Veno also sitting on that 15 CS mark in the top lane, but Veno is considered really bad at CSing in the start, has bad base damage, doesn't have the best stats either in general to just stand its ground if it gets pressured early on.
Right.
So the fact that your Veno and the enemy Timber are neck and neck on CS, although Veno even has 10 denies, which is actually pretty incredible.
Yeah, Matthew's going to take a gale to the face here. MSS with the Earth Spike to follow, but here come the reinforcements for no ping. It looks like it won't really matter, though, as Matthew takes a tumble, and they're not going to get any trade whatsoever. Lelis able to get some tango action there going as well, so he's going to be back in fighting shape.
And for a brief moment there, we had a 2k gold lead for Quincy after 5.5 minutes. So it's a very big lane win coming out from them so far.
I mean, would you say just coming in that Quincy crew are the favorites in this best of 3 without seeing any lineups whatsoever?
I would definitely favor them. But a big part of that for me is also about player knowledge, right? Like, I'm more familiar with their players. I know more how they play. I know they have more international experience at big events, right? Especially noteworthy players on Quincy for, well, actually, honestly, all of them, right, have quite a lot of international experience. The one with the least might almost be Lelis, actually.
Yeah, possibly.
The VGJ Storm lineup that played at TI8 had SVG has played 2 or 3 TIs now, I think. MSS has played more. He's played since back at TI, I don't know, 3, 4?
He's been here basically forever.
He's played a lot of TIs, and yeah, these are very experienced gentlemen. Don't know if they're actually gentlemen, but they're experienced.
I've heard nothing but bad things from AUI, but after meeting MSS several times throughout the years, one of the nicest human beings in the world, which makes me question where Curtis' true allegiance lies here. It's HFN. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana, but gets it a lot back with that Mystic Snake. Dark Mago has made a rotation here. Leslau just going to TP out. Foreign is going to connect on Elo, but they don't have vision. Dark Mago trying to wrap around the trees here, but there's the Earth Spike.
Seems like it didn't have enough. Oh, nice.
Oh okay. My goodness. That felt good.
Easy, papa.
And this is where the voice lines definitely come in handy. All right, that is a much needed kill for no ping. And, I mean, from their perspective, like, what's their game plan? Is this, because again, the Medusa, after all these nerfs, like, I'm used to just her going in the triangle, farming for 20 minutes, and then being literally unkillable. As we see a stack being potentially taken out by Quinn, but you can see the Tidebringer is there for Dark Mago. Quinn trying to dodge out this damage here with that Flame Guard. Does clean up a couple creeps. That's exactly what you want to do here, is you disrupt this stack here.
This is actually one of the biggest strengths of Ember against Medusa, is the ability to contest stacks early on. A lot of the time, Medusa lineups won't have a lot of single target lockdown because they're rather team-oriented and grouping up around the Medusa, buffing her up, protecting her. And Ember Spirit can just go and steal this. Oh, this could be a really bad fight for no ping if Quinn gets to heal up fast. He has dropped the Remnant to connect. They're galed on HFN, and actually, never mind, only HFN is galed. But
yeah, they've just completely dodged out of their own jungle right now. As
Oscar will get the bot tower.
Yeah, so Oscar off to, you know, a slow start, but now he's pretty high level. Level 7 right now, gets that tier 1 tower, and this is where, I mean, Timbersaws really shine. I mean, this is only 9 minutes. Are you surprised they didn't try to contest that at all, considering it was just a solo Timber right now?
I think they put MSS down there, but they're probably discussing like, how do we even kill this guy, right? Like, how big of a rotation do you need to make to defend this tower? And probably made the assessment that it's not worth it. Like, let's focus on the other side of the map. Let's try to shut down Medusa instead, which they did. Stealing these stacks is actually really impactful. And it looks like they're even looking to steal the other side.
Yeah, this would be big. You got the Astral Spirit coming with a little bit of vision there, but on the other side, Timbersaw is starting to add some action as well, but he's kind of isolated. Echo Stomp is there for LOA. MSS not quite level 6, so no Finger of Death coming out. Dark Magoo getting gone on, but the boat, will it connect? No, Quinn jumps in. Beautiful Sleight of Fist into the Remnant, and now he can just start cleaning up this stack. They really don't have anything to contest. Even with this AA and Nyx Assassin here, they can't do much right now. Oscar, I mean, Quinn probably gets out now, or attempts to at least. Echo Stomp is be there onto 2. And with that, Quinn should have enough space to just TP out if he really wants to. Out of Rem right now.
Nobody's business.
Actually, he does have one down.
Yeah, he dropped one behind himself. So he can actually reconnect on this one when he comes back to base.
Ooh.
Got his hands on the Fairy Trinket. Really good item on Ember. One of the best neutral items you can get for this hero. Spell damage and CDR is very, very nice. Oh, sorry, not CDR. Mana cost reduction, not CDR. That would be crazy if it had CDR.
I mean, it's already kind of a crazy
it's
tier
still
1.
really, really good.
Yeah. Any spirit, really, would love to have that.
Yeah, it's very, very good.
So yeah, Quinn, I mean, look at his net worth, 5K already. Has taken a bunch of stacks. I want to have this conversation about Medusa at some point, but mid lane, pressuring up this Kunkka. He's already at half HP. Pandaboo, not even level 6, so no Ice Blast to come. Echo Stomp is there. They're going to try to back up. Oh, the Finger of Death actually bursts him down, not even needing that Earth Splitter. Now Oscar, I mean, he's relatively low HP. You better be careful. LOA with those right clicks. MSS gets a double kill on top of that. And there's still this siege available here, although it is dying to the tower. They're going to save it for now. See how much damage they can actually do to this tier 1 before the rest of Nilping come back.
Somebody needs to go and kill the siege creep, or they're actually going to lose their mid tower at this rate.
I think there's going to be an impale here from Matthew, I would assume.
They have glyph. I guess they're fine.
Yeah, they're good.
Quincy don't have enough resources to stay, so never mind that. It's going to be fine.
So yeah, let's go back to this Medusa, because her stacks have been taken, but I mean, again, when she was quote-unquote broken, she would go for Aghanim Scepter second item, at least in the NA region or America's region. But now that has kind of been nerfed, I haven't seen that item come at all, so it's basically just stats for the most part. Is it kind of still the same play style? Just sit in the triangle for a while until you get, you know, 1-2 items, then you can start fighting?
I don't know if there is any other way to play this hero. I think you have to take advantage of Split Shot and farm up 1 or 2 big items before you really do anything.
You haven't seen the Dagon Medusa Synderen?
I have not.
Gonna find the Nyx Assassin, still only level 5, and again, look at all this pressure they're putting on the Medusa. HFN, level 9 right now, but his farm, I mean, it's not that bad, but with all these stacks taken, it'd be pretty sad.
It's concerning for Medusa lineups when they can't protect their stacks, right? It's the one way that teams are playing this hero right now is you stack both sides, Medusa goes to farm them, and then you protect her. But especially this Ember has just been a huge thorn in their side, because Quinn can, when he has level 4 Flame Guard, level 3 Flame Guard running, they kind of can't kill him.
Yeah.
So he's actually just running into 3 heroes and stealing their stacks. And if they try to fight into him, they run the risk of getting hit by a Gale, getting hit by a Titan Stomp, or getting stunned by Lion. And if any of those 3 things happen, you're going to die. So Quincy have really taken full advantage.
At this stage of the game, it's mostly magic damage on no ping. So yeah, you're right. The Flame Guard
Flame Guard's amazing.
Very value.
Absolutely. And he hasn't even maxed it, right? Points only. He's prioritizing getting more points into chains so he can look for the kills.
You can see a sentry here is going to spike out Matthew. Or Spike does miss from MSS. Matthew finally hits level 6. Let's see if they can set. There's the X into the Torrent and the boat with the AA Blast. This is just a position 5 Elder Titan. I think they finally do before the Echo Stomp comes off, but see if Quincy crew can turn this around. Quinn and company have tried to save, or come in numbers at the very least. Matthew will be bursted down by Quinn, so it's a 1-for-1. Eclipse did come out from Yawar. Second kill as a result, and this looks like a tier 1 mid now in Quincy crew's name.
Yeah, very easily going to be able to grab this. And I think you keep doing this. I think you keep playing like for Quincy for a little while. Keep building your advantage. Again, play around your Ember Spirit. He's now finished the Maelstrom, so his damage is taking a huge ramp up here. It's kind of beautiful to watch because this lineup is so like really straightforward for them to do what they've got to do. They need to execute it well, obviously, but the way their heroes connect is very, very nice. And the Luna is free to do whatever she wants. She wanted to join there and use Eclipse and kill. Great. If she wouldn't have joined, her team wouldn't have complained. Like, Yawar is basically getting the whole map at his disposal for the last 10 minutes. You just do whatever you want. Farm your items. We're going to make spaces 4. This is kind of reminiscent of some of these other teams in the tournament, how they've played, especially like LGD with Ame in some games. Comes to mind where he would be playing like an Anti-Mage or a Terrorblade, and the other 4 are just... It's not really for Protect 1. It's just
a smoke to start things out for Quincy crew. Darkmago was the target to start with. Looks like he's going to back up just fine. Matthew gets hit by a Gale.
He's in trouble,
actually. Spirit Vessel applied as well into the Elder Titan ultimate, but the Spike character base is going to dodge a little bit of that, but he's going to be destroyed very shortly after. Looks like SNY was just picked up from Medusa, farming a little bit better than I thought, but Quinn going to get AA blasted, but in the meantime, we'll be pressured here. Remnant out. Oh my god, he's actually going to get out of this. Mystic Snake will connect.
He's fine.
I'm sure he's going to get bursted down thanks to that AA blast. So he's just going to reset here. Stone Gaze buys successfully the LOA, but now they can just turn this around. Look at HFN just evaporating. Finger of Death comes out as well, so it's a 3-for-1, and now Darkmago and company are in a lot of trouble. That's going to be the 4th. Timber saw the lone remaining member of No Ping. Sorry, Matthew's still there. No offense, Matthew.
Well, he respawned.
Yeah, he just respawned.
So... He's so low level that it looked like he was never gone.
That's one benefit of being a low level, I guess.
That is true.
I mean, 6K net worth lead at 15.5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's not just the gold. It's the way that every single fight has been going. Really does feel like Quincy are just outclassing them at every turn. And a lot of it comes back to the start of the game, right? With the Kunkka versus Ember Spirit lane, where Quinn built himself an advantage, found the kills, and the Kunkka was struggling to find the same impact, even though there's a lot of good X-Mark targets in this game. And basically everyone else than Ember is very susceptible to getting caught, but they haven't been able to connect in the same extent that Quincy have with their spells. A little bit of harass on Oscar. I don't think they're going to commit on this at all.
And I still have a couple charges on that Spirit Vessel from Leslau, who is disgustingly sporting Arkosh Gaming. That is just not even his own team.
And I will say, it is hard to play from behind against Venomancer. This hero is so good when it gets ahead, because you basically build a house in some area of the map, and it's kind of like having 2 Observer Wards non-stop that the other team doesn't have. Plague Ward, just that these Observer Wards also deal damage and steal your farm. So you can see Leslau just building into this triangle, just controlling the area. And if No Ping want access to their triangle, they can't just walk in there with their Medusa like usual.
Right.
They need to make a team rotation to even take the area back, or have, say, in this case, Timbersaw go in and do it.
Darkmago looks like the Echo Stomp into the splitter. And yeah, he is completely surrounded. Will be a kill for Quinn this time around, who's 2nd net worth right now. I mean, Yawar is really the story, though, in terms of the farm. He is 10K already. He is huge. Looks like, I mean, he has the Dragonlance M and Mask of Madness. Will actually be, I mean, it's a casual Yasha, it looks like, so it's going for BKB next.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. You're probably going to get this BKB and go Roche, and then you can choose to try to end if you're feeling really powerful, or you can use it to take all the outer towers. Realistically speaking, from No Ping, getting a good fight off probably relies on finding the backline with Nyx, AA, and Timber. Going on the front line is very ill-advised into BKB with the kind of lineup they have.
All right, trying to burst out Leslau. They'll be successful. He gets off his Poison Over in the meantime, so a couple hit members of No Ping are going to tick out here. They're going to get the trade onto the AA, and now Matthew looks like he's on the wrong side of the trees here. Double kill for Quinn. They did lose their off lane, though. So I think at this stage, No Ping will probably take that.
Well, looking at the KDAs so far of the game, 2-for-1 is a very major improvement over their previous score of 15-3.
Yeah.
So a 5-for-1 would have been a break even mathematically.
That is, man, you love the maths, don't you?
I do.
Oh, Echo Stomp.
I love number.
Yeah, Yawar with the Eclipse. They're going to set it up with
okay.
that Impale into the Finger of Death. And yeah, they have the damage to burst down pretty much every hero in this game right now. I mean, Oscar does have the pipe, and he actually popped it there. It's not enough. 7K net worth lead. Quincy crew is sporting that. You are trying to take over the enemy jungle now.
Immediately on to the next move. They just keep playing very aggressive and cornering the map. You can see No Ping for the last 5 minutes, they've kind of been cornered. Oh yeah. Quincy just keep taking.
Matthew is going to be spotted out with that sentry, and he's just destroyed before he can cast any spell. So Quincy crew in firm control of this game, and I assume once these BKBs come online, that's when we'll see either a couple pickoffs into Roche or just straight up team fighting.
Yeah, there's no space on the map for no ping. I think in this game state, you have to try a team fight. You need to smoke as 4 or 5 heroes to open up an area of the map. Realistically speaking, if you go into the enemy side of the map, into their jungle, the only tower you've taken is the bottom tier 1. You haven't opened up the mid, so even swapping sides, so to speak, will be difficult to do. So you're probably going to have to look for this engagement. And here's the Roche. The BKB for Luna is arriving, coming out very quickly on the courier.
I mean, No Ping does have a good contest lineup for Roche.
They do.
But the problem is they're just so
not there.
Horribly out-farmed and out-leveled right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, AA Blast with the boat, and of course, Stone Gaze coming in.
They're too late.
Yeah, they're on their way. They're smoked up right now, but yeah, Roshan is officially dead for Quincy crew. And by that, I mean now officially dead as UR picks up the Aegis. Looks like they want to fight here. He doesn't have Eclipse right now. Pops that newly picked up BKB, and Matthew's just going to get bursted down by that right click. So an instant kill for Quincy crew as HFN finally gets the Stone Gaze off, but AA falls very shortly after, and now they can just try to burst him down with that Spirit Vessel applied and the Mana Drain coming in. The boat trying to counteract all this damage, but again, Quincy crew's damage is just crazy. Triple kill for Yawar. Doesn't get the Ultra, but this is going to be a full team wipe with the buybacks coming in as well, and No Ping.
Time for a rampage.
Yeah, Ultra kill onto Yawar. I don't know. LOA does a lot of damage, but that is the official rampage for Yawar, and this game is over. GGs are called.
Absolutely destroyed.
An absolute shellacking is what we call it in the Americas region. Cinderin?
Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But yeah, this was domination from the start, it feels like. Quincy, I mean, do you, again, now that it's one of those hindsight's 2020 type things, do you think draft had anything to do with this, or is this just an outskilled game one?
After seeing the game play out, I think draft plays a part in terms of how strong their lanes are. But I will say both in the mid lane and the bottom lane, you saw the Timber with the 10 CS. Against Lunas, I think 35. In the mid lane, I think Quinn got ahead by like a decent margin as well, relatively early.
Clean margin, as they say. Yeah.
They kind of got outclassed in that game, I would say as well. I don't think it's unfair. But I will say I don't think this is No Ping's level. I hope they're going to show some better Dota because I think they're better than this. And this was, just not their best game, really.
I mean, keep in mind, they're the ones that came out of South America. Thunder Predator didn't even make it top 2 after having such a great showing in the major. So yeah, I would hope for a little bit better performance in game 2 because, I mean, this game just was not even remotely close. This was a shellacking of a lifetime, Cinderin. Yes. But we'll see what the panel has to say about how big of a shellacking this actually was.
Yeah, it really was nail on the head right there. It was a 20-minute game. I was expecting back and forth, brawl, great Dota. I mean, it was great Dota from Quincy crew anyway.
Yeah, Quinn was definitely back and forth, going in, stealing all the stacks, getting out, going in, killing a hero, getting out with his Ember all the time.
Yeah, it was the exact opposite of what I expected to see, Sheaves. I thought No Ping would move away from 4 Protect 1. Instead, they doubled down on it. Last Medusa.
Medusa.
We have seen it figured out time and time again.
Okay,
yes.
Like this 100%. But this last fight, it wasn't even about the Medusa. What happened to them? I think that has to be nerves. The way you fight around that pit, that's a little bit of nerves sitting in. Yeah,
because we remember the stakes, right? No Ping are not qualified to TI.
Correct.
They need to win. This is on paper, at least from what I read out in media. Quincy crew, NA Dota, LOL, free win. Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Dota news, you're reading some paper. Okay.
There's a lot of stuff out there.
I see.
Looking up at how many points they have at the moment.
Points or not?
I think it's like 500 something, right? Like they're in if they win this series.
585, yeah.
Is that it?
They literally, if they win this series, they get 300 points.
So you contribute the way they play to the nerves a little bit.
I hope so.
There's a little bit of the draft problem issue, 100%. But that last fight, Timber gets a kill, doesn't go into the pit. No one is checking the rush damage, rush HP, that is. They get free ages. Hey, tosses his ulti. Like, he had enough time to use it on anyone. Doesn't connect on any single hero. Oof.
Oof.
I mean, it's one of those games where you hope that, okay, they can step away from the draft. You know, that's easily fixable.
Yep.
Stay away from Medusa, sure. I just hope that it is just something that they can step away from in terms of nerves as well, because it wasn't even close. Where's that fire that we were promised, Kyle?
I am not sure. Maybe they left it at home because they've had a couple weeks to scrim, and I loved the opener. I think Nick's Timbersaw is like a very high-level, balanced first two. Let's give you adjust the microphone. Okay, nah.
Highlight of the microphone.
I do that as well all the time.
There was energy there.
Yeah, look.
At the beginning, at least. But then
missed fist bump, though. That could have had something to do with the confidence that was lacking. And I think I'm going to steal a little bit of Aui's thunder. He did have a line I really liked in the green room about Quinn. In his words, one of a top 3 mid player with rune control, with a lead, with support from his supports.
Support from his supports, and to build on top of that, this way of which he is playing, that he's always poking and prodding. Like, he goes, attacks you, then bails. He forces you to make some unnecessary movements, a TP here, a TP there. Suddenly you're stretched across the map. Why? Because some Ember is stealing a double stack on the medium camp. Who cares? Just let him do it. But you react to him. He makes you react, and because of that, the 4 other teammates, they can do whatever the hell they want to because they have numerical advantage on the map.
Yeah, and actually this was one of the few times that we actually see Ember Spirit do really well. We have barely seen Ember Spirit over the last 6 days with all the games that we've had. The Quincy crew make it work in a big way.
Yeah, I saw it. I believe it was LGD who crushed a TA lineup, which really plays the same way Adusa would in a lot of ways. If you can take towers early on, invade the triangle, you'll find the enemy carry at Ancients. And might want to stretch things out, loosen up a bit, because that was an absolute dumpstering. 10, 0, and 10.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, no, Ping, you've got to just rethink, unfortunately, your entire concept of Dota, because if that's what you prep 2 weeks for, Kunkka mid, that's an offlaner, folks. Medusa, that hero's dead.
2 heroes that they definitely need to think about a little bit. Like Kunkka, like you said, not really that popular. I can see him working. We've seen, this isn't the first time that it's picked, but Medusa, however, just, you can't, it's in the past, just let it go. Let it be, let it rest. It had, like, Medusa had its patch, it's over.
Luna is the better Medusa now. Sort of. She's kind of taken over in terms of that.
But why though?
Powerhouse.
Because Luna farms faster and can join fights faster. The power spikes just come sooner to you. Meanwhile, this Medusa talent just got destroyed. You don't have the mana. Mystic Snake's talent. And
he got owned in the lane too by this man right here, Les Lau, on the Venomancer. And you got to remember, he learned from the best. KBBQ, their coach. He is, most say, the best Venomancer in North America. I'm sure he taught their new offlaner everything that he knows. But they won the lane top.
I just also have to say, versus Medusa, I like slows so much, and Venomancer is exactly what brings that. She's already naturally extremely slow of a hero, right? Doesn't really move. It's a tower in team fights. And then when you add on top of that some Venomancer constantly using those, the Vessel, the ulti, the Gale, it's unplayable.
It is indeed unplayable. 2 things I want to touch on. First of all, Finran said that playing Venomancer is like building a house.
Building a house in which way? You have to have probably you have to have very strong foundation, and that's maybe what he taught with Venomancer.
I think it was to do with the wards, where you're basically
building,
you know,
but that's like planting a garden.
Yeah. You marking your territory. No?
I would say not house then. How about weeding a garden? You know, typically you try to remove them. Venomancer wants
but
to
you place them.
Spread it.
So
no, what I think about the Veno and this building the house, we can ask Synderen after, is you have to have a good start. You have to have a good, decent laning stage for this hero to work. If the foundation is shaky, the hero never works in the game.
Okay, my other question is something that was said earlier today, where we've had a couple of games that have gotten out of control real fast, right? The speed of the games is getting faster. The power spikes are going sooner. Some people might be a little worried regarding a repeat of TA4 in terms of which meta we're heading to. Do you guys share that worry? For people that weren't there, TA4, it was 20-minute games minus. Like, it was very fast.
I don't think so.
Yeah. And the teams are GGing out on their own volition. It's not like your tier 3 is dying.
True.
And that's why you GG out. You GG out because you understand that your win condition just isn't better.
And we've seen comebacks. You know, Spirit versus Liquid in the tiebreaker to determine who made it to playoffs.
Because you're playing Shadow Demon into Luna. You know you can win that game no matter what state
One
it
big
is.
base defense, the game was equalized. A couple waves cut, and you were just fine. I don't think we're ever going to see that kind of death ball again.
Okay.
There's too many tools now for teams to respond to
And
aggression.
obviously we got a lot of buffs, right? Like, there's a reason why the fortification refreshes after tier 1. That's literally because of that patch, right?
TPs,
Because
longer
of that
range.
meta.
The auras you get when defending tier 2s, like, you get a lot of armor. So it's less about, like, tower defense. It's more about team fight. Because if you're fighting under your own T2, T1, like, 3 armor at a T1 is kind of nuts. If you think about it.
For sure.
Okay, so we're looking for teams not just drafting high tempo, but also having a little bit of a plan B somewhere in there, right? Have that backup plan, have that late game insurance, so that if you do, you want food?
I was just checking. I'm sitting here and I haven't been given anything. No drinks, no food. Like, an egg.
Are those real knives behind you, Sheaves?
Should I do
props?
I mean, they're absolutely real.
Oh, man.
You want me to try cutting an egg?
We don't want to check that. We definitely want to remove those before Rich gets back in the morning.
Okay, can I get some boiling
don't
water
check
or
it. They
something?
said don't. They said don't check it.
I don't hear it. It was only
I
here.
hear-
They said don't check.
Someone is panicking.
This is perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Wait, use the sticks.
Yeah.
What?
There is.
How am I going to use the sticks? You gave me a block of ramen.
I don't know.
Ramen.
There is an incredible ramen shop in Kyiv.
Yeah. It's not the one we ordered from. It was definitely my ramen.
I don't know if I'm
better.
supposed to plug it or not. It's my favorite ramen spot.
Don't plug it.
But
did they pay you?
No, but if
Did they pay me?
No.
This is my ramen shop. It's like coming
true.
into a Twitch
Okay.
stream and saying, "Hey, my best friend's
Hang on.
streaming right now. Check out this
So
channel."
it's really nice to eat inside. But
Shame on
during COVID, they do this cool thing where they will send you all the ingredients pre-packaged, like very easy, like literally a child
So
can
you
do
have
it.
to do it yourself?
I can do it. Yes.
You have to do it
It's
yourself.
really easy. It's really easy. And
I saw
you
your
cook
cooking,
it yourself,
man.
and it's delicious.
We have seen your cooking video.
seen the
I
video.
did great. I don't know what you.
Uh,
Okay,
Do you have
Normally-
someone
they
over
edited
some
this
of the
out.
pro-
Hang on, I gotta blow up a spot here. They edited this out. But the reason that Fogged and Cap only tried what I ate was because Rich broke the cardinal rule of cooking. What's the first thing you do when you're gonna start cooking?
Washing your hands.
He skipped that part. He started
And
grabbing
touched the
all the
chicken.
vegetables. He touched the chicken.
He didn't even wash the chicken. I saw it.
No,
what? You don't wash chicken.
Why not?
wait,
When you take it
you
out,
do wash
I
chicken.
wash
No,
it.
you don't actually wash chicken.
I would
You
still
do.
wash
No,
it.
you don't.
you do.
I do. I wash it.
Under the tap?
Yeah, you rinse
why
it
not?
off. Like you
You
rinse
rinse it.
vegetables,
It's
you
all
rinse things.
gooey at the beginning. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like to wash it.
It's like slimy and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of chicken you're buying, but I don't need to wash chicken if I buy it. I've never had to wash
Sheaves, this
chicken.
is what I got from you when I did.
It's go home, make it yourself, package.
Okay, I'll take it.
It is really good. I'll try to see if we can set it up.
How? We're not gonna cook while here.
Maybe we can
figure
cook
it out.
right here. We
We
have
got
a
the
kitchen,
tools.
right?
I mean, do we have a kettle? Maybe. What's your favorite food? If you don't go to a ramen shop, what would you eat?
Ramen is that is my favorite thing.
No, but you're not going to a ramen shop. So where are you going?
What I miss most living here?
Yeah.
Burritos. There is a lack of. It's hard to find spicy food,
Mm-hmm.
and I do miss, like, if you go to LA, like, get one of those burrito trucks.
Could you
Oh,
guess what I would like to do right now? What I would like to eat?
Eat the ramen.
No.
Eat a
Yeah,
burrito.
I'm a barbecue kind of a guy. Come on.
yeah.
Open
Go out to the
field, next
Dasha.
to the river.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Perfect.
Liz is one of the few people I know, because this is something, like, I think people used to do, but, convenience culture, it's kind of a dead activity, but he will go to the river,
Yeah.
fish, catch fish, and then cook it
Hey, This is not a dead culture. I know for a fact that in Norway, was it Norway? One of the Scandinavian countries. Actually, I know Finland is one of them as well. Matu actually does do those things where you go with your friends, with a couple of drinks. You go somewhere.
There right now.
Just a couple of drinks.
Yeah, you go somewhere, a couple of drinks. It is Scandinavia, you know.
Of course.
Couple of drinks. Scandinavia is
I think
definitely
Eastern
more than
Europe
average. Yes,
has kind of a similar thing going
somewhat
here.
similar.
Yeah.
And then you just go somewhere. You catch fish. You're there for the entire evening, night. You eat your fish, drink your drinks.
And then you have to sleep it over. Tomorrow you go back home.
Yeah. Bring a little tent, or not.
They're assembling. It's just so cool that we get to see them as they.
Yeah.
As
What do
set
they
up.
have music on?
It's, I believe, just to ensure there's no. It's like a better version of white noise for players. So because they are
don't
like
hear each other, yeah.
technically like close enough, so they have noise canceling headphones and they pump in music.
Oh, that's kind of cool. And I also know I want to have a quick. We're ready for the draft panel, but I want to have a quick update from you guys. Now that we've seen the teams play, how much different is Game 2 going to be? You don't have to predict results or whatever, but like in terms of adapting, how much do you feel like Noping can adapt from that
Noping,
one?
they just need to reconsider everything that they've been learning for the last couple of weeks since the DPC ended because it's not working. They just need to come up with something fresh.
They tried that
they
their
need to
strat, but
completely
they should have something prepared, right?
Yep.
It's just the way these teams have read the meta. You know, we have no real info on them after the month or so of no games, but Quincy Crew, Lion ET, that's a damn good support duo.
Yep.
Heroes on the rise. Ember Spirit, underrated hero. You look at the
Medusa, Kunkka.
Yeah, Medusa, Kunkka mid. Like it's just not. It's not the same. Those heroes are on the down.
Okay, well let's see if they
Stocks
can
need to
adapt.
go up.
And if we can get a third game of the series, would be quite
Buy the dip.
something.
Buy the dip.
Buy the dip.
No ping esports.
Okay, well we're gonna see what's gonna happen in Game 2. Let's head over to the draft panel.
North America. You should understand what type of Dota they play. I mean, they didn't know they were playing Quincy Crew exactly, but you had time to prepare for every single team. Like, I don't think this is what they should.
Radiant team ban.
Can't handle your. How are you gonna?
Dire team ban.
I mean, to be fair, like, sometimes you can have ideas about Dota, and they can sort of bet, and then you just lose lanes and you don't get. Like, I think it's the same thing that happened to Team Aster earlier. A bit too greedy in lanes, just got ran over. So, I mean, it happens, but you just think, like, Noping won't be able to adapt, or how does it feel to you right now?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we have one data point, right? Because we know nothing about this
team.
It's just, how do you only have 10?
That is rough. I think, like, their draft, the idea of it, could put adapt or work on Radiant. Because it's just so much better in our offlane with their plan. Because their bottom lane went so well, you can't hold a creep the same way you can on Radiant and
10
Dire.
seconds remaining.
They lost bot lane, and then Nyx went top, and he just dies
5
when they tried to
seconds
tri lane. Like you mentioned before, like
Yeah.
they really like to pull their 4, gank for HFN, secure on the good game. Instead, Nyx just comes top, and he just it's like bonus.
I think that Noping needs to
Dire
draft
team
winning,
pick.
and if they don't, there's.
The thing about Quincy Crew,
Radiant team
had to play a lot and prepare a lot for each. EG are known as like a lane dominating team. So that means the first step to beating EG always get out of your lane. It doesn't matter if you're even, it doesn't matter if you win them, but you have to get out of lanes. So as a result of how EG plays, nurture the region to sort of get good at lanes. And Quincy Crew, see one game, but they're
5 seconds remaining.
So that's the first pick. Viper is the infamous.
I think there's a high percentage of her, but I know Lelis does play it, and Quincy Crew can play some weird 5s, so they might opt to throw no pings in their face.
Radiant
and like
team, pick.
I don't know, their picks are so cool because I think the first game they sold a Luna, and in the second game there's a Viper. Or Viper. Do you know how to break? Does it disable your corrosive skin before the damage? Would you happen to know that? I have no idea.
I believe
5 seconds remaining.
Wait, Vendetta were given.
Dota's really weird, so we have no. Because you don't deserve to play a game where the two.
Feels intuitive.
Yeah, I have no idea.
All right. I'll
But we're about to see.
Do the research.
Yeah, I won't tell you.
You can.
No,
crunch
but
the numbers
I
if you
don't
want.
think it should really matter. You were mentioning this Hoodwink Cafe earlier. I think you're right. Like this hero will be highly contested. It's just.
Dire team.
Think about Quincy Crew's aggression from the last game. I think Hoodwink is actually a pretty good response to that. If they're running into you, then I think you're a lot more reliable, right? Run into your triangle mid. Yeah.
So they do pick. I was thinking that Hoodwink typically does prefer to. You can set up on side lane,
remaining.
but best to just.
5 seconds remaining.
And also, you can cast your spells while you're.
Yeah, you can cast everything. You can actually blink cycle. Cast your ulti and then fight with both.
It does indeed apply.
That's sort of neat because that magic resistance is the only reason that hero is. It doesn't have that high stacking. They're okay. But you can burst this here. That should they put it mid. That would be huge.
So Centaur feels like he has fallen off.
Yeah.
Just because of.
Exactly what it is. This tournament, 9 picks.
2 and 7. I think a lot of it is meta heroes. I'd say heroes like Dragon Knight and Mars, the other really popular offlaners, are really good for stun. Dragon Knight, you run out of damage verse, he has a hard stun to. Mars Arena has always.
Radiant team ban.
So there have been quite a few.
That's a good point, yeah. A lot of the heroes. Even TA is a really good center. Low armor, she just bursts through with meld. And you're like low damage instant.
Feels easy.
It does, for sure.
Couple of months. So far,
10
I'm not.
seconds remaining.
Because I'm not.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Centaur is a hero again, like sizing nuke. Carry of 7 point. Popular, what in South.
10
Centaur,
seconds remaining.
not really the
Team
offlaner. Like it blows my mind that we see that and not a DK.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a. It's like we don't have that much information. There's like a high percentage that they played a bunch of scrims, they picked these heroes, and they're like, these heroes still work for us. We have the highest percent to. So it's like it's easy for us to look at them and be like, this doesn't match up what we play with the other game. But the audience should also remember, like these guys have also watched those games. There is a chance that they just legitimately think the best. I mean, I don't know if it's the best. They might lose with it. They might be silly, but no.
I just want to comment. Clock destroys Hood. Shot on the stun target and just.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So,
I also think he's gonna buy a Quelling Blade first. Like after he stuns your carry, you hook the Hoodwink, free your carry, and then you trap the Hoodwink.
Yeah, that's an actually. That's definitely gonna happen.
I think it will.
Yeah.
No, because I mean, Quincy Crew are Hoodwink spammers. I think both their 5 and 4 played them and play it a lot. Then you should also know, like, so.
Dire team ban.
So they do ban Puck on the side of no pin, since we meant. Well, there's.
Also, I think he works well with Viper. It's got Nether Toxins on Unum. It's one of the higher damage spells. And as you were mentioning, like it's also a counter stamp.
10 seconds
Can't
remaining.
move very high level.
5 seconds remaining.
Unless you're a courier, couriers can move.
Or if you're breaks ability drop.
Bat Rider pick
Radiant team
is
banned.
really good here. He's very good against both classes. And I know that Dark Maga.
He does play Bat
thinking-
Rider.
I was thinking about what heroes.
Sort of off meta heroes. It seems like the SA team
10 seconds remaining.
Dance to their own. Did their thing. They didn't care as
5
much about the
seconds
meta.
remaining.
No ping as well, and like we'll see if what they're dancing to is like, because like there's a chance you play a style that's better than the current meta. That's why the meta's ever evolving. People find something great, but like it's sort of low percentage of it. Like it's completely luck based if it's just a stuff to play or not.
Said in the first.
Ten seconds remaining.
I have the time to do that.
5 seconds remaining.
For me, what I'm looking at right now is just how our no ping going to look. Absolutely struggling. If no ping.
Dire
Yeah, I
team
completely
pick.
Well, strategy and strategy games like Dota, or even strategy games like if you have a solid foundation. Don't have the solid foundation, the other person just go kill you, and that's what Quincy Crew did last game. No ping didn't craft something solid. They won the lane. They invaded everything, took a power map, and just won the game.
So far, you've
5
got
seconds remaining.
meh, kind
Radiant team pick.
I'd agree with that.
think she's a good laner because I
I
kind of see
don't.
her as someone who's enabled by her offlaner.
I think she can make.
Or if she's.
I think she can make the lane strong because she does provide like a movement spell plus stun, telekinesis.
10 seconds
They're always
remaining.
good at killing people because the auto position. She's also good at securing
5
the last hit,
seconds remaining.
her acorn shot, because they changed it last patch to be like less scaling but more base damage. But I would agree. Like if I think of strong laners, I definitely don't think.
She has a good attack animation, but her.
Yeah.
is so.
She's
well.
very. I don't know. I feels annoying.
Her laugh.
Yeah.
Dire
Head.
team pick.
Your laugh.
Sometimes the voices in my head are annoying. So HFN plays a lot of Gyrocopter. I think he's one of the only carries that found success on both Luna and Gyrocopter. They're actually very similar heroes.
Dire team ban.
Because Gyro definitely way more. And like I said, you really can't lose.
I wouldn't want to play. Zephyr was mentioning something a lot. Was there? If you have Prophet Abaddon, you
10
rotate
seconds
Hoodwink.
remaining.
But if you have Gyrocopter and you rotate on a hood off the missile or off
seconds
Gyrocopter's
remaining.
damage, like that could. They really do not like if this driver ends up going, they cannot give it a. I think it should be mid just because I'm not too sure about the Abaddon versus stack. But honestly, I don't really know. I could see it working just cogs into Nether Toxic.
I think because it's so like no pinger.
I don't like this Warlock deck.
I was thinking that too. Warlock is a hero that I don't think has a really
Yeah.
like you this hero typically a bit of a slow hero,
Radiant team ban.
very high cooldown. Looking to spam heal. Look at your carry. It's an
Dire team ban.
Last
Farm.
game, he was mid at like 3 in the enemy
You
pit.
can't do that with.
Yeah, no, Warlock's useless. They already picked the Abaddon to Fatal Bonds, and you could say like stuff like Upheaval is good versus Abaddon type lineups, but you have a Stampede. Other than that, moreover, they see the Warlock sort of early. Gyrocopter, like that rock will
10
just.
seconds remaining.
Warlock's team fighting is really weird. That hero used to like.
5 seconds remaining.
Pinnacle of team fight. Warlock win team. It's not the same anymore. I don't even know why. I think heroes just do more damage. Just. Yeah, I would have preferred something more in line with what last game. I had to change.
Warlock will always have
Radiant
a
team
place, so then
ban.
I mean, I can sort of see it like, so this Viper is going to be very tanky this, even despite the break. Maybe to get a Lotus Orb or something else. Drop. Maybe he, like Quinn, you know, if I want to play Viper, little bit of team fight backup. Because if you have to focus Viper and a Warlock off, then maybe it comes, or maybe the heal pushes Viper over there.
that's an interesting way to look at it for sure. Like, definitely got no ping.
Dire team pick.
I think the first 3
Radiant
lineup, like
team
Hoodwink
pick.
is damage, but those 3 heroes are low damage for Ziggy.
An offline Viper.
Yeah, I don't think Lalas plays. It's
That's
gonna be an
an
offline
offline
fight.
10 seconds
Kind
remaining.
of skeptical of that. Yeah, honestly,
Go ahead.
charge it off though.
Select
Viper
your
probably
heroes.
still does a lot of damage. I'm not sure. They need, like, No Ping have to rotate Hoodwink at the correct time. Shut down this Viper. 'Cause if Viper kicks out the Gyro from lane, like, I don't see how they can win this. They're gonna have no damage. Gyro's all the early.
But the way I say this is Viper builds tanky. And that's definitely gonna,
I agree with that.
but they do kind of have the tools to,
Sorry?
they do have tools to respond early with
Okay.
the better hero.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't like the Warlock, but from what I saw last game,
I mean,
not worried
drafts,
about
drafts just go out the
crew.
window if you lose
Yeah,
lanes you're supposed to win.
exactly. They look like such that I.
And we'll see. I mean, I'm pretty sure Quinn literally has 100. We'll see how this goes.
I'm gonna speak here just because I think they're.
Curious what you meant, but they have the tools they have, or
No,
hoping for
they have the
itemization.
tools to deal with Viper.
If Storm does okay in lane, he has high resources, then you will call Viper. The 5 can't respond, and I don't think Ursa can really. So, like, the draft is closer than last game.
Warlock can only respond like every.
Yeah, he might come in and heal the Viper, but
But he'll heal him, and then what? Storms are, and then you roll him.
I'm just hoping
and
the
then
game.
what do you do?
To my fiends. Hopefully the game just lasts longer than 25 minutes. Shame if South America just blow out in the upper division just quickly, upper bracket. Find out how game number 2 plays out.
Thank you, Tsunami and friends. Suns fan here with Cinder, and this is going to be game 2 of this best of 3 series between No Ping and Quincy Crew. The loser of this series plays an NA team in EG, so
Yes.
it's going to be the America's Classic, it seems. Kind of bad luck in terms of the draw, but, I mean, do you think this draft is... I mean, again, I'm expecting No Ping, I think we both are, to come a little bit... I mean, I won't say they weren't prepared, but they're going to be playing better this game because they did not look this bad in the qualifying stage.
I feel like based on the heroes that they have, it is less likely that they get rolled in lanes as hard as last game. Like the panel pointed out, I think they had a lot of
percentage, Cinder, since you're a robot.
They will do 23% better in lanes.
Okay,
so that's still not good. So maybe it's more. Maybe it's 50% better. Like the panel pointed out, Warlock is not particularly good in this game. I don't think he threatens their off lane that much. So I think both the Hoodwink and the Centaur will be having a pretty good time here. Even though they're playing against Ursa, in my opinion, Ursa Warlock can't really play very offensively. Like, Ursa can trade and get heals, but they're not posing any kill threat into a double stun lane. The mid lane of Storm versus Void Spirit, I think, is more Dark Mago favored than the last game. So I think he will have a better time as well. And then the bottom lane, Pyro Abaddon, I think can hold their own against Clock Viper. So I actually foresee them like breaking even in lanes, and that would be a great improvement from last game. And then as far as the game plan goes, I think this is a pretty good Storm game. I think he can get a lot of stuff done here with the protection of a Batten, with the Stampede as some sort of a buffer, multiple stuns, great follow-up damage. Okay, Pandaboo almost died.
Yeah.
So let's hold our horses on the laning stage.
Well, that's a dead horse, if anything, Cinderin. That's Abaddon's lore, of course. I don't want to speak out of turn here because it was just a quick little video image or whatever, like during the drafting stage. You see MSS, his reaction to the Hoodwink pick, because MSS has played, I think, more Hoodwink games than anybody in the NADPC at least. And I don't know if this was like a, you know, taking it personally. I wanted that hero, but we'll see how Matthew does on who think is very bad, although we've seen it do pretty well.
You love making this narrative that this hero is terrible. I've never said that.
You guys can go through the VODs at any time and hear all the garbage that Cinderin talks about this hero.
You go through the VODs and hear what Jenkins has to say about things Sunsfan also didn't do.
Okay,
so
well,
that is true.
That is, okay. Well, Jenkins, you know, the true twist of this talent lore is that Jenkins is actually the one that is the true sociopath.
Actually pathological liar.
Yes. Yeah. This is definitely true.
Right, Fatal Bomb top. Matthew's actually going to take a bit of a beating here. No Orb of Venom on Yawar, though, so should not be able to follow through onto Matthew. One of Hoodwink's biggest strengths as a hero in lane is the 320 base move speed. Very, very nimble. Faster than Ursa, so can outrun, but still
you are jumping on in.
Bit of trouble.
The Fatal Bond is really annoying with that Shadow Word applied to Oscar as well.
I did not think they were going to be able to put it in this top lane. I thought the Hoodwink Centaur would hold their ground a little bit better, but...
Oh, Leslav's TP gets canceled thanks to that homing missile. So that is first blood for No Ping. So already off to, I believe it's like a 700% better start. Weren't they down 07 or something like that to start the game?
Probably 7-1, I think.
Okay, well, you're the robot, not me. I mean, what do you think of Gyrocopter in this particular game? Because the way that I look at Gyro is a bit underwhelming as a carry, unless the mid laner is kind of this like semi-carry, if you want to call it that, which Storm Spirit is, or if you have an Io on your team, of course.
Can you repeat that?
Cinderin, can you please listen to me when I ask you questions,
of course.
please?
I am all ears.
Okay, it's Quinn. You're going to have to hold your horses now. What do you think of Gyro in this game? You think
you were talking about Gyro with Io. Okay. I personally like him more with some sort of combo as well. Like you said, Io is great. Batten is not the worst just because Gyro wants to stand and deliver, right? And Batten offers you that protection in the Stampede as well. So honestly, I think if somebody gets a Solar Crest in his team, he might be able to get the job done here. The Ursa matchup has got me a little bit concerned, though. I think that's one of the best carries against Gyro. What Gyro doesn't like is heroes that get close to you and can out-man fight you. And Ursa then Rage is just that hero.
All right.
More pressure from Darkmago onto Quinn. He is winning the lane currently.
Yes,
not by a lot, but is ahead.
I mean, we're paying close attention to this because at this point last game, it felt like all lanes were lost.
Yeah.
As Oscar gets off a nice hoof stomp onto 2. But yeah, you're talking about the lack of this, I guess, lockdown for the Storm Spear in theory. I mean, I guess Quinn would have to get a Yule Scepter.
He will want
probably
that,
an Atos on Lelis for the Viper.
Yep, both of those items would be good. I think the Yules on Void Spirit is more or less a given because you will also want the defensive potential of it against more or less inevitable Orchid. All right, Darkmago is going to dive in here.
Simile comes out onto the other side of the trees, and of course, Darkmago not quite 6 yet.
Pushing him out of lane, though, so he doesn't get the experience in the tower. MSS is there to clean up, though.
Yeah, trying to save that wave so that
nice.
Quinn can just TP back and actually get the XP.
Yep, very nice. But this is, of course, leaving Leslau very susceptible. Viper offlane 1v2, I think, is very bad. This hero thrives on playing aggressively with at least even numbers. But under these conditions, he can't even get experience, more or less. Like, he's actually getting zoned by an Abaddon, because if he starts trading a little bit with this Abaddon, he starts getting slowed by Curse of Avernus, and the Gyro walks up with a homing missile, and maybe you survive, but you lose your entire hit point pool, and then you can't lane anymore. So he's being very cautious, and that is costing them quite a lot in that bottom lane. I think MSS is going to make his way back down here, but I'm a little bit worried. The damage is almost done here. HFN is going to get level 5 when Gyro's level 3 in this lane. That is really rough. He has to TP out.
Suffered the most. Homing missile is not going to connect. I mean, it will eventually. And he walks back to this. Actually, he went to the tier 1. All right, that makes sense.
This is not. This is a totally different start.
He's the same level as MSS on that position 4. So I mean, what do you think of Viper as kind of this? Like, how do you come back on this here? Do you just go for these early kills once you hit 6? Do you just need to find some jungle camps and get the nether toxin going?
Yeah, I think the latter. They're not killing in this lane anymore unless there's some crucial mistakes or they get a rotation from Void Spirit, which I think is the more likely play, actually, that Quinn tries to help out. I believe his boots are coming out in the current. No, he went for the blades first, so does not have the move speed to make rotations with.
I do that too because I can't last hit. Good to see a number 1 MMR and NA do the same.
Probably getting them for a slightly different reason than you.
Probably. Oh, Oscar attempting to TP out will be successful. Quinn, in the meantime, gets pressured a bit there as the rune was taken.
Centaur has 16 CS.
Rune is top for Dark Mago.
Okay, so the last game Timbers all got bodied in the offlane. It's Oscar on the Centaur instead of the Timber. His laning performances have not been impressive, and I don't know if it's him or the Hoodwink or the way they play together. But again, I feel like this is not the outcome of this lane. You are not satisfied having 16 CS minutes, 630.
A little turn of fate here. I mean, we saw this kind of flipped around for Quincy Crew as, I mean, it was Quinn last game taking all these stacks and trying to get these people out of the jungle, but Panda Boo did take a couple creeps, and pretty annoying for Lesla to try to get this kill, but they might be successful. MSS just needs to get in range.
He doesn't have boots on Claw.
That is true. Battery Assault comes out, but it's too late. HFN has come to push them back even further. So Lesla, again, still level 3, Cinder, still level 3.
I play a lot of Clockwork. This hero does not like not having boots at this point. Like, I think they're coming now on the courier. Yeah, he has the boots, but still no trinks. Your bread and butter until you're level 6 is running heroes down, and just a Windlace puts your move speed to about the same as a Gyro without boots. So it's these boots were sorely needed there. He wasn't able to connect on a Baton, and now he has them at least. But I would say both offlanes have gone terribly, actually. Like, they have had a really tough time.
In a vacuum, who would you rather, like, who has a better chance to come back? I would assume it's Viper just because he can take out stacks.
Centaur has a level and a half on him, though.
That's true.
I would say Centaur, because of the level advantage he has.
What is his level of return right now?
He's level 3, right?
Okay.
He's 113, so...
He can jungle quite nicely.
First of all, he can jungle, and secondly, his level 6 comes earlier and can make global impact. He can set up Gyro for success, he can set up the Storm for success.
Yep, that is true.
Speaking of the Storm, he's going to get ganked by Warlock. Yeah. My prediction is this will not work. It did not work.
Thank you. That was a low probability play for sure. There's an Illusion Rune. Looks like
Quinn is in trouble.
Yeah, Quinn does have one Astral Step. Doesn't use it though. Okay, ends up dropping to the solo mid as well. So
did he?
It showed green at the top for me, Cinderin. So I'm just trusting.
You're right. It's actually bugged. It is on cooldown on his spell counter.
Oh, okay.
It just got off cooldown now.
Huh, interesting.
Well, that's big. You got to imagine being Dark Mago in this game. Like you've got something to prove after the last one, right? Like, this is a rivalry for you. The player matchup against Quinn. There's a lot of pride in this mid 1v1. You got stomped last game. It's got to feel so good to get the start. And wow, 2k gold lead for no ping. You heard the panel. They didn't give them very much of a chance in lanes, but they have definitely woken up. Maybe they just needed to get, used to the stage. This is new to some of their players, I think, to play on a big stage for big stakes. And you can have a lot of nerves going into game 1, and then you sort of like settle down, get accustomed to the situation and start playing.
For your first LAN tournament, this is probably the best one because there is no crowd. So you can kind of like use this as a stepping stone, if you will.
Right.
As HFN.
He's in trouble.
He is in quite a bit of trouble. Aster Step is there. Stampede comes out, but he's getting locked down inside those cogs. He gets off his ult in the meantime, and with the Storm Spirit here, she'll be able to clean up nicely. A 1-for-1. They did lose the Gyro. That is the big kill for Quincy. The question is, can they get out?
Dark Mago has no mana.
Only level 5, but yeah, they're not going to chase anymore. Dark Mago gets the Aphotic Shield, not enough. Not enough mana to get to the high ground either. So a double kill for Lesla. He desperately needs these. The laning stage was so bad for him.
And
this looks to be a potential triple, but Quinn will take it for himself. I mean, this is the mid-tax after all.
Yeah.
So 3 kills.
Honestly, that was completely fine for no ping until Storm expended his entire mana pool trying to kill the Warlock. If he would have just settled there, you could have easily accepted this. This was a big rotation from Quincy. We ended up giving him an extra 2 kills. Yep, he's now going to die.
Homing missiles coming. It always feels bad when the carry is hitting the creeps, trying to be min-maxing while going for your kill as well. Feels pretty bad.
Good rune steal from Matthew here.
Yeah, Quinn, I don't know if he's gotten a rune yet, actually. And it's funny because, aside from the water runes, which don't really count, but there's like this narrative that Quinn just is, and he even says so himself, he's very lucky with runes historically. Oscar Yawar's actually going to pop the Enrage, but won't be able to finish. Oh, he's actually going to reevaluate this.
Okay, Shin, I have to tell you, as a machine myself.
Yes, that was a kill, by the way.
With a big enough sample size, everyone has 50% on the runes.
Okay.
That's just it.
That's definitely not true.
You can be lucky in a couple of games, even in a tournament.
Some people are born lucky, though, Cinder. We've had this discussion before. I actually do believe that.
You do believe that?
Yes.
You believe there are people that have more than 50% chance to get the rune?
Well, I mean, technically they have a 50% chance, but they're not going to, you know?
What's
they're
that
born unlucky.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, you're talking about just pure math. You know what? We can have this discussion another time.
Just don't make sense. Sorry, it does not compute.
Is that like a divide by zero moment? All right, level 7 on Oscar. He does have his Vanguard, so we'll be going for the Blink Dagger. No big surprise here. I mean, if he's farming really well, typically you see the Hood first, but yeah, you can't really, you just need that initiation pretty bad. You need somebody to follow up the Storm Spirit in this game. But LOA, he is level 6 now, so they have the Chaotic Offering. And they have a lot of team fight here to couple that with as Yawar. Pops the Enrage again, but
trying to force Stampede, but no dice.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the longest cooldown in the world. It has been nerfed in the past few patches, I suppose, so it's slowly creeping up. I believe Mars will be getting that treatment soon.
Yeah, that would be an obvious nerf to Arena, would be to give it more cooldown, right?
Quinn, that's
Orchid
reveal. Nice bushwhack onto 2 as well. Into the Stampede with the Chaotic Offering. Trying to disengage here, Quinn. Gets the Aster stepping up at the high ground. Dark Magoo has absolutely no mana. Yawar has come to play as well. Trying to dodge that Aether Remnant. Does so successfully. So the rotation from Yawar is kind of wasted here, but at the very least, I mean, the Chaotic Offering basically traded to be able to save their mid laner.
Chaotic Offering, an Ursa TP mid, and what did you lose, really? You lost Stampede and a little bit of time. I don't think that feels that bad for No Ping. Obviously, if they get a kill there, that's amazing on top of the Golem, but looking at the net worth and the last hit chart right now, top 2 last hitters easily on the side of No Ping.
No damage to follow it up with yet. Quinn's actually getting frisky here. It's not the Aether Remnant. Looks like he's going to back up here.
If you compare this game to the last game, like if you think about resource management, how much value Quinn is getting out of his resource pools. In the last game, he was using mana and health to basically gain net worth, not necessarily by killing heroes, but just by map controlling, like stealing stacks, preventing the enemy team from accessing key areas. In this game, he's using a lot of his resources to just get away. And he hasn't really pressured very much. The 1 kill and 2 assists he has was from the moves bottom, where he kind of got a couple of freebies, right?
Yeah.
So definitely a night and day between the Ember game and the Void Spirit game here. And a lot of it obviously coming down to the runes.
And we're going to see the first Viper Strike of the game, I do believe, and it's going to be reserved for Oscar. So nice pickup there for Quincy crew. And like you talked about, No Ping, they do have a 2k net worth lead right now as Pandaboo comes to the high ground in that triangle. His ult will pop, and I do believe Ursa will finish him off here.
That is not a good Orchid.
Already out of mana, basically. Has enough to get to the high ground. Quinn now trying to chase. They know that they don't have vision up here, so...
yeah, half mana on the Storm, that's just not happening, but...
yeah, it feels like I mean, you talk about how Quinn is doing that, but I feel like Storm's doing the same thing. Spending a lot of the mana before he can actually get into the fight properly.
That's true, but he is finding more CS as well, right? So he's spending, his resources are still giving him more net worth.
Oh! There's a Stampede. Looks like Dark Magoo did get that. No, actually, MSS took that regeneration, but it's going to pay the ultimate price. It's going to be a sharpshooter from the side by Matthew.
I do feel like they could have killed the Void Spirit there, actually. He did get the Orchid on him, but then he went for the Vortex on the clock. And Storm Spirit, or Void Spirit, is the bigger kill. Still, it's a grab. They're getting more value out of their Orchid. And obviously, just when you look at just the nature of how these lineups farm, right? One side has an Ursa with a Diffusal Blade. We've talked about this during the group stages. Ursas are electing not to go Battle Fury. They're going for more of a fighting build. The other side has a Gyro with Ags. This guy will out-farm Ursa any day of the week. HFN is also a very efficient farmer on top of it. So you gotta probably look to fight around this diffusal timing. I don't think you're just happy trading. The trades do not favor you if you just hit creeps.
HFN, like you said, with the Agnum Scepters, going for the casual Yasha, and we'll see what he picks up after the fact. But yeah, Quincy Crew's build a little bit more early game centric, so expect, I think once that Yules comes online,
they're waiting for that, I think.
For Quinn, so he can actually dispel the Orchid, among other things, set up his Aether Remnant. I mean, it has so many uses this game. That's when they should probably get active.
They're giving Yawar the bottom tower. Long zip.
Yeah, that's a lot of mana usage, but that is the Orchid into the sharpshooter, and he should be ticking out here to that Orchid. In fact, he does. MSS hook shot in, didn't really connect on anybody, but nice cogs. Ends up getting Panda on the other side of the river here. Viper Strike applied to the Hoodwink as Dark Magoo's getting extremely low. Looks like he'll live through this, though. Almost enough damage. Chaotic Offering not used for LOA, though. 2 for nothing.
Yep. Very close to... If they get the Storm trade there, I think you're pretty happy as Quincy, but the homing missile just narrowly saving him from Yawar, who had him diffused, and he was totally out of mana. So they just get that reset, gets out.
I actually don't think the active on that is called diffused.
Let's have a look what it is called. Active is called Inhibit.
That's right, Inhibit. He inhibited him. Imagine saying that.
I have never read that before in the game.
Really?
I don't think I've ever seen this word in Dota before.
Oh, okay. Well, now you can add something to your ever-growing dictionary in your head, aka robot. I mean, this is a patch note update for you.
I have a little bit of a quiz for you here. What is the active of Magic Wand called?
I don't know.
It's called Energy Charge.
That is the literal worst name I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, I've also never seen that, even though I buy a wand every game.
Dark Hook shot is there to try to counteract this. Into the Atos reveal from Leslo, into the Chaotic Offering. That is enough to get that Storm Spirit kill for Quincy Crew, and LOA even lives through it. Pandaboo's ult has popped already. Quinn with that double damage. There's the Yules. So this is their timing. We talked about this. To be able to clean up this kill pretty easily as well. So 2 for nothing. Quincy Crew, and they have an Ursa. So that means Mr. Roshan will be dropping here.
Yeah, this is a really big sequence from them. They find the kills close to the pit. That makes this really easy. And all of it was that Atos. Dark Magoo was not ready to get Atos there. He was not expecting it clearly. I think he had the time to jump, but just didn't see it coming. That's big.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to see the call down come down. Nice bushwhack onto a couple of heroes. Quinn still with that double damage applied. Matthew's going to drop, though.
That is their entire lead gone in the blink of an eye. So,
well, that was a pretty long blink. I don't know. How do you blink? I mean, is this like a robot thing? Anywho.
I don't blink at all. I don't know what a blink of an eye is. I heard this. This is how humans talk.
All right, that's good to hear. You're learning slowly. It's like the worst AI ever.
Together with my boy Zuckerberg, we will uncover the human race's tendencies.
God, he's actually a robot. All right, so like you said, Atos now on Leslau, so I'm not sure what you build on this here after the fact, as Dark Magoo ends up stealing that rune. All right, just go for something. What do you like to see on Viper? Just tankiness?
What are the good items here? I think you could make a case for auras in this game. He has queued up travels, which is kind of the go-to for Viper to be able to connect on moves, because the hero is naturally very slow. Interesting items would be maybe Pipe. You could arguably make a case for Crimson Guard against Gyro, but I don't... It's not good enough by only being good against Gyro, I think. So the Pipe seems nice. Currently, he switched over to Ags now. Also good against Gyro. Just making sure you get that Viper Strike on the Gyrocopter, slowing down the attack move speed and just allowing Ursa to pile on.
Second item Ags? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not...
That is strange.
I don't think it's that bad. Like, the hero is relatively naturally tanky. He has a good defensive backline through Clock and Warlock. And he obviously has 4 points in corrosive skin, so getting the health from the Ags is pretty good EHP.
Bushwhack, into the Orchid, into the Hoof Stomp as well with that Stampede and Sharpshooter. Quinn is donezo. Yawar now onto the high ground. Dark Magoo still has plenty of mana to work with, so Yawar, I mean, he does have the Aegis, but they'd love to expand this. He's going to pop his Enrage just to get away. And Bushwhack again, pretty long range into the Hoof Stomp, double edge as well. Can they kill him? No, he doesn't even have Chaotic Offering in time. Looks like Centaur's going to be the sacrifice for no ping, but they get the better of that trade big time. 1 for 3.
Yep. And this should be a tower. I don't think you can't mount a defense against this. Even with your Aegis, there's just not enough in the tank. It's you and Viper. All right, they're going to hit a Bushwhack.
Into the jump in with the Orchid again. And yeah, this is probably going to be enough damage. Indeed it is. So just picking up Quincy Crew left, right, and center. And like you said, Tier 1 tower goes their way.
All right, they just got their entire lead back again.
Yep, absolutely. But here comes Yawar. Sharpshooter is applied. Not going to last very long thanks to that Enrage. Quinn trying to do a little bit of damage. He's going to dispel, but there's the Chaotic Offering onto 2. HFN attempting to TP out in the face of danger. He will get canceled thanks to the cogs from MSS. And now the right clicks will commence as Yawar trying to go ham. HFN ends up taking MSS out down before he dies. So it's a 1 for 2 here. You count that kill on Lels early, and now Yawar Going ham onto Oscar. That is horse meat, though, not ham, actually, Cinder, in case you were wondering, just to add to your dictionary. Double kill for Yawar now, as he's continuing to chase. There's the bushwhack again from long range. Still has this Aegis, of course. Trying to take out Panda Boo in time. A triple kill for Yawar, and the lead has evaporated again. This is such a back-and-forth game between these two America teams. Oh, sharpshooter dodge against Yawar. I mean, still
not
a
so
minute
sharp.
and a half.
Shooter.
Dull shooter, as you are still a minute and a half on this Aegis.
No, if Hoodwink's ulti was called Shooter, it would remind me of the old Slardar. Like, he had the most simple spell names ever. Sprint, Bash.
I mean, I was just thinking, he brought up the fact
amplify
that
damage.
Viper is building, I mean, think of the Ags in the game that are really boring. Venomancer and Viper. They're both very toxic in nature.
Yep.
Kind of interesting how that works out. I'm wondering if that's actually on purpose. You can see HFN, his
really
TPing getting canceled by MSS, and that pretty much turned this fight around. I mean, MSS dies shortly after, but yeah, obviously Quincy Crew comes out on top eventually here.
MSS is having a really bad game in terms of how, like, he's level 8 on a 4 clockwork minute 22. And this happens to this hero sometimes because a big part of your hero's job in the game is to go in to isolate. And a lot of the time that comes at the expense of yourself. That trade was crucial, even though he died for it. Like, it is such a good play to get those cocks off, even if you die immediately after. You end up killing Gyro, you end up forcing a reaction, and you got the net gain of your team was well worth 2 or 3 deaths on you there, even.
No doubt. Yawar's Aegis is about to 20 seconds. Yeah, Atos into the hook shot. Do they have damage to both with the cogs? My goodness, that layering from Quincy Crew.
They baited that rune really well. Nicely
that
done.
was nice. And now with that Storm Spirit, Quincy Crew's going to be pretty freaking confident. You can see the Nether Toxin going to work. Very annoying against an Abaddon, of course, because he has to manually click that ult, which he does, but eventually going to be brought down because he was inhibited, Cinderin, in case you were wondering. But yeah, 2 kills for Quincy Crew, and I mean, this is what we wanted to see, right? Very even game, back and forth.
Yeah, this is a much better showing from No Ping. I feel like that first game just didn't do them justice. By no means is this game clean from either team, but they're playing to their strengths here, which is it's more interesting to watch, right? Because in the last game, No Ping had no strengths. So this time around, we can definitely, you know, off the back of this very farmed Gyro, I think that is the piece of the puzzle here that Quincy need to solve. Their lineup doesn't have particularly good single target except Ursa. And you're going to see Yawar itemized specifically to kill Gyro. So he's got the BKB, so he can stay on his target. Now he's going to get Basher, just keep going on the Gyro. And in return, Gyro's going to counter-itemize with his own BKB into Satanic, so that he can hopefully stand his ground as well. And they do
be a very interesting mid game.
Something that Quincy do have here, even though their single target damage is only Ursa, they have 2 AoE BKB piercing stuns, and that is always going to be crucial in late game situations.
The hook shot into the double cogs into the chaotic offering as well. Matthew able to get on the other side of that. Meanwhile, Dark Magoo on the backside trying to take out that Warlock, but won't be able to do so. And now HFN attempting to TP out will be successful. So the Centaur's the first to die, but the only trade is for the Clockwork, who's died many a time. Now Panda Boo again. Oh, maybe they don't have the catch to pick him up here. Yawar trying to catch up with that Earth Shock.
Inhibit.
Yep, inhibit hit, but there's the Aphotic Shield to counter the inhibit.
No.
Dark Magoo into the enemy danger here. He's gonna get 2 kills, it looks like. Quinn dissimulates. Actually gonna get out in time. No, the homing missile applies, and wow, a little bit too far for Quincy Crew here.
They did not account for the Storm rejoining the fight there. They knew he TP'd out, right? He jumped away after taking all of that damage early in the previous fight, gets a full refill. You have to account for that when you're playing at this level. Just flat out, that's just a mistake. Like, you cannot keep chasing into a TP'd Storm. They get punished hard. That was Yawar's first death. He was 7-0 before this, and all of that gold went the way of HFN.
Yeah,
so he got about 1,000 gold bounty for these kills, and that means this Satanic is being basically pushed up by 2 minutes.
I mean, he has basically a 4K net worth advantage.
He's really far ahead.
He is doing quite well. Has the 9-second BKB, and like you said, Satanic will be next. So, okay, I mean, it's only a 2K net worth lead overall for No Ping, so basically their entire advantage is on the Gyro's shoulders right now.
Do they have what it takes to empower him, though? Nobody is building Solar Crest, which I think would be a very good item this game. It's a great item against Ursa as well. Abaddon has elected to... It looked like he was starting to think about it, maybe, but he went for Force Staff, also good against both Clock
Matthew
and Ursa.
MSS trying to set this up again. Gets the bushwhack off, but
yeah,
it's not to be.
The Hoodwink going for Lens into Yules. Lens obviously making your combo infinitely easier to land because you can throw, in way more situations, you can throw the net first. With the travel speed it has, you can throw net into Acorn Shot to get some stuns on even elusive heroes like Void Spirit can get caught off guard when you cast them in that order. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm digging that build on Hoodwink this game though. Maybe he feels like he has to get the Yules to stay alive, but maybe you could have got a Force Staff, which also benefits your teammates. You're not getting the Ags that we've seen other Hoodwinks go in this tournament for the damage jam for your team. And of course, we're not seeing anything that empowers the Gyro, like again, the Force Staff or Solar Crest, Glimmer, whatever it could have been. Those items are not there.
And it looks like Leslau is going for the BKB. Still has that axe queued up for afterwards, so to see how that works. But yeah, I mean, it's just not a very common item. I mean, I know I'm not saying it's a bad item by any means, but still one of the relics of old times in terms of Agnum Scepters. Ice Rock hasn't gotten around to Venomance. I mean, it's probably alphabetical order. Although Zeus got a really cool one, so I don't know.
That's true.
He just purposely skipped both of them.
I mean, to be fair, it is hard to come up with really fun Aghanims for heroes that are like that, right? I was going to say boring heroes, but I love Veno, so I can't say that.
Wow, you said that with so much passion in your voice.
I love Veno.
That sounds like a Team Spirit line.
Oh, I laughed. It's what you do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you for laughing at my jokes. All right, well, this is going to be all about the second Roshan now, as Quinn jumps in onto the Abaddon, just trying to perhaps bait something on Oscar. All right, he actually did not cancel that host sum. Nobody's in the pit as of yet, because Roshan does not exist yet. Now we're going to find out what it will be. He is alive. Okay, I thought that was the timer.
Yeah, me too. Well, he's alive.
If it was, then it's an instant Rosh. Either way, this is the all-important Roshan, the 80% Roshan, if you want to call it that. Teams that take that have an 80% win rate. I just completely made that up, so just assume that that's correct.
Learned that from Jenkins. All right, here comes the smoke.
That's true.
Viper with the 9-second BKB. So went back and forth on his items and ultimately finished off this very good item against all of the Radiant heroes, really, right? Yeah. You kind of don't have any single target damage against BKBs right now. So it's going to render him very, very safe for those 9 seconds. Double damage Ursa.
Yes.
Coming for that miracle rune.
Does it actually give vision, that tree, at all?
In the pit? I don't think so. Oh, he is pinging, so maybe it does. I was actually not sure about that.
I thought you were a big Hoodwink player.
Yeah.
All right, well, Roshan is at half HP. There's the initiation. Will this be enough damage to take him out? They do! They blow up Yawar before he can get off his Enrage. Chaotic Offering came out, but it's going to be cleaned up very swiftly in favor of No Ping. And now this is going to be their Roshan for the pick. And can Quinn take it, though? This is the question. He's going to dissimulate. Will think better of it and go to the high ground instead. So Aegis for the arguably the best Aegis carry in the entire game, Storm Spirit. Question is, who got the shard?
How did No Ping just get away with that against Clockwork and Warlock? These two heroes can immediately counter-initiate when this jump comes in, and I mean, I guess the Storm Spirit jump did a very big part of that damage. Yeah, wow. Imagine the difference a Quelling Blade could have made there. It's literally the tree. It's just sitting there and there's nothing that removes it.
Yeah, no
and then they combo it with a nice Centaur stun on top of the Bushwhack into massive Storm Burst with Orchid. Great play from No Ping. That was going to be a really big moment for Quincy, and now they're starting to trail a significant amount.
Yeah.
Might have to reapproach the game a little bit.
Oh, Shard is still in Roche Pit. What? All right, everybody forgot that that exists. I mean, are there... Let's see, what are the shards this game? I mean, Storm Spirit's pretty crazy, but that... I don't know who you give it to this game, actually.
If you were really rude last game, you would have said the way No Ping played, they might not have played for 6 months. But there is no argument to be made in this game based on how they're playing now. Yeah. So they should know there's a shard on this one.
Slug getting chased, still has the B... Actually pops the BKB.
Why
He's gonna
now?
get right-click down. On the other side of the map, initiation onto MSS. And No Ping starting to take over very cleanly. 3 kills across the map right now as Yawar forced to run away.
This just looks like total meltdown.
8K net worth lead between the two position ones. That is insane.
He waited so long on the BKB on Viper that he ends up dying because he's trying to save it, and then he pops it and dies. In the meantime, both supports get killed, and they're just getting run over. This bottom tower will fall now. HFN. Yep, like you said, very, very far ahead. Obviously, naturally going to happen in this game if Quincy aren't winning fights with the Ursa build versus the Gyro build. He's just going to be faster. So that's simple.
I mean, I don't think they're paying attention to this. I don't know how big of a deal it is, Cinderin, but if you're Quincy Crew and you're clicking on these enemy heroes, like, who has the shard? Maybe it's still in the pit. I mean, if Yawar gets it, that's, like we've talked about so many times before, that is a literal top 5 shard in the entire game. Not sure if it's, you know, this is still a pretty monumental lead to come up against, though.
I can't believe they still haven't noticed. Like, usually at some point you're like, okay, wait, where's the cheese?
Yeah.
Like, somebody asks, right?
Centaur, you have a pretty good one. Double-edged slows and provides extra HP. Perhaps you're seeing... Oh, God, no, he has no idea. All right. Just trying to entice them into the pit.
Who are you being there? Just become the old wizard of the forest. Remember your shard.
Roshan is going to be replaced by just an old man when he gets to...
Oh, here it...
Wait. No. All right.
Maybe he wants an Oscar. All right.
We have the jump in. BKB popped already onto Dark Magoo. They're going to try to take out the Warlock, but Dark Magoo's getting bursted down. Still has that Aegis intact, of course. Yawar pops his BKB. There's a Chaotic Harpy with the Fatal Bond. Look at the damage out of control for Quincy Crew, but do they have the sustain? Hookshot now onto the Gyrocopter. He pops his BKB in turn, and Yawar's just ripping right through him. There's the cheese. Now maybe they'll remember there's a shard on top of that in a pit, for God's sake. Yawar continuing to chase. Panda Boo, I should say, gets bursted down in the end, and with no enrage intact, Yawar will finally go down in this fight. My goodness. Quincy Crew played that as well as you could have, but now it looks like they're going to get cleaned up eventually. There's the homing missile into a couple right clicks from Dark Magoo. Surely now they'll notice. Jesus. Gaben is looking upon you.
All right, how about... Let's predict right now.
Okay.
Will they find it or not before the game ends?
I don't think so.
Okay, I was gonna go with no.
Yeah.
All right, it's a no from me.
The chaotic offering has already been used, so they can start to go ham on these towers. And I think the only way they notice is if they're looking for the third Roche. So the question is, will the game last that?
Right.
As we see the beautiful
miss it
second
then too.
spectator. I love this. The fact that this doesn't have a model for itself. Valve, that needs to be top priority after this game for sure. This is embarrassing to see just a chest. It could be anything, but it's a shard, for God's sake. Anyway, HFN, he is fully stacked and loaded, Cinder, and 24K net worth.
What if Roshan dropped a loot box? And you don't know what you're getting.
You're going to get the BZZ Pugnus, and you'll be real disappointed. Anyway, this is going to be a double racks at the very least. There's tier 2 still remaining top, so the game will be extended a little bit longer. But yeah, No Ping looking very good right now.
Super important for them.
There are no more
and
that came from.
That fight could have definitely been won by Quincy. It was close. Like, they got a lot of damage out. They finally got a really good Fatal Bond.
Stop looking at the Roche pit. It's triggering me. For God's sake. I mean, they don't have...
Sometimes you just need to forget and move on.
I just want to see Hoodwink's sharp.
Oh, boy, that's a long zip.
Sharpshooter from afar as well. And that is a Yawar kill. Although he pops his enrage, gets a little bit of life still going. There's the initiation
as
well from Quincy Crew. They get the 1 kill onto center, but now Yawar has pretty much expended everything that he has. LOA, no chaotic offering to work with. He's going to buy back into the game along with LOA. There's the Panda Boo ult, keeping him alive a little bit longer, and Dark Magoo is going to burst down Quinn himself. He's going to buy back into the game as well. So this is a triple buyback kill. Can they clean up is the question. Looks like they're going to find at least one. MSS, he does have buyback as well, and Yawar, or I should say Lelis, get bursted on in total. So ultra kill for HFN, who is so freaking farm right now. They're going to use the enraged Ursa, and eventually will bring him down. A rampage for HFN. Beast mode officially enabled for No Ping Esports, Cinderin, as they do this without that freaking shard, and it's still there, for God's sake.
I love that that's the ending shot we get in the side. The game is over, GG. Look at the chest.
Oh, God.
Wonderful to see. And that's why, you know, a lot of people will make the argument this is why Dota 2 is a best of 3 game. Like, you can have a really bad performance. The game can be very snowbally. It doesn't really define how good your team is. So we're obviously getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Noping haven't won the series, but they got a game. We have a series on our hands now, down to game number 3. We're going to see some adjustments here, I think, from Quincy in particular in the draft. Although they were in a decent position for most of the game and largely just got outplayed by the Storm Orchid. I think that was really the key timing where Noping really started to take off.
Yeah,
and
I feel
great
like,
job to them.
I mean, the itemization from Quinn was correct. It just came later than what we're usually used to seeing, which obviously would counter that Orchid initiation. And then obviously we talked about the fact that Yawar, you know, he goes for the pretty standard build as we've been seeing with the Diffusal Blade, with the Inhibit and all that good stuff. But it doesn't really snowball your farm at all. It's all about killing.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Gyrocopter goes for Aghanim Scepter, and if they win a couple fights and start to snowball, they get that second Roche despite not... God, just don't bring that up again. You know what? We're going to... Because I'm just so angry about that shard still being... I mean, the server is still up, and that is still in the pit. For God's sake, panel, please.
Get the shard.
Tell me all about this shard. Tell me who it would have gone to, who should have taken it, anything. Just get away from me, please.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Synderen. I mean, it's a good question for my panel to answer. Kyle, who should the shard have gone to?
Who would you give the shard to, Kyle? Tell me.
Just making sure I remember what all of the shards do.
Yeah,
Give it
that's
to the
a
Warlock,
tricky
maybe?
one.
On the other team, or would you give it to the Hoodwink on 1?
I think I'd give it to a Baden.
To a Baden?
What does a Baden shard do again?
Tell us.
Kyle? I mean, I'm the host. You guys are the analysts. I'm supposed to be able to ask you questions. If you have any ramen-related questions or chicken washing,
I just remember it does something with either the Q or the W.
Is it still the one where you should do the coil?
Yes.
Every now and then you do some
Yeah,
coil
yeah,
and
yeah,
the
yeah.
auto
runs
coil.
the target.
Anyway, they didn't.
Why couldn't you just say that, Lizard? Why'd you have to do me like that, huh?
What do you mean me? Shiver set you up, not me.
I legit thought that you thought about all the shards, so surely you would mention one that you would know what it did, Kyle. Come on. That being said, I was very happy with Noping's performance in this game. We were expecting fire in game 1. Obviously, game 1 didn't really go so well, but this is more like it, Lizard.
Yeah, this is definitely more like it. They, first and foremost, they had a draft that allowed them to play the game.
Yeah.
That first draft was very difficult to play out. Also in this one, Storm seemingly has a free game until you itemize for it. Until you get that Atos on Viper, what do you have? You have Hook and you have the Golem. But you can play against that if you're Storm, and he did. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Quinn or CCC. He didn't have as much fun as in that first game because there are heroes that catch him if he puts his head a little bit too deep, right? And that's what happened. If he goes a little bit too deep, he gets instantly punished. So he's forced to be farming in the same triangle in which Ursa is, and you don't want to see Quinn doing that.
Agreed, 100%. I think that the panel's onto something. The Warlock into a Baden is a bit weird. In addition, if you look at the way that the supports complement the cores, Gyro loves having a healer on his team. Storm loves having a cleanse. How do you actually kill a Storm Spirit when the first is a cleanse? No, it's a dispel. Defensive dispels are cleanses. Offensive dispels are purges. That's how it works. In addition, you look at the side of Quincy crew. Warlock, Fatal Bonds, that's pretty much the whole kit. If a couple get removed, you're in trouble, and the cores don't complement each other. They don't really have any damage amplification. Clockwork Ursa is kind of weird when you try to set up for a fight. Oftentimes Clock actually zoning his Ursa away from safety, as we can see right here.
MSS had really good gameplay throughout the whole season. Obviously didn't see him in the Singapore Major. In the first game he was brilliant. In the second one I think he abandoned Lelis got a little bit too early. That Viper suddenly, instead of dominating the lane, he's suffering. On the other hand, we had Centaur that was also doing the same, that's just suffering. But I feel that Viper should have done a little bit more. That lane, Clock plus Viper, it's... Yeah, you're playing into a Gyro who's not a weak laner.
Yeah.
But you should do more. Your Viper shouldn't be getting picked off and killed off that early on.
I guess also if you're gonna have both of the offlaners sacked I'd rather play with the
Sack
with the Sack Centaur than the Sack Viper, right?
At least you bring that ulti to the table,
exactly.
right? And you're naturally tanky, your strength gain is insane, so...
At least you get levels, you get something to do.
Yeah, I totally agree. I love that he actually went for the Solar Crest too, you can see right here. But ultimately, just really solid game plan from No Ping Esports. And keep in mind, I'll keep reiterating it. This next game now, they evened it up. They're playing for TI.
Yeah.
That is nuts. One game, you win it, you're going to TI.
I mean, it's the same for Quincy crew, right? Even though their chances of going to TI are already very, very high, they have got those points. They will also be guaranteed if they win the next game. So there's a lot on the line. Actually, there is even more on the line because if you lose and then lose again, I mean, forget about the points. You don't even get money. You get nothing.
It's true.
Exposure.
You got exposure, you traveled a bit, you played some Dots. We all love the game, right? That's it.
And we are trying to make this the most watched major thus far. So in terms of exposure, so far we've been doing pretty good. We've beat 2 previous majors as far as I'm aware.
I mean, can I just say, if we're doing our part, Team Nigma right now is on like season 3 of a 9-part epic saga.
Dude, they are the ultimate anime story. It would actually be, that would be the best story if they rise from the ashes once again.
And isn't it that they always on these WePlay tournaments have some insane storyline?
Yes. Yep.
Like there are some analysts, I believe, a circus was
mentioned. Do this to me
like
again? You're doing this again?
a couple of years ago. And
no, that was last year. It's not even that long ago, was it, Kyle?
Is it actually last year?
Yeah.
Why don't we pull up the clip, Lizard? Why don't we just do that? Let's go let's circle the.
I do want to continue talking about this series though, because I was very maybe happy is not the right word, relieved to have a third game to this series because we know that all of these 10 players have what it takes. And we want to see that put in practice.
It matters a lot for the whole SA region as well, and it matters a lot for a team such as No Ping for their confidence coming into the next series, no matter what happens, win or lose.
Yeah, and this is a situation that I've been in many times before. You're playing a best of 3, you get absolutely wrecked in the first game.
Yes.
And I mean, what would typically happen.
You normally get wrecked again, you get eliminated. So
That's
at
correct,
least No Ping is a step ahead.
Yes, exactly. It's hard to do.
I couldn't do a triple. Like I let this one out.
Thank you. It's too easy as well.
It's a big step, and it's I think a step in the right direction. They shifted from the 4 Protect 1 to a pretty solid dual core. Yep. Altogether, the Hoodwink.
It worked out though. Not in the lane as much.
It was annoying in the lane. The raid band. I'm not sure if that's the correct choice for a position 4.
Yeah.
Just doesn't benefit you that much, I believe. Maybe a Blightstone is even better, but...
The Abad in the laning phase against Viper, though, I think this was key, and I'm kind of curious as to why Quincy... Like, I know Quinn will play it, but they didn't shift him onto it. I don't think they really understood how that lane matchup would go, because in my head, when I think, okay, we have Gyro Abad and you have Viper Clock, I don't think we're going to dominate, but they did. And as you guys have all discussed, Centaur, a big level advantage, and also global. As soon as you hit 6, you're useful. Yeah. Viper... That is a lane dominator. If you don't do that...
He was literally in a triangle. He wasn't even in the lane.
Yeah.
And mostly because you have a position 4 that has abandoned you. I feel like if you're playing this Viper off, you can't leave that hero. You need to babysit him.
Now, for a series like this, both these teams coming in fresh, right? You got No Ping that has played a certain style throughout the DPC season. That game 1, how much of it do you think it was, hey, let's just play what we've been doing just to see how it goes? Before, okay, you know what, that definitely didn't work. Let's go a little bit, because this was a style that they seemed very comfortable with as well. It wasn't like they just pulled a new one out of a hat.
I couldn't really think of anything else. I really think that's the deal, right? Yeah. Like when you play so long with something that worked out for you, why should you change?
Yeah, maybe you gotta try it at least once on the main stage.
Exactly. Maybe everyone else should adapt to you and how you play instead. Yeah. But obviously this time around, I think that they've adapted to everyone else.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're going to do something similar. I saw them pop off after that second game. You can definitely feel the emotion. Like, just had them sit down next to us and
smiles.
Quiet.
I can hear smiles.
Hear them laughing about Viper. Not surprised.
Not
I
surprised
don't know if I should
indeed.
reveal those, but at the same time, I don't think we'll see Viper in the same sort
And
of
I
position.
don't think Quincy Crew is listening to this right now either.
That's true.
I want to
That
talk a
would
little
be
bit about
impossible.
Quincy Crew because obviously No Ping popped off HFN, fantastic gyrocopter. I don't get how he was almost 10k ahead of everybody else, by the way. But you know,
It's a little bit of gyro magic, right? This hero can definitely farm a lot.
Yes.
If you give him a free lane as well, he itemizes correctly, just farms the triangle, a couple of stacks as well, pops off. When it comes to drafts, however, I expected Viper from No Ping and Hoodwink from from Quincy Crew, but the roles switched up a little bit on us.
The interesting thing about it is that, well, one of the few drafts we've seen with like no steroid, no damage amplification of any kind. It's just straight up, okay, we're going to play Dota, right? Gyrocopter farms a hell of a lot faster than pretty much everything on the side of Quincy Crew. So naturally, you're going to accelerate. Game was pretty even in the mid game, but I think Gyro, you're going to farm Ancients so much faster. You know, it's not a Battle Fury Ursa. This is a Diffusal fighter build. And altogether, Warlock versus Abaddon, I feel like Abaddon just straight up prevented Warlock from playing Dota 2.
You usually itemize against that. Lotus Orb, Manta style, BKB, you want to get the Fatal Bonds off, then you have Abaddon as well to deal with the stuns and whatnot.
and normally someone called Lord of Avernus should know about that.
Annoying,
I want to talk about Quincy Crew because this is obviously now they are in a situation where they have to adapt, and we saw that No Ping can. How do we feel about Quincy Crew being able to adapt after a loss like that in terms of game 3?
One thing that I've noticed from this second game is that they might have been flying a little bit too close to the sun, too high after the first game, because, and they've been burnt. They tried to dive. They tried so many aggressive plays when they actually didn't have the resources to do that. The dive under the tier 2 pretty much lost them the game. Storm Spirit TPs, bays, regions all his mana, zips in, kills off both the Ursa and the Void Spirit. They're being a little bit too aggressive in situations in which they should definitely be more composed and defensive, and that comes from the stomp in the game 1, I would believe at least.
Okay, a little bit overconfident.
Overconfident, yeah.
Definitely a little bit. I don't think we're going to see Warlock again, that's for sure. Void Spirit as the last pick was a bit awkward as well.
Definitely a Queen hero, though.
True. And I think we'll probably see them address Storm Spirit as well. I think that's not going to make it past the second phase. And if I'm No Ping Esports, I might consider shifting it up a little bit because they did look a lot more composed with a hero that pretty much always has head on a swivel. A TP is a huge threat, eats the runes. It just, I really like the dual core. And if you have a Storm, you're kind of forced to go dual core.
For sure.
For sure. What players are we looking for then in the next game to maybe step it up a little bit? Is it just because we were talking a lot about the draft? Can't just be the draft.
Yeah, we can mention Lelis first from Quincy Crew. I want to see him having a little bit of a better lane. For that to happen, MSS needs to be a little bit more careful with what he's doing on that floor.
It was really weird.
Yeah, I mean, Windlace is also nice. It's just very late, right? The boots came very late.
Also, quick question. I can constantly hear Sons fans say Dark Magoo. That's not a thing.
Is it?
No.
That's the.
Surely it's Dark Mago.
Yeah, probably. If
We
Dark
can ask him
Magoo-
right now.
If
No.
That's the.
Surely it's Dark Mago.
Yeah, probably. If
We
Dark
can ask him
Magoo-
right now.
If
Go to yeah, because they got 800 points.
I have to check. I should have checked before.
Are they in?
Neon got pushed out.
Oh, are they out now?
Because T1 has surpassed them.
But
wait, no, T1 has
no,
670. You're right.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
Right, you're right.
T1 and Neon are still there, but
Yes, this would push out Neon. Thunder Predator is currently 11th. So then it would be a question of who wins between Nigma, Vici, still very much
Thunder
alive.
Predator also has 800 points. They're the same as Beast Ghost.
But they have one of the worst tiebreakers, I believe. That's their issue.
Okay.
It's either them or Beast Coast, who's
Well,
like first.
we're going to find out. We can talk about all the scenarios in regards to points later. First, we're going to watch some top-tier Dota. And before that, we're going to watch a top-tier draft.
Let me tell you, the furthest thing from any of these players' mind right now is how this is going to affect points in other regions and stuff like that. All they need to laser focus is on winner is going to TI. Loser has to face up against Evil Geniuses, another Western Hemisphere enemy that both these teams need to be very, very wary of. But right now, they're just looking to secure that top 6 finish, secure a straight berth into Stockholm in the Avicii Arena. And I gotta say, I was feeling all sky is falling, South America in shambles, what is going on? Game 1 was a mess. They come back, Game 2, in a very powerful fashion. And Effie, you were very wary of the Warlock pick. You said even though Game 1 looked good for Quincy, this Warlock gives you a little bit of pause, and I think you were right to do so, because it didn't really look that great in Game number 2.
I mean, it didn't really do that much, right? It saved them a couple of times with Golem, but it's way too high cooldown. The heal, I don't know, the Fatal Bonds were dispellable by Abaddon. It was just too slow. I kept thinking to myself the whole time I was watching that, imagine if that Warlock was a Grimstroke, how different that game would have looked. I mean, hopefully we won't see this hero in drafts like this any longer. But credit where it's due, No Ping played incredibly. That Storm Spirit and that Gyro, they both popped off. I couldn't really understand a lot of the things that were happening in that game. There were tier 2 tower dives without Aegises, and
yeah, some shard
there was
issues
a lack
as well.
of, right, and there was lack of spellcasting in the Roche pit, and just no one was scouting for that Ursa when he was soloing Roche. He couldn't even. There was like no flare on the high ground in the triangle, and he just instantly died, and they gave away Roche.
Yeah, I don't think they knew that the Hoodwink tree gave vision or something, but they've played the most Hoodwink. They should know.
I think they know that the Hoodwink.
I don't think Yawar knows.
Doesn't the rest of the team tell him?
They should have, but you know, the stressful situation. I mean, I can't think of any other reason. He literally just stood in vision and died for free, and then they got Roshan minus a shard.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just feel like that was played very badly, to be honest. But Aoi was saying something really cool a game ago. He said, we don't really have enough information to assess the skill levels of these teams. When I saw how No Ping played in Game 1, I was really disappointed because I thought they were better than that, and it looked like they completely got destroyed. But Aoi was saying, you can look really bad if you get crushed in lanes, when you're actually a pretty good team. So
yeah, I think about like TNC versus EG Game 1, right? Like TNC looked really bad in that game compared to EG. But the reality is EG just crushed them in lanes and then snowballed the game from that. I think that's sort of, and then like later on, TNC showed that they're a pretty good team in this tournament. They went 7-7 in groups. They put up some very competitive games. That first game did not show the level of the team. And I think it's the same thing with No Ping in Game 1. And I actually think it's the same thing with Quincy Crew in Game 2. Maybe I'm having some copium, but I feel like if you draft in Dota and you expect to win a lane and you end up losing that lane really hard, it messes with your draft so much that it looks like you don't know how to play Dota. Because I've been in that situation a lot. And in that last game, like they played Clockwork Viper. That's a lane that was supposed to win bottom in my opinion, or at least be competitive. And they like fed First Blood. Viper had like 2,500 net worth when the Centaur, who also got dumpstered in lane, had like 3,000. And he just, you can't play the way that you expected to play the game. Like they wanted to be able to leave Viper there, run the Clockwork towards mid, and put pressure on the Storm Spirit early. Maybe even pressure the Tower of Void Spirit. That's a Quinn Dota, Void Spirit Dota. They never made any moves, any real pressure moves to mid, because they just didn't have the map presence to do so.
Right. While I definitely agree with what you said, don't you think they did have a lead at some point and they were just...
This game?
Yeah, Quincy Crew. They were just kind of diving.
I don't think so.
And
because
Dire team ban.
No.
Radiant team ban.
But that were necessary.
I think
Vital.
they should feel in that game like they had to take, and I think they took. So like it looks dumb to us because we have 100% vision, but maybe like they think Storm takes longer, and like this play could have worked. They could have clutched out a win there. Instead, like Ursa gets orchided, Voiceover died to a miss, heroes for nothing. But like that's not really, I think, the problem in that. Big problem in that game is one, I think their draft was bad. Two is I think they lost lanes.
10 seconds remaining.
Combination of bad.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, I mean, like if you look at like Vici versus Nigma, right? China, Vici tried to like greed it up in 2 drafts in a row, and Nigma just ended the game 15 minutes and 20 minutes. I don't think anyone who watched this tournament would say terrible team. They did fine in group stage. It's just our sample size is so low. If we only take one game into consideration, I would say game 2 very weak. Game 1, no ping looked very weak.
For sure, those are definitely. I just think
Radiant team pick.
that we have.
Dire team pick.
I mean, it's just like they do nothing. They'll just lose slowly. So you have to take risks, and it didn't work well. I'm surprised that Quincy could go that again. Like the Viper should sort of know that they're going to pick Abaddon because they're very well versed for that game. I really hope that Quincy
10 seconds remaining.
like make this Viper, because I think that's when they've had success
5
with
seconds
the hero.
remaining.
Or like if they put Viper in offlane, like they need way more resources. Left that lane early, died with our copter.
And as we saw from last, that Abaddon looked. We definitely don't.
Yeah, for sure.
Tidehunter for yet another offlaner that was popular in the DP.
10 seconds remaining.
Back to comfort.
Super weird. Why would you pick Tidehunter?
5 seconds remaining.
Viper's a Tidehunter count. But I don't know what's happening in drafts. I don't know if like they have information that I don't have, because to be honest, like we can sit here as analysts and like we have some experience in the game. We're not that terrible, but compared to the players, they have way more points of data. They have way more things that maybe they realize that if you have Tidehunter and you have a save for him, you force him out of Nether Talk, and all of a sudden the team 5 Tidehunter counters Viper. Like there's a lot of factors that can happen.
We can sit here guessing.
5 seconds. Dire team ban.
But maybe.
Honestly, I have no idea. Like
It will probably.
I feel like I'm out of tune even after watching the tournament with what these teams want.
10 seconds remaining.
And that like makes sense because these teams didn't play in the groups. Eyes are not more adapted to the meta. Like they've watched the same game we have.
I was telling you backstage, I don't understand either of these.
Yeah.
Radiant
No, we should sort of think about like the matchups and like what heroes need. So right now, like Quincy crew, they have pick off and they should have lane dominance. So they should pick. I don't know if they want to pair the Lion with the Viper. That would feel off to me because I think you need Viper to win the lane.
I think Lion's just.
10 seconds remaining.
But isn't Lion bad versus Tide and App?
5 seconds remaining.
Pretty bad, yeah. But I think it's more pick saving, but they have the hard disable.
Okay, so you think that last game they picked Viper, and the enemy last pick Storm showed the game. So like we can't let that happen. We should just deal with it.
Yeah.
I think that's logical. That makes sense.
Radiant team ban.
For that reason, Lion.
He has assault. I mean, the entire major. Like this is first pick that was really meta, right? Like I don't think any of the other 3 picks would be considered the meta of the tournament.
I wonder if they'll go for their safe. Just
10 seconds remaining.
That sounds weird to me.
They play it a lot,
I don't
right?
think you should play TA into Viper. That sounds like a bad match.
They play it so. Play it whenever.
They play TA into Viper.
Not on lane.
Yeah, but won't they just put the Viper in offlane?
Yeah, I guess.
Because
you're right.
I mean,
That
like
would've
in
made
game,
sense.
I
Yeah,
don't think it should be that bad.
You're definitely right. The Viper can just.
Because the new TA, like I can see what you're saying. Like the new TA, you play more on range. Like before the OTA, she wouldn't go like this Dragon Lance. She didn't have the talent. So you'd have to go in, and the Viper would just OT you and burn over fractions and die. But it's new TA. Viper's actually very susceptible to minus armor.
From what I saw studying their job, they were picking Outriders. You're right, like a good.
I mean, they are second pick. I mean, they're not going to do it now because they picked. This is a hero I thought they would sort of win with. I think HFN plays his best on these range. He's a hyper farm. I think Dusa, Jaro, and Luna are the three. Dusa didn't work out. He played Jaro. It looked very good that game. That hero is criminally underrated. It's my favorite. So this game they're picking Luna.
And like you were saying earlier, Luna is their... So HFN is already on some hero that is also... benefits from Gush, even though she...
Did you happen to see the T? They play a Viper offlane? Yeah, it was Cuckoo. That was the first time in tournament I felt like offlane Viper was really... He went like... I can't remember, he had a Dragon Lance and he had like real fighting items that felt like this Viper. A lot of the Viper... I mean, I saw a lot of Viper offlanes, I just didn't think it was... Like, a lot of them didn't win the lane as hard as I thought. Vulnerable. And then in the team, he didn't do damage. But that T1 game actually changed my mind. So maybe, like, maybe there's some script meta with this.
I don't know why he's so highly contested. Normally when we saw Viper...
To be fair, it is permaban versus no...
That's their position.
They play at 5, they play at mid, and they play at... So, this is more of like a... I think it's like a pseudo ban. Also, like, they probably think the hero's strong, but it's worth... because of how highly they think they'll value it.
It's partially because they... You're...
10 seconds remaining.
Abaddon versus Terrorblade? I mean, Terrorblade's definitely good versus...
5 seconds remaining.
He should be good versus Luna. Illusions for the clips you have. Actually, Luna just doesn't do it a single time.
I've noticed...
Okay. I don't... Like, I think a Viper has to be in order for this draft to work. I don't want to see, like, 3, 4, 5 of Viper line.
5 seconds remaining.
They have a lot of magic fire out of Snap.
It's like...
by, like, a pipe on Titan.
Yeah, it's like weird damage, though. Like, you have to stand there and dish it out. It's not like... I mean, Viper and Sapphire are bursty. Like, I can't explain it. It's just like a... played a lot of Dota. I don't want these 3, 5. I need... something that can like make better moves around the map. Something
They're
that
slow,
can like... Yeah, that might be it.
Really slow.
It's a good call on the Terrorblade.
Like rotate or that rally behind.
Viper, when we saw it played mid, maybe it was on EG. I think he had like a 7-minute boots of travel. He bought him and gank zone at 7. He looked like a hero who could move. That was versus TN. Like that's when Viper I think looks. That's why I haven't liked that offlane. They already see Tiny, which okay, so Tiny's probably 4.
Seconds remaining.
They're gonna last pick their mid. I'd like to see melee
5
hero.
seconds remaining.
Actually, Dark Mega is the most.
It was. But do you think their last pick gonna support them? That sounds odd to me.
Hey, well, they played actually a very.
Dire team ban.
Last pick. Tied under data. But in that game,
they like Dota drafting wise, they should see the mid from Quincy counter pick up last pick. But there are times where you do break that. And like you see a situation and whether it's intuitively or you think about it a lot, like you find a better hero, find a better forward to last pick. I would say it's very uncommon.
Do you remember how we were talking?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Line for sure, right? Because you find someone, you hack some, you shove it in the dirt.
You don't think you need...
It definitely depends on the game state and what hero you're getting. If you're getting a Tidehunter, probably. But like if you can wrap around on some support or Luna, probably don't need that much more. I feel like Quincy, at least this game, like they have some proper lane. Like last game, it felt because Viper's lane was so bad and he didn't get to go bots. You had Void Spirit, Ursa, and Clockwork Warlock. All 5 of their heroes actually couldn't push lanes at all. Like you couldn't play Dota that game. That draft was actually so bad.
That Warlock
Yeah, it was super hard. Did not like it. Like it's what you said, right? Like if you got a 5 who deal damage, like good. At least your cores can group up.
10 seconds remaining.
If your creepways don't push out, you don't get. That's like. It's the one thing that I think separates pro play the most from pub play. The jump creepways to read.
Absolutely. Terrorblade is all.
Radiant team pick.
I have an issue.
Oh, that's sort of smart. So they don't know what No Ping are gonna put mid, right? They're like making it flexible. They can put the DK offline or they can put the Viper offline based on the pick. I like this theory from first pick. I'm liking Quincy Crew's draft way more now that they pick this tanky DK who can actually stand in front for his Viper line. I don't think Viper is like this 2012 hero where he's game he has like a Vanguard or a mech or something. It's not the same hero.
I think.
Yeah, I was thinking about it in lane, just theorizing it, but I don't know if it's true with Abaddon. I think you need a range hero to like use the aura to hit him a lot, sort of like get him low so you can go on him and kill him.
This Leshrac pick. Where is now? Like you're
Isn't
gonna have
lane hard though?
Tidehunter and bodying, right? Tiny damage got nerfed. Tidehunter, you don't.
That's a good point. Like when they cast Ravage, they need someone to run in and burst.
So I think that's the idea.
I mean, I actually don't know if Tide has a good enough lane and Tiny can rotate, because that's very possible versus Terrorblade, right? Tidehunter alone. I can see this Viper dying a lot. He's not very mobile, and you can toss him back, and Leshrac's one of the highest damage.
And the way that we've seen. Up was more. Lesh definitely saw. Peter have really.
Like we have so little data on this team. Like the game 1 and 2 have slept. I think who has a better meta? Right? Like they have Terrorblade, they have DK.
But you can also think that they pick.
Leshrac's not good.
Alright.
You gotta see how
the builds on Terrorblade are too
exciting information.
Oh,
You may think that this is the last game, but I can confirm that we will indeed have Nigma after this. So I hate to cut you. But we need to wrap this up. We need to find out how this series plays out. Game number 3, take it away, Sunsfan.
Thank you, Tsunami. My name is Sunsfan. Joining me is Cinderman.
Don't you call me a robot ever again with that intro.
Keep talking. No? Keep it up.
That's it?
Keep it up, Cinder. So we have game 3 between No Ping and Quincy Crew. After game 1, we were not expecting a game 3 to even be a thing, Cinderman, but No Ping came back with a vengeance. And now, I mean, not to cut you off before you even speak, because I know how triggered you get by that, but if Quincy Crew loses, they will face, I mean, either team, they will face EG. How sad would it be to see them not even play a team out of the Americas at the major as an upper bracket team to start the entire tournament?
If either team loses to EG, that's their fate. If EG were to lose the follow-up series, then EG has already played the other teams, right? So they have had cross-region play. It's a sad fate to lose this series in general, obviously. I mean, at the very least, you're in the upper bracket, so you get that second chance. But I don't think either of these teams really wants to face EG just because of the familiarity factor, right? You'd rather play against a team from a different region. But we'll see. We'll see who earns the right to avoid EG tomorrow.
Yeah.
I will say this time around, I think from a drafting perspective, I think Quincy handled some problems like the panel pointed out. Oh, they're going to run into Oscar here.
Yeah, our spike will start things out into, well, Dragon Tail not there because of the avalanche from afar, but the Scatter Blast will help them close the gap. Dragon Tail now, Dark Magoo on the sideline, he's just going to let Oscar die. And that is first blood, the way of Quincy crew, so getting active extremely early here.
Yep, 5-man rotation into the jungle. Pretty standard stuff with the smoke, and they are the ones to find the kill. So what Quincy did a good job with this time around from a drafting perspective, like the panel talked about, they have better wave clear. I think they have a more clear-cut game plan. I think their lineup is more similar to what they were running in game 1. It's not exactly the same, but it's just... it just looks better. It feels better to look at it. You see the plan. You think the lanes are going to work out better. For No Ping, what I see is an insane timing minute 15-20 when Luna is online, when Leshrac is online, when Tide has Ravage and 1 aura item at least. This seems like a very good pipe game. There are definitely a lot of opportunities for No Ping in this game to group up and fight before Terrorblade is ready. So I definitely see a clear way for both teams to win, and just got to see how the lanes play out, right? Like in game number 1, No Ping got completely destroyed in lanes. Game 2, they turned it around and actually won 2 of their lanes. This time around, they do lose the first blood. It goes the way of Lion. Not the best hero to get the first blood on in terms of just raw lane impact. He's buying a stick and a salve with his gold. He's going to try to pressure bottom together with Leslau on the Dragon Knight.
And some other aspect we don't always bring up, but I feel like in this patch in particular, especially with that second Roche, just Roshan capability is really important to talk about. But neither team are like crazy Roche takers, but Quincy does have a little minus armor with the little Shredder, and then the other side, you have the Curse of Avernus and the minus armor technically from Gush, but nothing that will just like take Roche instantly.
No, it's definitely not great. If I had to pick my fastest Roche taking team here, it's probably the Radiant because of Luna Aura. I think that overpowers the Terrorblade. Unless, like, if Terrorblade has like 2 or 3 items and pops meta, then sure. But usually you're looking at a first Roche somewhere around the 15 to 20 minute mark if you have a strategy that's built for taking Roche, except there's a strategies that just kill it minute 10, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. Curious about the mid matchup. We've got Quinn now playing as Viper, very different from his 2 last games where he played Spirit type heroes. This time he's playing a more static hero, more stand and deliver style, and they instead have Leslau on their catch, Dragon Knight offlane, as we've seen multiple times in this tournament. We're probably going Blink Dagger, first major item, so the roles are reversed. I personally feel like Quinn is the best on the Spirits when he gets to take initiative, when he gets to play fast. But they were probably concerned that their laning stage would go too badly. And the Viper offlane just was not great last game, and it's going to mix it up.
Yeah, I mean, Season 1, this is something I've talked about before with Quincy crew in particular. They would kind of pull the EG type of card where they pick a Quinn Spirit type hero first 2 and then just, let the chips fall where they may, and he would usually win his lane. And they would never flex like this Viper. This would always be a Lelis offlane Viper. But this season, they've definitely switched it up, like you said. They've gone back and forth between the 2. And, I mean, they've had a lot of success, obviously, or else they wouldn't be here to begin with. I'll see how this works out this game.
For No Ping, we've got HFN on another really fast farming hero. Last game he was the Gyro. This time he's going to be playing the Luna that Quincy ran in game 1. So definitely look for him getting a lot of farm, similar to the Terrorblade. An interesting hero versus hero matchup, by the way. Historically speaking, this has been very Terrorblade favored. He can cast Reflection on the Luna, and then he would just overpower her with Metamorphosis. I think there's a possibility for Luna to win this matchup in certain parts of the game. I think in the past we've seen some carry Lunas against Terrorblade go Aghanim Scepter. It's like 2nd or 3rd item. Because either you wipe out all of Terrorblade's illusions with the Eclipse, or you kill him as well if he doesn't have BKB popped. And you could get some serious burst out of a Ravage into Eclipse combo, or Tiny combo into it with the Lesh follow-up.
Speaking of meta,
so we'll see.
Set up with that cookie into the Scatter Blast. Yawar right-clicking from afar. They just need some vision here. Oscar attempting to TP out. Looks like he'll be good to go.
I'll make it.
Going to the tier 1 tower, actually, so.
No salve on him. Is there a salve? There's a salve on Matthew coming in for the medic. The medic play. And we're straight back to, okay.
That is a very large toss there onto LOA, into the Avalanche. Yawar still has that meta pop. They won't be able to close this gap any further. Looks like Sapphire's Courier will not die. Wait, it goes back to where Matthew was, so. It does it very slow, though. Oh, ends up getting it. That right click through the fog. Very successful for No Ping. I mean, Quincy Crew, this is extremely early on, but already a 1K net worth lead, which it feels like every game so far there's been a somewhat substantial lead at like the 5-6 minute mark.
I feel like every game so far, Oscar has been bodied in the offlane. He has 1 CS.
I did not see that.
I was like, where's the 1K net worth lead coming from? Yeah, you got first blood, but the cores are pretty even in the top. I was like, I'm counting cores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the 6th? And I just had to keep going down the list until I found Oscar.
Wow. Yeah, that
acting it out in last place.
That is rough stuff. I mean, he bounced back last game, but obviously every single game he's gotten off to a slow start for sure.
Definitely.
I mean, is that more, I mean, not to be negative, is that more on him mechanically talking about, or is Quincy Crew doing something to, as Quinn is just going to chase down Matthew? Looks like he'll tick out on the high ground.
I will say, I think in both games, Quincy did a good job in the safe lane. But even with how well they played, he should not be losing the lanes this hard. That's just my 2 cents. Just flat out based on seeing how similar lanes have gone in the rest of the tournament, I think it made sense that Quincy were winning them, but they were just winning them by too much.
Right.
And this is no exception. Tied now up to 6 CS minute 5, being bullied out of lane by Snapfire, who wisely, in my opinion, did not go the little Shredder build, but rather focuses on the Magic Burst. A much better way of dealing with Tidehunter in lane is just to take advantage of the fact that, you've got Kraken Shell and you're going to break that physical damage, but, you just burst him out every time. Hello, getting a nice little sneaky ghost pull here in between the trees, so they're stabilizing top once again for Yawar.
Yeah, in terms of the mid lane, 30-7 for the Lesh versus the Viper 32-35-4, I should say, as he's in the jungle right now. So, I mean, the CS discrepancy is going to be a little bit... I mean, both heroes are pretty good at going to the jungle and getting these creeps.
I feel like this lane is largely just a draw, right? Like, in the start, you can maybe try to put some pressure as either hero, but ultimately both heroes just start shoving out the wave with Nether Toxin and with Lightning Storm and Pulse Nova, and then you just go and take a side camp like every minute. So, pretty straightforward stuff here. Quinn has managed to build himself a little bit of an advantage. He's up 10 CS currently with 3 coming into the tower. Now he's going to try to wander to the other side to steal this camp and take the bounty. Feeling confident because of the haste rune. This is good stuff coming out from Quinn here.
Yeah, and Elway taking out a pretty important courier. That's the boots onto Oscar.
Oh, and he's even going to go
into Quinn, and yeah, this is going to be a free... Although, reinforcements for No Ping have arrived. So Quinn trying to mitigate as much as possible for his friend, but he's not going to be able to save him in the end. But he comes out. Lesh has the Aphotic Shield applied, but the Viper Strike is still ticking through into the Nether Toxin. It looks like he will survive.
Wow, nicely done from Matthew. I was sure that was a dead Lesh. They actually end up getting 0 kills. Like, so what Quinn could have done there if he wanted, he could have popped the haste and run down the Tide, right? That guy would 100% have been dead. But he wanted to get the bigger kill on the Lesh, and if it hadn't been for Matthew, that would have been a better choice. So good job there from No Ping. Quinn will, however, still steal the stack.
Yep, absolutely.
And deward.
Literally all the creeps, and now Matthew, like you said, trying to deward there, but you are, with that meta, it's going to be forced back thanks to the Gush and Avalanche. And, I mean, look at the amalgamation of heroes here in the top lane for No Ping.
Yeah, I mean, they do get the... They do stay alive, but in terms of resources, they're getting outmaneuvered, right? Because now you're exposed bottom. You have a lane that's completely empty. It's a 3K gold lead just in terms of raw resources being mined. Tide has 12 CS minutes, 7:30. Is having an absolute travesty of a game here. And I don't know how you recover as Tide from a game like this. Like, this hero really is a ramp-up hero where you get something out of your lane, you keep building. You're going to be a walking Ravage and basically nothing else at this raid. And that Ravage is probably at minute 10 even.
Well, it's strange because, like, you have this dilemma, and you can tell me which decision you would make here, but you have a Luna that wants to kill Stack. Obviously, once you level up a bit, Tide can take out Stacks, but do you want to give it to Tide instead of the Luna, who wants, you know, just snowball?
It takes Tide really long to take
Viper Strike onto Dark Magoo. He can do it, Synderen. Aphotic Shield, going to mitigate some of that damage now. I mean, Quinn's leveling right now, mid.
It takes Tide really long to take an Ancient Stack. Like, he can only take big camp.
Yeah, big camps. I mean,
but that just got stolen by Viper.
Yeah.
So you don't have it. Oh, that is
cooking
this
into
time
the mana drain. Quinn from the low ground as well as Matthew throws out an Avalanche, but they will lose their Abaddon regardless. 4K net worth lead at 8.5 minutes. This is rougher so far than game 1.
It's it's pretty similar, and the causes are also relatively similar, right? The top lane, the off lane for no ping has been absolutely just flat out run over in a way I've barely seen in this tournament so far, especially for how relatively un-one-sided the matchup is. It's Snap Terrorblade against Tiny. It's not that bad. You can like pull waves, Tiny can sustain, but they have just been flat out beaten. All right, they're gonna get a kill here onto LOA, so it's something. Going the way of Matthew, but this is a really steep hill to climb. The advantage, it's not just your 4K behind, it's against Terrorblade Dragon Knight Viper. Like this 3-core gets so strong in 10 minutes. And are you gonna have what it takes to fight back?
Yeah, Ring of Health now on Tidehunter, who will eventually go for the hood.
Oh my god, he's so far behind. I still kind of can't believe it.
Look away, Synderen, look away. We're going to have a gank potential here from Quincy Crew.
If you look away from your shard.
That's too late for that one. Leslau pops that ult. Here's the Ravage coming in. It's going to hit 4 heroes for Quincy Crew.
That's a good one.
That is a lot of burst damage from Dark Magoo, and that is a dead Leslau. Huge kill, and Oscar could use all this XP, of course. Lightning Storm going to slow down LOA. Anchor Smash to follow. Don't think they can actually finish this off, though. Looks like they're getting baited a bit as Yawar still in that meta form. They can't find a kill themselves, though. They really, feels like they really need that Dragon Tail setup.
It's a Ravage for 1 kill, but it's a big kill, right? It's a core, you're struggling, you're behind. It's well worth it. I think you got to do it. And the meta was popped, so cut that out, you defended your top tier 1.
Sorry, not to interrupt. Have you noticed the farm on Lesh? It's actually real bad. That's kind of shocking. His Boots of Travel, I thought it was decent time, but he's way down in net worth right now compared to...
Yeah, he's 1K behind Quinn. Yeah, it's 30 CS. But it's one of these things where it's like cause and effect, right? He probably feels pressure to rotate to help out other lanes because there's got to be communication in the game, right? Like you're talking about, okay, how are your games going? What do you need? How are you going to play around each other? And I don't think Dark Mago's sacrificing farm is necessarily a bad move because if he just plays for himself, I think they end up just getting caught and overrun. He needs to take some sort of initiative, and it is coming at the cost of CS. Now it could come at the cost of his life if they rotate anyone down to Quinn. No, they're not. It's going to be no one can connect at all.
And like we could see, Quinn does have the Boots of Travel as well. We'll be working towards a Dragon Lance as MSS now has Finger at his disposal.
Nope.
See what they can set up here. Of course, Blink Dagger is kind of the go
double TPs. They're going to smoke here
for Leslau when that comes online.
Snap plus DK, they want to wrap around mid.
Oh, yeah.
Very good timing here. Dragon Form up in 5 seconds, so you want to make this hit where you get a kill and then you immediately Dragon Form pressure mid tower. You know you have a bit of time on Ravage as well if you've been...
Ooh, and HFN is in the vicinity. Matthew going to get stunned from the Dragon Tail, but not from the Cookie. Snapfire ult to fall. That's going to be a freebie on the Tiny.
This is a very good rotation from Quincy.
And the tier 1 tower is probably going to go down. This is with the Siege, obviously, and the double Dragon, if you want to call it that.
Nope. Will Tide get top tower, though? He is cutting behind. The Siege creep is alive. I think this will be a tower trade. Bottom lane.
Yeah, MSS, this again would be a huge kill with Yawar on the sideline here. Finger of Death to follow, and that is enough.
That is a big one.
Big kill. Despite we talked about the network kind of struggling there a bit for Dark Magoo, but if you can... I mean, he's a hero that can definitely bounce back because of the farm potential of Lesh, but obviously a big kill regardless.
You do not want to be behind a Lesh against Viper Terrorblade. It is really hard.
Kind of missed there from the Cookie, but you know the Dragon Tail to fall, it's more than enough to get yet another kill onto Matthew.
I guess Noping have pulled back a little bit of their gold deficit by getting that top tower and the kill, but just the overall trajectory of the game hasn't really changed very much in my opinion. Like you still have this Terrorblade free farming. So is the Luna. She's getting good farm too, but I think in order to enable Luna to carry this game, Leshrac has to be able to walk in. And if you're not keeping up with the Viper and Terrorblade on items, you die in 1 stun here. Even if a Baden saves you with a Photic Shield, I think you just get chain stunned and still die. Like, he can save you from Earth Spike or Hex or Dragon Tail. If one other spell is in range, you get blasted. Snapfire ult, Viper Strike, you're dead. And yeah, it's no good if he's not able to run in. So he has to try to catch up on farm somehow here. Maybe a smoke move with this Ravage could lead to a mid-tier 1 tower with level 4 Edict. Could be a possible play Noping are considering right now, communicating about.
I remember the last Ravage was set up because of the Fog of War.
Yep.
And, you know, Quincy Crew kind of stepping outside their comfort zone, if you want to call it that. They don't have Blink. They don't really have any initiation without this Blink.
He's actually kind of caught up to the Dragon Knight now in Tide, right? He's only 400 gold behind.
Yeah, this has been a huge
If you
comeback.
go back 5 minutes, that was not in the cards.
Indeed.
So,
all right, here
good recovery.
The smoke. LOA will likely tank it. The toss into the gush. Definitely don't want to expend a Ravage for this little guy. And that'll eventually be a kill.
That is not really a very big reward from the smoke.
Yeah.
They steal no stacks, they find a 5, and they're going to be forced back into mid immediately here by Quinn, who's also going to get an Invis rune. So that is about as little of a reward as you can possibly get from a smoke. No runes, no objectives, no stacks.
In terms of the position 1 comparison, is Quinn, like you said, does have that Invis rune, has already popped it. Leslov pops his Dragon form, gets the Dragon Tail out, but immediately dispelled. And yeah, unfortunate ult here from Mr. LOA. Thought that would be a good team fight.
I guess if there's no Aphotic Shield coming in there, I see where they're coming from, then they're going to get the Viper Strike off, and that does not get purged by Kraken Shell, so then these globs are going to land and they think they have a kill. But it's kind of unexpected that Abaddon is sitting behind Tide, right? Like you would think Abaddon is sitting behind Luna somewhere protecting her, but...
Another smoke.
All right.
I mean, of course, they still have Ravage, so
yeah,
can definitely take a fight.
I'm not mad at this. If they can find some sort of angle behind mid, again, there is a potential tower here for the Edict, but this pathing is not going to net them anything once again.
Yeah.
At the very least, they're protecting HFN indirectly with this smoke because they know that this regular smoke path that the Dire might take to hit the triangle of the Radiant is not inhabited. But you're not gaining once again. You got an aggressive ward out. Let's see if they make a play on this within the next 6 minutes that they have in the top Dire jungle. Usually you use this ward to either find the carry, because the carry will sometimes go and farm this area thinking it's safe and you get a good snipe, or you use this to protect yourselves when you're hitting top tier 2. But judging from Dark Mago back to base, I don't think they have any plans of assaulting this top tower. And effectively, that just means you didn't really put much pressure with this smoke on the map, and Quincy are just content to farm. Both Terrorblade, Viper, and Dragon Knight, all 3 of them are getting decent GPM right now. And Lion, by the way, we haven't talked about this very much. He is so far ahead of the other supports. Like,
he's got his blink.
1,500 gold ahead of the Tiny.
And that's MSS, by the way.
Yes.
So it can ask for a much better position 4 to get a lot of farm for sure. It's like the Yapsors of the world, and it's crits.
This is going to pay off in a big way, I feel. Obviously, is playing into the Abaddon. It's one of the best solutions for Lion, I think, from a 5 position perspective, but there's still so much you can do with this. Like, even if the Abaddon is ready, just the fact that you can force the Aphotic Shield, that you have your own chain stun, and the burst. Oh, Tide is in a lot of trouble here. Yeah, he is not getting out of here.
They find him on the other side of the tree line, and like you said, especially with that Nether Toxin.
Okay, maybe
he needs the stacks.
Okay.
I mean, MSS needs these stacks, man.
Yes, he does, and he gets the last hit too. That's just like it in the bottom kill. Right clicks him to death in the end.
I think we had a conversation about this, but you didn't actually answer my question. This was a week ago, and I remember this vividly because whenever you ignore me, it's just a painful memory each time. But do you typically go for the HP talent on Lion?
I think you need to have a really good reason, to be honest, to do it. Usually in pro games, when you hit level 15 on Lion, let's say you have like 3 kills, then it's effectively at that point in time, it's a 200 health talent. You can take 200 health or minus 2 second cooldown on your best non-ulti spell.
Right.
Like, depending on the game. Like, Hex can also be amazing, of course, but your bread and butter is Earth Spike. It's a pretty major cooldown reduction. 2 seconds might not sound like a lot, but when the baseline is 12, going down to 10 is a really big deal. So the reasoning I would have is either you're playing core Lion, or you have a lot of finger kills for whatever reason, or you really desperately need the HP against something. Like every fight you're getting jumped by Tiny or whatever, and this extra bit of health will mean the world to you. But if you're getting jumped by Tiny, you're probably out of position, right? So then you're solving a problem that shouldn't be there to begin with. So most of the time, I think in this tournament, we've almost exclusively seen the Earth Spike cooldown talent, I want to say. I just think it's the stable one for the most part.
Yeah, it's definitely stable. But you can buy both technically, right? It's both HP and CDR, technically speaking. It's not like one of these talents where you literally are not able to purchase something that comes out of like extra damage to a spell, or I guess you can do that too. It's tier 2 tower. All right, that is actually a freebie for no ping.
Yeah.
and it's not even in trade for another tier 2.
No, Quincy were flat out just not ready here. I was gonna say, like, this game has quieted down quite a lot. Like, both teams are just farming. Probably Quincy feel pretty confident because their Terrorblade's hitting a BKB timing now, and now they can go fight. I personally feel like they should have taken more advantage of the fact that whenever Ravage is on cooldown for the Radiant, their lineup just seems stronger to me, and put a little bit more pressure on the map. But at the very least now they look to be trading bot, and they're turning it into a fake play here. They're gonna smoke. There was a ping though coming out from Matthew. I think he knows this smoke is happening. Maybe this is a trademark Quincy play that they've seen in replays. Backing off from the tower. Also the ward that Matthew has down here.
They don't really layer that properly, but you know, Pandaboo able to pop his ult and just get out.
Yeah. That ward down here from the Radiant in the bottom Radiant jungle also.
I thought that they were just going to be happy with that tier 2 trade in the bot lane.
I would have thought so too, but yeah. I'm not sure what it is. Like, Quincy seem a little bit nervous to me, almost in the way that they're playing the game.
They just really don't want to play EG again.
Oh, then they should win.
Yeah, they should win. I mean,
if you're nervous about your next opponent, if you lose, then play to win. It's not rocket science.
Well, depending on who you ask here, but yeah, there's a smoke gank now from No Ping. MSS.
This one could work out really well. So Tide Dagger, they have a really good read on where Quincy's heroes are. They're very bunched up here.
Oh boy.
If they could somehow, that smoke fails.
Now they see the Diabolic Edict though. Matthew on the other side of the tower as well, but there's a Blink Hex from MSS. And they followed up with anything. Yawar gets ravaged along with 3 other members of the team, gets his BKB up. Matthew gets a fingers, not going to die to it though. Meanwhile, Yule's onto the lashes. We see the Snapfire ult from afar. Aquatic Shield getting him out of harm's way for now, but he gets stunned into the extra damage from Snapfire. And that is a dead mid Dark Magoo. And now it's going to be followed up with an Abaddon kill as well. So Quincy crew, I thought they were out of position, but MSS ends up finding the opening.
And that was pretty unclean from both teams, right? Like, the Ravage, it looks good, but they're not connecting their stuns on it fast enough. The Leshrac stun didn't come in time, so he got the BKB off. Then they end up fingering and not getting the kill. And a little bit of a, again, not too pretty, but I guess for Quincy, you got the job done. You forced out Ravage, and now you can try to reap the reward of going Roche.
Yeah.
The Dire is definitely super favored in this spot when Ravage is down and Lesh is dead.
Oh, he actually jumps in. The other Toxin's there as well, though. He's very squishy as a result, and here's the Eclipse to follow from HFN. Can they actually get a kill? Doesn't look like it, at least not to start, but this is the thing. These two metamorphosis type spells between Dragon Knight and Terrorblade are going down soon. I don't know if Quincy can fight anymore.
Yeah, if this ends up giving them a Roche, that was a great play from Tide. If not, it was not a great play from Tide.
Good analysis, thank you. Yeah.
Sometimes die good.
You are back in melee form, so not nearly as useful as they're going to find the pickoff onto LOA.
He doesn't have buyback. That's 5v4 now. Tide's going to respawn.
Oh boy.
They're actually just getting Roche off of this.
They're going to...
In a very roundabout way. No ping. We'll get an Aegis on HFN.
Yeah, so Quincy crew has to concede that Roche. I mean, that's rough because, I mean, it is technically risky after taking a fight when you have these two heroes that rely on these relatively long cooldowns to be useful, if you want to call it that. And that's the timing for No Ping. Looks like they're going to focus on this tier 1 tower. Fortifications pop though. Quinn is here now. MSS jumps in, gets the Hex. Snapfire ult from afar. If they can get HFN, it'll be pretty big. He pops his BKB. Still has the Aegis, obviously, so not super scared, as Pandaboo might be the sacrifice here. The Quincy crew gets something out of it, but still definitely not feeling good.
No, and I don't think they can really claim any collateral here. They're not going to get a tier 2 tower. The waves are well pushed out by No Ping. Ravage is also up again, so there is a possibility for No Ping to group up with a smoke play, Luna with the Aegis and ulti in 40 seconds and BKB. So in 40 seconds, they're actually very strong here. And you've got to, as Quincy, you've got to be a little bit careful since you're playing without any natural save. A Blink Ravage that's better executed than the last one can just burst any of their heroes. Oh, all right. Looks like LOA is going to be found again.
Of course, he's very known for basically the Abaddon, pulling these plays where you get picked off, you don't really care because it takes extra time, but the Snapfire essentially is kind of playing the same way, but he's just getting picked off immediately. Oh yeah,
that tower was 80 health for like a minute and a half.
Yeah, they could have definitely denied.
All right, so a little bit of extra pick-me-up gold here for Dark Magoo. His BKB is really important, by the way. I think both teams' BKB is a crucial item in this game, as it so often is, but whenever you're playing in any game where Terrorblade is involved, playing around Sunder and playing around the setup stuns that allow him to just go to town is always going to be very important.
It's going to be, I mean, depending on the fight, it feels like you need to use these BKBs relatively early, so Sunderplay technically still there for Yawar if you can just survive the onslaught. Leslout, find an opening here onto the Lesh, but there's the Aphotic shield, and it helps dodge the Earth Spike from MSS.
This is the exact situation that you want to set up as Quincy, huh? Good to know.
Okay.
You want to force the Aphotic shield with a low commitment spell. So what they did there was they did a Dragon Tail, and Abaddon comes in for the Aphotic, and that Earth Spike just needs to land. If that lands, that's a kill. They couldn't have saved him after that. There's way too much spell burst on the Dire side between Finger, Mortimer Kisses, Viper's damage, but a little bit of a miss. We'll keep him alive.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of a different playstyle than we're used to seeing from Quincy Crew in terms of LOA. We talked about Elder Titan as well. Abaddon, they have these clear type of playstyles that almost like saves, pseudo saves, where Snapfire just had the cookie.
Yeah,
and he's not getting axed.
Bottom tower, I think you're not interested here. It's an Aegis fight against Ravage. You're going to give this up. Probably see them take the tier 2 as well. Just a man advantage. It makes this very intimidating.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a hard area to hold.
Oh, they have vision on MSS. The Avalanche trying to get the toss off. But the Hex is there into the Earth Spike to follow. And they should know that the majority of no ping are on this high ground area. Yeah, they're just going to focus back on this tier 2. And like you said, there's just not a whole lot Quincy Crew can do right now. But they've timed this out, so just over a minute left on this Aegis, and that's when I assume Quincy Crew can try to take a fight.
I think they would like to wait for Terrorblade Scotty if possible. It's a very big item timing for this hero. Allows him to set up his own kills. It's that strong slow. Oh, ooh. That was really close, and that could have gone really bad. HFN just gets out the skin of his teeth. Gets level 18 up top, so that's the level 3 in Eclipse. So what BKBs do we have on the Dire? We have 3, right? All 3 cores. And on the Radiant, we have Luna, Lesh, so 2. So 3v2 BKBs. Really going to be the name of the game here to try to poke and prod these BKBs or find a flat-out burst. I think for Quincy, looking for a burst onto a BKB hero is very high risk. If they fail, the Abaddon can save. They can get countered by Blink Ravage. So you probably want to slowly develop the fight, try to survive the Ravage, and then go from there.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds, you can tell Quincy Crew are definitely aware of this Aegis timing. See if they can time it well. There's the jump in from Leslout onto the Lesh, into the Viper Strike to follow. The toss out, trying to save him. Yule's keeping him alive a little bit longer. He'll survive through that onslaught. And we'll see if No Ping can take advantage of this now.
Right. Information if they won't try to pursue more. Terrorblade is sitting bottom, pushing this out. They should really be taking this tier 2 tower bot now. Like this has been standing here for definitely 5 minutes too long, and has been keeping them away from getting that outpost equalization for quite some time.
And now they're just going to focus on a different tier 2.
Yeah,
of course, this is does Quincy Crew try to defend this is the question.
Not this one. They need to obviously defend high ground. They're going to be outpushed, I think. Even if their heroes overall can push faster, I don't know if they can actually against Luna Lesh, but obviously the Radiant a little bit ahead there. I'm hearing something.
Scotty timing is now technically on.
Dragon Knight testing the BKB. It does work.
Oh no.
Leslau.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Using BKB, easy for Leslau.
That is, I mean, that's just another minute you're going to have to wait to be able to take. I mean, his Dragon form was down anyway, so they wouldn't want to fight without that regardless.
That's true.
Still, not a good look there. And it's funny because I feel like, from Quincy Crew's perspective, ever since they got Lelis, because obviously this team has been around for quite a while in some form, but when he took over as the offlaner, that's when this team really took off. He's been kind of the, well, I guess you could call every single player on the team a carry of sorts, depending on the game, but he's been a very, very stable figure in the off lane.
Yeah.
And MSS, you can see, has the Aeon disc now, so...
It can happen to anyone to misclick on the keyboard and use your BKB, right?
Yeah, we've seen it
really
TI many time. MSS on the high ground. Leslau's there as well. Oh, the instant Hex onto the Tiny. The Snapfire ult from afar. Pandabu's gonna pop that ult, survive a little bit longer. Avalanche in the toss away, create some distance here. Matthew not quite gonna go down here. And the heals up. The Abbott are going to save him for now. Dark Magoo in the meantime being right-clicked at a newly picked up Scotty of Yawar. Pops that BKB. He's going to destroy the Abaddon. Now they're surrounding the Leshrac. Matthew trying to get some pickoff. They'll find MSS at the very least. But these are 3 big pickoffs here. Triple kill for Yawar, and they only lose 2 supports.
No Ravage used. There was no opportunity there for Oscar to really get in there. And yeah, well, the Luna didn't use BKB either, but she did use Eclipse. This is kind of dangerous. You might have to use buybacks here.
Right. Jumping into the instant Lucent Beam. Now the Ravage comes with the double buyback like you talked about. Now Quincy crew on the run. They're going to lose Lelis to start things out. Make it 2, and Yawar gets Yuled from the other side of the tree line. And that is a huge buyback. Actually, he's going to get his Sunder off for now, but I don't think he's getting any kills out of this. Way too much magic damage, as I can actually hear No Ping screaming in the background. They are very happy about this turn of events. I can't blame him.
It's a very important precast on the Lucent Beam, but at the same time, what a YOLO Blink Dragon Tail.
Yeah.
Like, you're playing into a team that obviously has buyback on defense, and you're a core exposing yourself. Your team has no BKBs ready. That just seemed very uncharacteristic for Quincy. Like, it's just like, look at the risk reward, right? Like, you're Blink stunning into Fog against a Luna with BKB, buyback heroes on the enemy high ground, and you don't have meta BKB on your cores or any ultis. That was absolutely crazy to me. I can't believe they went for that.
And I mean, this is an Abaddon with a Luna. This is going to be a real fast push. Fortifications pop. They do have buyback onto Yawar, but it's 20 seconds. It'll feel real bad to have to use it now, but if you don't, this is 1 lane of Rax. You can see Quinn spawned naturally. MSS jumps in. Quinn pops the BKB after getting tossed in, and they're going to try to turn this. 8 seconds left on Yawar as he comes back very shortly. Oscar will not go down finally to that last right click of Leslau. So a nice defense from Quincy crew. Can they get more than 1 is the question. It'll be the Tidehunter, it'll be the Abaddon. I guess they'll call it a day there. Oh, Leslau continuing on. Looked like he faked back there.
Alone.
Blink Dragon Tail.
No one's even close. He's not going to get this kill.
Yeah. Has the spider legs there, but I mean, that they didn't cost any buyback for Quincy crew. That is the very good news.
Yeah.
But did they get melee racks?
They did.
Yeah, so
they got the melee racks in half of the range, and what did it really cost them? They lost the Tide, who already used Ravage, and then lost the Abaddon. It's honestly really, really good from No Ping to push down mid there. I think it's a great choice. And in comparison, let's say Quincy would have bought back on cores to defend there. I feel like there's an escape strategy for No Ping because they're not blinking into the enemy base on some sort of stun catch. They're sieging from afar. They have a hard dispel Abaddon protecting if there is a jump in from Dragon Knight or Lion so that they can disengage. So their push is just way safer.
Yeah, now Quincy crew gonna focus on the tier 1 top finally. And I feel like this second Roche, I mean, we've talked about so many times how important it is. I feel like it's more important this game for Quincy crew more than anything, because it feels like No Ping are starting to build a nice lead
MSS with the opener.
Yeah, Leslau jumps in with that Dragon Tail. Yawar pops that Metamorphosis with the BKB activated. Now HFN with that BKB has to run away for now. He's getting surrounded though. Viper Strike applied. Finally the Ravage comes out. Looks like Leslau's going to die in the midst of things along with Quinn. Leslau finally ticking out here very shortly, but they do get the Luna. That's the important kill, but it's going to cost them 3 of their members. Buyback now into Leslau. Yawar is completely surrounded. Dark Magoo basically has no mana to speak of. Gets mangoed on the sideline. And Yawar and MSS trying to team up to take out Oscar. They should be successful in doing this. Cost them a buyback onto Leslau, though.
This is
and
a Roche.
Roshan is...
He's spawning now.
Is he?
Wait.
Where's Roshan?
Hello?
He's angry after the last game. Nobody took that shard. All right, now the buyback onto the Tidehunter. Looks like the Earth Spike's going to connect on 1.
Now he's up.
I mean, 45 seconds, no Luna, no buyback.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it, though.
Yeah, they don't have...
Not with that Tide buyback. You can't do this.
Yeah, absolutely. MSS, the Aeondus is going to proc. He's going to get surrounded now as Dark Magoo trying to take advantage of these spider legs. Basically has no mana, though, as Yawar trying to chase. Pandaboo gets off the Aphotic Shield. Oscar, this is the buyback here, but he's super tanky right now. Leslau's still in Dragon form.
Did Les just TP out right in front of them?
He coming in.
What?
Gonna get the stun out to start things out.
Okay.
Looks like the Snapfire ult is up again. They're gonna use it to take out Matthew, and they're gonna try to turn this now onto the Abaddon, so they're gonna get a couple kills at the very least.
Did they see Lesh TP? I mean, he was low on resources, right? So I guess, but then it's kind of Dude, this is so strange. Like,
this is a weird game.
The Tide is committing in. If Leshrac doesn't want to go, that's fine. Like, you're not in a super hurry to defend this Roche. The Dire isn't going to kill it in like 5 seconds, right? So if you wanted to disengage with that Tide buyback and just reset your Lesh and then go contest Roche, that's fine. But they bought back the Tide. He runs in, and all he does is wall for Lesh's escape, and then you're just feeding your 2 supports and giving away Roche.
Right.
That is really, really big for Quincy. I wonder who's going to get the shard. Probably going to be used to fertilize the Roshan pit once again.
Probably say MSS. Probably. I think LOA is the best, but he doesn't really have any blink action going.
It is good on Quinn.
Yeah, that's true too. All right, MSS has it for now. We'll see if he can.
He's going to bring it to Quinn, I think.
Yeah, that's true. The Viper one is extremely good. We'll talk about that.
Minus armor is great for the.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the team fight here, just everybody on top of each other. The Luna dies relatively early. He'd cost a couple members Quincy crew, but Yuar just is. He's very survivable in these fights. Has a ton of stats. Obviously, the Sunder's a big deal. So we're going to see the Splitter actually connect on Quinn. Pops the BKB, gets the Viper strike off, and Dark Magoo's just gonna TP out. See if they can turn things around here. Might find the Abaddon again. Again, this is such an annoying hero to kill. It takes quite a bit of time attempting to TP out, but they have the double stun, double action, and down he goes. But yeah, like you said, Quinn did take the shard officially, I believe. So this will allow poison attack to work on buildings, and it applies minus armor.
A lot of damage to towers. He also has Orb of Destruction. Every time I hear that item, I think of Diablo 2.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks for sharing.
Yes. No, it's because the expansion is called Lord of Destruction. It sounds so much like Orb of Destruction.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that little trivia.
There's probably a few 10,000 people watching that have done their fair share of Bale runs in their lives, so they will understand where I'm coming from. All right, here goes the tower.
Now, keep in mind, they're trying to go high ground. This is a split Earth shard for Leshrac. It is very good for high ground defense. I mean, there's no way they're actually going to commit all the way because they still have Aegis for another 4.5 minutes. And meta, not sure if that's quite up yet. It actually is. He's going for an MKB next, it looks like.
So I haven't encountered this situation very much in my own game. So I would imagine what you do is you kind of treat this like pseudo techies. Like you bait out the Lesh stun, then you go to another lane if you can, right? Like you.
But it's up so often.
It is. If you can push 2 lanes at the same time, though, he has to choose, right? You have Dragon Knight, Terrorblade, Viper, all 3 tower heroes in this game. Make sure you at least place 1.
Lesla pops out. Oh, there's the Ravage. They're trying to burst down Yuar. He has a Satanic. He has Scotty. He has everything. Looking for the Sunder target. Will be on the Tide Hunter. He's just going to get cleaned up immediately. Super fast kill. So the Ravage ends up not working on. That's a really long cooldown.
Wait.
Not available as Quincy crew now take the tier 2 and they just can continue on here.
Was the target actually Terrorblade there?
I believe he was the only one Ravage.
He hadn't used meta. He has Aegis, BKB, and Satanic, and a whole team.
Very strange.
That is literally a 0% probability play. That will never work. That will never work. Even if you kill him.
Oh, he's going to split Earth, connecting on severed hoods. They're trying to toss Leslau into the tier 4s. Gets extremely low. Looks like he's going to survive for now, trying to dodge those split Earths. As look at that. Scotty going to work on Dark Magoo. Down he goes, and just like that, Quincy crew's just going to win the game. How does this happen? All of a sudden, second Roshan into a couple of pickoffs, and now they have all this pushing power.
For what it's worth, I wouldn't ascribe very much of that to the extra shard in this patch. I think
the shard is unbelievable.
I don't even know if they needed an Aegis there. Like, that was just crazy.
MSS, he's going to get jumped for now, and only 2 members of No Ping trying to at least get 1 kill. The Thunder save from Yuar, and now Luna goes down. She does have buyback. Remember, this is not the tournament lives on the line, but loser will play EG in the lower bracket. Buyback onto both Luna and Leshrac, and still Quincy crew in numbers. They still have Aegis. They still have everything. MSS does die, does have buyback, though. We'll expend it immediately as you are in enemy lines. The Eclipse went off there for a moment, and they're just going to turn things around. Yuar, Lucent Beam is there. Looks like the Aegis, actually pops Satanic right as the Aegis went down. Not sure if it's actually going to matter here. The save on the HFN, he'll be able to get into the fountain in time. Yuar, they're playing with their food here, I feel like. Now they might have to back. Quinn gets off the Viper strike. He's just going to drop shortly after. The Quincy crew are not able to end the game.
Oh, he missed the stun on the last roll.
Yeah, he's still in a lot of trouble, though. MSS, this will be a dieback. They're actually going to buy back onto Quinn. He has his boots of travel. Look at the Snapfire buyback as well. MSS trying to burst down Dark Magoo. He's being saved by Pandaboo again. HFN, this will be an enormous kill if they're able to find him. Split Earth's just going off all over the freaking map. The shard is unbelievable. Leslau gets bursted down. Finally! That is essentially a dieback. Anybody that dies will be a dieback. And that is a dead Yuar! Quincy crew, what am I watching, Cinderin? LOA getting chased now. No Ping starting to come back into this game. No Aegis No cheese, I believe, and they only get one set of racks? What? What am I watching? Look at that cheese, the 3 Satanics used during that time. Oh my goodness.
I mean,
buyback galore here.
That was a really clutch respawn coming in from Panda Boo. I'm not sure we're going to see that in this replay. I don't remember when it happened. It was probably 5 minutes ago. This fight took forever, but yeah, it's actually before this. So he just barely respawned in the fountain, came in with the Aphotic Shield and the Glimmer Cape, and Quincy had no detection.
Yeah.
They would have killed the Lesh there and probably ended the game. All right, great replay. I love speeding it up. Let's go push the other way.
They can do a lot here. Actually, Yawar did get buyback eventually there, so he's going to pop it. But it's 3 versus 5. And I do believe that this is going to be GG in No Ping's favor. Matthew, Ravage. See the Ravage onto Viper. They have the splitter at the fall. He gets forced out. The
Thunder save.
Nice Thunder, beautifully done into the Satanic. So Yawar is very safe and sound as Dark Magoo looks like he's going to go right-click down. Can No Ping actually finish this? The Ancient not quite low enough to actually go for this. HFN pops the BKB, trying to go for all in here. I don't think he's going to get it. He's just getting right-clicked by Yawar and still in meta right now.
Tide is getting it.
Panda. Sadly, Tidehunter didn't get the shard, so he's not able to burst down those buildings, Cinder, and this Panda Boo drops. What is it? What am I watching? What is this game? All right, now Quincy crew are perhaps going to finish the game. What is this?
All right.
This is,
down the other way.
This is entertaining, but this is very sloppy play from both sides.
Let's go bottom left now. We were just top right.
All in. All right, well, the good news for No Ping at the very least, the silver lining right now is I believe those tier 4s are still intact. Ancient is not completely exposed. Yeah, 1, okay. Single tower.
There's no
you got a throne here, right? 60 seconds no Lesh, 40 seconds no Abaddon.
I was going to say this should be enough, but I'm going to reserve my judgment of what is enough right now. Gonna have to wait and see how this goes.
All right, we can see that shard from Viper going to work onto the tower and the minus armor from Snapfire. They're decimating these buildings, and Quincy crew looks like they're gonna somehow win this game. I don't even understand what I watched. What the hell is this? This wasn't Dota?
Oh,
jeez.
I'd love to see
what a game.
I would love to see a reaction of the player cams. I feel like this is the kind of game where you're not. It's not joy, right? It's gonna be relief. Like,
I guess.
I think either team winning this game in the way that this ended is probably not going to be happy with the way that they won, but they're going to be relieved, okay, we got it done, right?
Right.
That felt
official match in a long time.
right, and the level of competition might be different. You know, most of the opponents they face in the NADPC might be significantly weaker than No Ping, but you would argue, you know, they beat EG, who we would say on paper are definitely a stronger team, probably than both of these teams right now with what we've seen today. But that's are definitely a stronger team, probably than both of these teams right now with what we've seen today. But that's are definitely a stronger team, probably than both of these teams right now with what we've seen today. But that's
almost clutched it. I feel like that's even worse than just losing. You know, if you just lose, that's it. Like, we drafted poorly, whatever, you know. But being so close, hitting the throne and still being unable to finish, that feels...
Yeah, we still have some highlights, but hey, Quinn's with us as well, because, you know, my little ramen shop. Hello. Very quaint. I cannot offer you ramen other than uncooked. Good call, good call. We were about to watch the highlights of you guys' last game. Quite the back and forth at the end. Yeah, keeping it close.
I really want to wait for the later highlights so we can ask Quinn directly, what was going through your head?
I have to ask, our commentators brought it up, after a game like that, is it happiness or relief?
It's much more relief.
Yeah.
I mean, I also think we didn't play particularly well, so it's more like frustration with how we played and looking to go back and watch replays and get better, because you're not going to win a tournament if you play like that.
Yeah. What happened between game 1 and game 2? Like, in game 1, you guys stomped. Game 2, it looked like a different team completely.
I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I mean, the draft and like the lanes were just not super favorable for